051 succeeded. It is just an idea to transplant the data of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and the result is unknown for the time being. And even if the mark of the wedge disappears during the thawing process, the data of Otsutsuki that has been thawed and dissolved still remains in the body of the device, but there is no complete information about Otsutsuki himself. Therefore, the thawed data still remains in Boruto's body, and the remaining data that has not been thawed can only be transferred to the virtual. Considering the energy in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body, this server cannot be too small, and a larger one must be made. Although the cost is a bit high, but I believe that with the identity of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, it will soon make money. It's not a big problem. It's just that although the virtual device has been obtained a long time ago, I just used it a little bit. I originally wanted to temporarily make a small place for some internal testing. However, because there are too many things to do, the test has been put on hold and has not started. I didn't expect it. It would be used in such a place today. So, I will enter your wedge later. Fuyu looked at Boruto, who was already tied to the operating table. It is not clear whether this will wake up Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Come on. Boruto tensed up and said with gritted teeth, when it succeeds, I will kill Otsutsuki Momoshiki hundreds of times every day. It's all because of that idiot. Why is he so arrogant in the village? Laughing wildly and smiling evilly, full of Chiyunibu, does he think this is his ninja world? Okay. Now everyone on the internet knows about him, the internet-addicted teenager. Because of staying up late, not charging money, or losing temper, Konoha has directly promoted the control of underage teenagers on the internet. I heard that because he looks like his father, these days his father has taken a lot of blame for him, and is ready to take little Suzuki teacher to settle accounts with him. He didn't even dare to go outside. I can bear it. At this time, there were ninjas all around. Ordinary people around had been dispersed, and the sealing team was also dispatched to set up several layers of barriers around here, just to reduce the losses if there was any problem later. Minato next to him had also prepared balls. Once that Otsutsuki Momoshiki woke up, he would directly throw a ball to wake Boruto up again. Now everyone knows the weakness of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. I guess you can't beat him if you don't charge money. Fuyu sighed with emotion, then nodded to the people around him, then let's start now. Then he stared at the wedge in Boruto's hand. The originally dark eyes suddenly turned red, and the three ordinary Megatama rotated quickly. The huge pupil power once again shocked everyone, especially Suzuki, who also possessed the Sharingan. Even though he had seen it before, he was still full of emotion when he saw it again. This pair of three Megatama is quite powerful. However, at this level, why hasn't the Mangeki been awakened yet? It's really weird. But at this moment, he didn't care much. And maybe this is just the abnormal ability of this abnormal Uchiha. What's more important now is Boruto's situation. Suzuki also directly showed his samsara eye, looking at the unconscious Uzumaki Boruto in front of him with a serious face, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Will it succeed? A piece of blue-green. Perhaps this is the consciousness space of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Fuyu glanced around. You know what? This place is quite large, and each piece is like a mosaic. Thinking of the sealed Kaguya, I guess Kaguya's so-called immortality is the same. After being killed, she will look for a new container to form a wedge until she is completely thawed and resurrected. As long as the wedge is still there, the Otsutsuki will be resurrected. They are beings beyond death, and they can be resurrected even if something happens to the device. Fuyu frowned slightly and looked at this space, and soon he found the sleeping Otsutsuki Momoshiki consciousness. It's just that unexpectedly this will is like a group of compressed data, being released bit by bit. It really looks like a backup decompression. I thought I could see Otsutsuki Momoshiki here. It seems that as long as Boruto's chakra is not exhausted, Otsutsuki Momoshiki will not be able to wake up, and once Boruto's chakra is exhausted, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's data will be decompressed faster and awaken the will at the same time. So, this Otsutsuki Momoshiki wedge is actually just a virus, and Boruto's chakra is indeed a firewall to block the virus from invading, but this firewall is weak and cannot completely block the virus. It can only allow the virus to decompress and infiltrate little by little, so that in the end it directly invades Boruto's computer. In this case, it is easier than he originally thought. Fuyu narrowed his eyes immediately. When the time comes, a group of ninjas will kill Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki will directly say, "Don't waste my time, you low-level creatures." And then, he will be beaten by a group of ninjas, and after killing, he will also complain, "This Otsutsuki Momoshiki is so poor, nothing dropped. Let's go kill Otsutsuki Urashiki." Working 24 hours a day, being brushed by players tens of thousands or hundreds of millions of times every day, and still not getting paid. I just hope this group of Otsutsuki clan who have lived for so long can be stronger. Without any hesitation, they began to move the data. Of course, they also had to prevent this guy from becoming a virus on the server, and then occupying the server and causing a sword art online or something, so some encryption was also required. However, just when Uchiha Fuyu inside began to act, Boruto's body suddenly emitted a blue light, his whole body was covered with wedges, and the horns on his forehead were about to grow again. Everyone held their breath and prepared to attack. At this time, after a while, "Ha ha ha, a low-level creature, I'm so angry again." Before he finished speaking, he closed his eyes again and closed his mouth. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief again, looking at Boruto's body that was originally covered with wedges in surprise. At this time, the black lines seemed to be slowly fading. Is this method feasible? Everyone was delighted, but still did not dare to relax their vigilance, looking at Fuyu, who was holding a strange server and motionless. Time passed bit by bit. From morning to dark. I don't know how long it took, just when everyone was staring at the unconscious Boruto. The wedge in Boruto's hand really began to slowly shrink, becoming smaller and smaller, until finally it disappeared completely. Minato and Sasuke looked at each other, their faces lit up. Successful. As soon as the words fell, "Successful," Fuyu woke up, with a smile, holding up the virtual server in his hand, but it's still being compressed now, and it will take a while to decompress it. On the virtual server in his hand, there was a clear pattern printed on it. That was the wedge that was originally in Boruto's hand. 052 Action. Stupid low-level creatures. You can't stop me from resurrecting. Otsutsuki Momoshiki woke up again, slowly opened his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, and looked at the surrounding environment with a dragging smile. However, in front of me. Where is this? Looking at the white clouds in the sky, green trees and grass, and a strange stone gate in front of me in surprise, but there seems to be no living creatures. Could it be that the group of low-level creatures are worried that he will destroy the Konoha village again, so they teleport him here directly? Otsutsuki Momoshiki frowned and glanced around calmly. However, after a while, he no longer cared about it. As long as he woke up, he would be fine. This time he would never be put to sleep by the group of low-level creatures again. Thinking of the strange three Magatama low-level eyes, they actually had such terrible energy. Could it be that it was also a special ability of the group of low-level creatures? But no matter what, he couldn't underestimate those guys this time. However, he had been awake for so long, why didn't the group of low-level creatures come? And I always felt that my body was weird. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked down and was stunned again. This body now. This body. It is his original body. So that's it. Ha ha ha. Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed wildly. Has the wedge been completely thawed? I've been resurrected. No wonder those guys didn't show up. Are you scared without the fox? It's just that it thawed so quickly. Didn't he feel anything at all? It's like he closed his eyes, opened them, and then he was resurrected. How long has it been now? Who is helping him? Urashiki. Is that you? Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his lips slightly and said wildly, "It seems that you are not so useless." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, the stone door flashed with a blue-green light. Otsutsuki couldn't help but turn his head to look. Suddenly, his pupil shrank, and his wild smile disappeared. He looked at the familiar figure in front of him with disbelief. "You impossible! Is this the virtual world?" Boruto twisted his body and performed a slightly more difficult physical technique. A surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. "It feels really real." After the words fell, looking at the front, it seemed that something appeared in front of him. "What does it feel like?" "It's like," Boruto pondered for a moment, "it's a very real illusion." That's right. At this time, he was doing a live broadcast. The first player to play a virtual game live. Of course. At first, he refused when his rich uncle asked him to live broadcast to promote the virtual space. After all, he knew his situation. Now he had become a negative example for the boys of Konohagakure. If he did a live broadcast, wouldn't he be pelted with rotten eggs? But when he heard that as long as he live broadcasted, he could brush off the Otsutsuki Momoshiki who occupied his body and caused him so much trouble. So he agreed. "Don't say it. It looks quite interesting." "What? Is the anchor the teenager with severe internet addiction last time? Why is it me?" Boruto shook his head without hesitation and said righteously, "I have always advocated healthy internet use and refused to play games all night. At the same time, I also call on all minors here not to indulge in the virtual world, study hard, and make progress every day, be the pillar of Konoha." However, although he said so, Boruto, who has long been famous on the internet, how can people believe him with just a few words? A bunch of messages were flashing on the screen. "It's this guy, beat him to death. Next time you see him in the game, kill him. You don't have to fight in the game. This guy must die." Of course, many people are very curious about the new thing launched by this wealthy group, and they keep urging Boruto to hurry up. In fact, this game has not been completed yet. There is only one boss in it, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. This time, Boruto just tried it a little to see if there is anything that needs attention. Soon, Boruto was ready to go, wearing a pair of novice shorts, a novice shirt and holding a wooden stick in his hand, which made Boruto himself not know how to complain. "It's just a test. Why didn't the rich uncle get a set of artifacts so that he could beat Otsutsuki Momoshiki directly?" But after a while, looking at the stone door in front of him, Boruto held his breath and suppressed his excitement. As long as he went in through this stone door, he would be able to punch and kick the enemy later. It's exciting to think about it. Without any hesitation, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Watch how I beat the boss alone." Boruto went directly through the stone door. A flash of light flashed, and the scenery in front of him changed directly. It seemed that he came to a forest, and in the air was the familiar figure. "Otsutsuki Momoshiki! Otsutsuki Momoshiki!" Boruto roared and rushed up directly, "Watch the sword!" However, as soon as he rushed forward, after a while, bang! He was beaten up. "This anchor is too weak. Is this the end? I haven't even reacted yet. He died before he even got close? Could this guy be a fish that slipped through the net of the 6-year education of the ninja school? I now believe that it was not him that night. If he was so weak and dared to be so arrogant, he would have died long ago." Suddenly, the resurrected Boruto looked pale and blue at the ridicule. "It's unscientific. Shouldn't the rich uncle have cheated him? Accident. It must be just an accident. He took a deep breath and looked at the wooden sword that appeared again. I rushed too fast just now, and the rich uncle didn't react yet. Now that he sees me being beaten up, he must have been cheated. Then, with confidence, he shouted loudly, "Look, I really beat him up this time. Let you see the power of the online game god." Amidst the ridicule, he rushed in again. And the Otsutsuki Momoshiki inside saw Boruto's body disappearing after he was killed, and sneered disdainfully, "Although I don't know what happened, since I have been resurrected, there is no need for you, a low-level creature, to exist." But he is alive. Why is this guy still alive? Just when Otsutsuki was thinking. Suddenly, "Give me your life." The figure appeared again. It seems that as long as Otsutsuki Momoshiki wakes up, this wedge will also come alive. Fuyu looked at the strange server. At this time, the server was already covered with lines, just like a server that had been in society, and it would glow. Otsutsuki server. High-end. But the computing power seems to be a bit overwhelmed. It's really worthy of being an Otsutsuki who has lived for so long. It seems that more servers need to be added. Boruto is very sure that you will cheat for him. Hanabi next to him looked helplessly at Fuyu, who was in deep thought, and then glanced at the live broadcast on the screen. At this time, Boruto didn't know how many times he had rushed in, and then was beaten to death. From the original ridicule to the current cheering, you can imagine how pitiful Boruto is. Glancing at Otsutsuki Momoshiki, whose face turned green and didn't seem to understand what was going on, he sighed, "This guy seems to be going crazy." He's going crazy now? These Otsutsuki are too watery. How will they receive more players in the future? I think you should not say that you made this thing. I'm afraid that when the Otsutsuki in this world see it, they will not collect chakra, but just want to kill you. That makes sense. Internet Cafe. Tsunade, who had been simply disguised, played poker decadently, just like a useless person who could only rely on pachinko to make a living. She picked her nose and yawned idly. After losing all her money, she asked Shizuan, who was holding a pig and chatting online, to recharge. She, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade is not short of money. It's just that I don't know when it started. Tsunade is not just her name, and the reputation of the 3 ninjas of Konoha has also become stinky. What a sin! Tsunade sighed, watching the opponent landlord play 1-on-3 and instantly win the game, and immediately started to curse, "What kind of garbage is this match? Why don't you play if there is a bomb? This landlord only has 1-on-3. It is because she always matches with these garbage that she loses so badly." After the words fell, Shizuan, who was chatting online next to her, poked her head out, looked at Tsunade's gambling game, and raised her eyelids slightly. "You dare to say that about others? Tsunade-sama, you have a pair of bombs in your hands." Of course. As Tsunade's disciple, she would stand on Tsunade's side no matter what. However, "Tsunade-sama, we have been playing for a long time these days." Shizuan sighed, "The first and second Hokage also asked you to cheer up again. Don't indulge in illusions. Tsunade-sama, please don't be so decadent." However, Tsunade glanced at her little apprentice with a sidelong look, pursed her lips, and said calmly, "When you have a grandfather who is more decadent than you, colluding with the enemy, and the reputation you worked hard to build is also ruined, and now you can't even call your own name, you say how should you cheer up? Makes sense." Shizuan's mouth twitched, and for a moment she didn't know how to persuade Tsunade-sama. "Tsunade-sama. It's not easy. The first Hokage passed away, the second Hokage died, Master Rope Tree died, the huge Senju clan is gone, and Tsunade-o, let's not talk about it. I believe that the first and second generations will definitely bless you in heaven." Shizuan smiled awkwardly, looked at Tsunade who was depressed again, took a deep breath, and said with strength, "So, Please cheer up, I believe that the first and second generations will definitely not want to see you like this again in the future. It's better not to meet. Tsunade complained unhappily, I always feel that something will happen if we meet again. Although she was reluctant to part with her great-grandfather and second-grandfather, the current situation in the ninja world, if her great-grandfather and second-grandfather appeared, they would be hit with rotten eggs. Forget it, forget it. The dead are dead after all, but they will always live in her heart. That's it. Forget each other in the ninja world. At this time, suddenly, fug. The internet cafe became lively, and several players jumped up from their stools, as if they saw something incredible. Then the surroundings immediately attracted the attention of Tsunade and Shizuan. Shizuan blinked, what's wrong? Suddenly quarreling. It's probably some game or some big event. Tsunade took a look and didn't care, saying indifferently, or someone drew a golden legend 10 times in a row. What a bunch of naive children. Making a fuss. No knowledge at all. Unlike her, Tsunade. What haven't you seen? Even if she heard that the great-grandfather and the second-grandfather appeared at that time, she still didn't blush or breathe. Looking at the curious Jing Ian, who looked over her head to look at the computer next to her, she shook her head calmly, calm down. Be calm. Shizuan, you are my only true disciple, don't be like an ignorant little girl, curious about everything you see. As soon as the words fell, Shizuan seemed to notice something, and fell silent. Then she turned around in panic, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. Calm down, calm down. Don't be so excited. What's wrong? Is it a 1-for-1 promotion? No. No. If not, why are you so excited? Tsunade yawned, directly controlled the mouse, pinched a 3, and said, it can't be that the great-grandfather and the second-grandfather appear again. This is a sure loss, no big problem. The words fell. Shizuan next to her looked at Tsunade-sama in silence. At this time. 1. This Tien is also okay? The other party actually lost the line. She actually won. Tsunade's hands trembled suddenly, and then she turned her head stiffly and looked at Shizuan. It seemed that her mouth suddenly became dry. She opened her mouth tremblingly and said, really appeared. The words fell. Shizuan nodded quickly and said nothing. Fuck you, Orochimaru. Tsunade jumped up from the chair, her face flushed with anger, and slapped down with one hand, and the entire computer desk and computer instantly broke into pieces. Fire and lightning. The originally noisy internet cafe calmed down all of a sudden, looking at the blonde woman with big waves. So fierce. Is it over yet? Get out of my way, let me see what's going on again. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. Stay calm. Stay calm. Calm? What the hell is calm? Get out of my way. On the other side. Today is the first day that Madara-sama has left. 3 days. As Madara-sama's seemingly loyal younger brothers, they were very sad when Madara-sama left. After dancing for a day and a night, and eating and drinking for a day and a night, the sadness in their hearts dissipated a lot. Actually, my heart still hurts. How about we dance for a while and set up a few more tables? Send Madara-sama away happily. Do you still have Madara-sama in your heart? Do you still have the basic qualities of a tool man? You actually want to set up a few more tables? Have you forgotten our mission again? Let me tell you. There is no money. No money again. Suddenly, the little white people who were immersed in sadness because of Madara-sama's departure lowered their heads with a look of loss. Heartache. So heartache. Seeing this, Black Zetsu wanted to hang a few more on the sacred tree. Can you do something serious? As soon as Black Zetsu finished speaking, instantly, all the white Zetsu were re-energized. One of the white Zetsu leaders, who was also the leader of the 5 permanent organizations of the party organization, stood up and raised his fist directly. That's right. We can't go on like this. We can't indulge in disco again. We must get out of the comfortable environment and move towards our dreams. Waved his hand. Hurry up and hang it up, the meeting will start now. After the words fell, several white zetsu took down the banner that had been hanging for a while, and then hung up the newly prepared banner. Today's meeting is train a new boss and complete Madara-sama's plan. Then all the white zetsu fell silent and looked at the banner above seriously. The meeting begins. The party organizer White Zetsu nodded with satisfaction, coughed twice, stood up, and said, "These few days when you were discoing, I made a serious analysis of Madara-sama's plan and our tasks, and divided it into a 3-year plan and 2 5-year plans, striving to let the new boss grow up before Ban-sama appears, so remember our current goal is..." After the words fell, the white zetsu raised their fists and shouted, "Train a new boss. Reject 007. However, just when all the white zetsu swore loudly, a weak voice came over, that Madara-sama seems to have appeared. The white zetsu were silent again, then turned their heads and looked at the white zetsu sitting in front of the computer behind them. The party organizer White Zetsu was also stunned, then stood up, nodded, and looked at the white zetsu in front of the computer. "I know you have Madara-sama in your heart, but we also have Madara-sama in our hearts, but the situation is different now, I must train one." The words were not finished. Just saw. The white zetsu in front of the computer stretched out his hand tremblingly, pointed at the computer, and said carefully, "That is not like this." After a pause, Madara-sama really appeared. When the white zetsu heard it, they all lowered their heads and looked at the computer. Suddenly, in the enlarged video, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. White zetsu. Next. Quick, quick, quick. Take down the banner. Who did it? Who did this? Want to get a second boss? Not me. White zetsu doesn't lie to white zetsu. Lord Madara. I miss you so much. The meeting is over. 054 Live. At this time, the video that appeared on the internet was also seen by Konoha. The rich family. Looking at the 3 familiar figures in the video in silence. This. Is it going to end? If this goes on, these 3 Konoha will be in trouble. Afraid of causing public outrage. Didn't you see that Sasuke's mouth was twitching at this time? An expression that really deserves to be another ninja world. What a troublemaker. The first and second generations of Konoha Hokage had not yet been cleared of the crime of collusion, and they went to invade other ninja villages. How to wash it off? Sure enough, you can't stay in this ninja world. Something will happen sooner or later. Sasuke stretched out his hand, covered his eyes, and sighed, "Let's find Otsutsuki Urashiki as soon as possible, and then go back with Boruto. If he stays any longer, it's not just a matter of challenging your worldview, but even Naruto's son, Boruto, might be ruined." He hasn't forgotten that he stayed up all night and caused Otsutsuki Momoshiki to appear. It's so embarrassing. If Boruto goes back as an internet addict, Uchiha Sasuke, how can he face his best friend? Orochimaru doesn't need to think about how to wash it off this time. Fuyuhua sighed with emotion and shook his head. It's his luck that he can avoid being exposed. I'll tell Kabuto later, don't reveal that he has studied with Orochimaru, it's easy to get into trouble. After the words fell, Hanabi and Suzune beside him also nodded with emotion. However, at this time, yet, how could Orochimaru be so depraved? A helpless voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone was surprised and turned their heads to look at Jiraiya, who was sad, tangled and angry. At this time, Jiraiya was wearing a familiar dance costume and holding the red lace fan in his hand. You can tell at a glance that he was still dancing just now. Why are you here? Minato brought me here. Can you ring the doorbell next time you come? Also Fuyu looked at Minato, who was smiling, expressionlessly. I remember that I don't have your seal at home. Not to mention that this is a mansion that the engineering ninjas have rebuilt at full speed in the past 2 days, even if it is the original one there is no seal left by Minato. I teleported to the vicinity, and then climbed in through the window. Minato said embarrassedly, and then his face changed to a serious expression. This is not the point now. Pointing to the screen in front of him, it seems that you have already understood that the first and second Hokage, as well as Uchiha Madara, have appeared. How can this not be the point? It seems that I have to put a barrier on the house later. Fuyu nodded, and then said with emotion, yes. The 3 people who colluded with Orochimaru and oppressed the dirty world workers have appeared, and now the internet is going crazy. Ahem. This is not the point either. Minato coughed twice, pointed at the screen, and said seriously, tailed beasts. The first Hokage and his men are catching tailed beasts. The Uegakure ninja village has sent a message that the 5-tailed Jinchuriki of their village was caught this morning when he was cooking for the engineering team. Angara from the sand village was also caught when he was practicing floating in the desert just now. In the video, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki of the Kumigakure ninja village, Killer Bee, was also caught when he was signing outside. At the same time, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki Yukitoshi was also caught. At this point, looking at Fuyu and Sasuke whose pupils shrank slightly, he nodded. It seems that Fuyu and Sasuke have guessed it. Just as the words fell. Fuyu, want to create a world with only Yukito. Sasuke, wake up the 10 tails. Just as the 2 finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Fuyu expressionlessly. What is this guy talking about? Then he looked at Minato again. What Fuyu said really makes sense. Ahem, there is indeed this reason. Once something goes wrong with the wooden man, Obito might be this or that. Minato awkwardly changed the subject, but this is not the point. What's more important is what Sasuke said. His eyes condensed, exuding the aura of a Hokage, awaken the 10 tails and replicate the 4th Ninja World War. The war is coming. Now. Everyone also understood what Minato was worried about. Indeed. If this continues, the 4th Ninja World War may really happen. That's right. This situation of capturing the tailed beasts made Sasuke feel weird. Either practicing driving or signing autographs, can't they do something serious? You know, it took them quite a long time to capture the tailed beasts back then, and they also went through various calculations and battles. Sasuke pondered for a moment and looked at the 4th Hokage. So, the 4th Hokage means Otsutsuki Urashiki? That's right. Minato nodded with a wry smile. Otherwise, you also know Uzumaki Nagato can't capture the tailed beasts now. Obito is living a good life. Uchiha Madara disappeared after he showed up last time, so who else knows the legendary 10 tails? And he put on a serious expression again. There is information saying a strange black hole was seen at that time that teleported people away. The situation is very urgent now. Because Otsutsuki Urashiki is involved, the secret is unknown whether other ninja villages should be informed. Originally, it was thought that Otsutsuki Urashiki's target was only the 9 tails and Naruto, but now he is actually preparing to collect chakra in this ninja world. Because they did not tell other ninja villages at the beginning, the tailed beasts of each ninja village still live their own lives. In addition, the transportation and communication in this ninja world are now well developed, so it is too easy for Otsutsuki Urashiki to find the location of the Jinchuriki. Therefore, the capture of the tailed beasts will be so smooth. We are very short of time. Minato sighed. We must protect the remaining tailed beasts as soon as possible, and we can't let Otsutsuki Urashiki succeed again. The enemy is a future man who knows the future, which is really tricky. Are there still a few tailed beasts that have not been caught? Sasuke pondered for a moment. Since Otsutsuki Urashiki was involved, he had to stop him no matter what, although he always felt that this battle might be different from the Fourth Ninja World War when he was there. Glancing at Fuyu, who was also thinking beside him. But no matter what would happen, he had to stop the 10 tails from appearing. He sighed, now we still need to prioritize protecting the Jinkraki. Although we only suspect that Otsutsuki Urashiki is going to collect the 10 tails, we don't know if he has any other purpose. So, we must be careful. At least for now. Although there was a little accident, the same Otsutsuki Urashiki from another ninja world has never been online or posted on WeChat moments. Maybe he just disdains it. But at least it seems she's thoughts should not have been eroded by this ninja world. It's still the normal Otsutsuki Urashiki from another ninja world. Just as the words fell. At this time, Hanabi, who was originally investigating something, suddenly raised her head with a serious face and looked at everyone, then that Otsutsuki Urashiki went online to broadcast live. Everyone was stunned, Sasuke's mouth twitched, but they still lowered their heads and looked up. See. On the screen. A familiar figure with a pale face appeared. Another human from the ninja world. Hello everyone. This guy actually waved at the camera and smiled. Just now, who was the one who sent the rocket? Sasuke's mouth twitched, looking at the live broadcast of Otsutsuki Urashiki, now he can feel it. This ninja war. From the beginning. There have been some problems. Thanks to this fan for the rocket. Otsutsuki Urashiki smiled and thanked, but please don't send it again, after all, I don't need it, right? With a slight smile on his face, war is coming, humans. 055 Purpose. This side is broadcasting live. On the other side. The army of the resurrected employees who were summoned looked at the 3 people in front of them expressionlessly. If this body hadn't died long ago, all the employees would have turned green at this time. Are you going to stop Tien? They all thought they could finally retire and go back to the Pure Land to have a good rest, but your uncle actually said that this was just a weekend off, and they had to come back to work after the holiday. As the former leader of the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village, the third Raikage stood out with his bare chest. After being reincarnated again, the black-hearted factory uniform of Orochimaru that he once wore disappeared. He looked at the 3 people in front of him who came back to work earlier than them with an angry face, the first Hokage, the second Hokage. And you staring at the gloomy black-haired hedgehog-headed man, Uchiha legend. Uchiha Madara. Don't be gloomy in front of me. As a well-known figure in the ninja world, you actually went along with Orochimaru and bullied us. Not to mention 007, there is no salary yet, don't you think this is abominable? He snorted coldly, tell me. What position did Orochimaru give you this time? General manager? Factory director? Or something? At this point, he stepped forward, looked at the 3 of them, and waved his hand. We, the millions of working ninjas, will never be oppressed by you again. After that. Except for Uchiha Madara, who was still thinking about something with a gloomy face, who snorted coldly, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at each other with a bitter smile, and then Senju Tobirama sighed helplessly and stood up. We have never cooperated with that black-hearted capitalist, Orochimaru. Don't fool us. If there was no cooperation, how did you become the general manager? This is a bit complicated to say. It's all the fault of the evil Uchiha Madara. Of course. As the former second-generation Hokage of Konoha, he certainly couldn't tell these deals. Senju Tobirama coughed twice again, his eyes fixed, and he said, although I, Senju Tobirama, used to be the general manager of Orochimaru, I have never been in cahoots with Orochimaru and oppressed you. He paused slightly, glanced at everyone, and said in a serious tone, if there is. Let my elder brother only get green in 100 consecutive draws. Recharge and disconnect the network. Accounts are stolen every day. Work day and night without rest. I swear in the name of the first generation of Hokage. Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobirama with a confused face. How could you do this? Before he could speak, you actually swore in the name of the first generation of Hokage. The third generation of Raikage was also surprised to see that this guy would swear in the name of his elder brother, Senju Tobirama. Although I don't know what those messy oaths are, you have to know this: Senju Tobirama is famous for respecting his elder brother, and he also made such a vicious oath to work day and night without rest, so you can imagine. This Senju Tobirama may not have deceived them. Looking at Senju Tobirama seriously, then tell me what you want us to do this time? Are you going to restore the black-hearted processing factory? This I don't know. Senju Tobirama smiled helplessly. When he opened his eyes, he was also quite confused. I had already said goodbye to Tsunade, and wished her a happy life in the future, making such a sensational fuss, but it's only been 2 or 3 days, and they are going to meet again. He is also helpless. Next time we meet. It's very embarrassing. But this time, it's not just Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama's expression became serious again, looking at the people in front of him. There is also a mysterious guy. A mysterious strong man who is good at using time and space ninjutsu and is suspected to be from the Munetsuki Urashiki. After the words fell, Otsutsuki Urashiki. Everyone was surprised. After all, unlike the 3 senior executives who were surfing the internet, drinking water, and chatting all day in the back, they had been on the assembly line for the past few years and had never rested. How could they know these things? So, who is this guy from? We don't have much information. Senju Tobirama sighed helplessly and shook his head. We only know that this guy is the leader of a pyramid scheme organization. He has persecuted countless ordinary people in the land of fire and the land of earth, causing huge losses to the land of earth. As for pyramid schemes, he pondered for a moment. It's a new way of deceiving, and gaining benefits by deceiving ordinary people. That's it? Just a liar? What do you mean by being so solemn? Don't underestimate him. He was able to get Orochimaru to cooperate with him and cause unimaginable losses to the entire land of Earth. That guy is definitely not simple. Senju Tobirama looked at the group of guys who raised their eyebrows, and he didn't understand what they were thinking in their hearts. He quickly said seriously, and through the observation of the past few days, I believe everyone can also see that his strength is not simple. Do you know what the guy asked us to do these days? At this point, he paused again, and his tone condensed, collect the 9-headed tailed beast. The words fell. Everyone's pupil shrank. As ninjas, they certainly knew the horror of the tailed beasts, and this guy was actually going to collect all the tailed beasts. What is his purpose? Thinking of this, he also put down his contempt, pondered for a while, raised his head, looked at Senju Tobirama, and asked solemnly, what is he going to do by collecting all the tailed beasts? I don't know for now. However, Senju Tobirama shook his head bitterly, and just finished speaking. At this time, suddenly, Uchiha Madara, who had a gloomy face on the side, suddenly said angrily, it must be to summon the 10 tails and change the ninja world. The anger in his eyes seemed to burst out. He must be preparing to create a world of his own. 4 pyramid schemes? A world of pyramid schemes. Damn it! This guy actually dared to plagiarize my plan. After the words fell. A world of pyramid schemes? A world full of fraud? Is this guy a psychopath? This ninja world. It is indeed a low-level planet. Who is doing pyramid schemes? Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was off the live broadcast, was still looking at the screen with a twitching mouth. What use is the money of low-level creatures to him? Who would collect chakra for such a low reason? He, Otsutsuki Urashiki, is for the ultimate dream of the Otsutsuki clan, for the dream of the Otsutsuki clan to become gods. Feeling the flashing energy of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki sighed and murmured, no wonder Momo has been working hard to revive. He must be very angry in his heart to be humiliated by a group of low-level creatures. Sure enough. This planet. Let's destroy it. Turning his head, looking at Orochimaru next to him, he said with a smile, then I'll leave it to you. After saying that, Orochimaru also looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki with a smile, of course. Please believe in my integrity. In order to fulfill the agreement, I even let the dead people screw the screws. The two people just looked at each other with a smile. At the same time, after hearing the war declaration of the pyramid scheme leader, the 5 major ninja villages also took action quickly. 056 Go back. If you don't hand over the remaining Jinchuriki, he will immediately swallow all the tailed beasts in his hands. This is the deal between Otsutsuki Urashiki and them. If you agree, he will take the remaining Jinchuriki to the battlefield. If you don't agree, he will swallow them directly. Perhaps he doesn't plan to waste time like this, and is ready to collect in the last battle to all the tailed beasts. Of course. It is also possible that he feels that he has the power to fight against the entire ninja world. But no matter what, this madman must be stopped. He was arrested for pyramid selling, and he was ready to collect tailed beasts and destroy the world. If this guy is not a madman, who is the madman? Can't he do something else? Must he do pyramid selling? There are so many ways to make money in the ninja world, why must he do pyramid selling? Of course, this is what the group of uninformed guys analyzed based on the existing intelligence. As for the guy who is in love, it is very important now. Always anxious. After all, they know the real purpose of Otsutsuki Urashiki. A war that will sweep the entire ninja world is coming. Therefore, after a telephone conversation, the 5 major ninja villages are ready to hold the 5 Shadow Conference to discuss how to deal with this madman. No matter what secrets he hides in secret, the existing guys who have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation are not something that a ninja village can deal with alone. The 5 major ninja villages must cooperate. Next, the 5 major ninja villages will hold the 5 Shadow Conference in the Rain Country. Anyway, when they heard this news, rest time. Sasuke also sighed in his heart. Although this ninja world is different from his ninja world, the development of some things is similar. For example, although the reasons are different, Orochimaru still defected from Konoha. For example, now although it is a bit weird, the 4th Ninja World War seems to be happening in this world. Damn it! You should know that he and Naruto in this ninja world have not grown up yet. At this time, after talking on the phone, Minato turned his head and looked at them with a wry smile. There are still a lot of things to do next, I'm leaving first. However, just when he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at Fuyu, hesitated for a moment. Obito, please take a look. I will. Fuyu sighed melancholy and nodded, after all, I am his father. After the words fell, Minato's mouth twitched slightly, tangled for a while, and said, I think I don't need to trouble Fuyu. He thought. If Fuyu appeared in front of Obito, it might make Obito betray Konoha faster. After saying that, before Fuyu could say anything, the Flying Thunder God technique disappeared. This guy Obito still listens to me very well. Fuyu pursed his lips in disdain, then continued to look at Sasuke and said happily, what about you? Come to your uncle's house, stay for a few days. How can this guy survive until now? Sasuke looked at Fuyu speechlessly, then disappeared without saying anything. Next, he was going to investigate more information about the place. At this time, most people left one after another. The whole Konoha started to move, preparing for the next 5 Shadows Conference and war. Of course, the transportation in the ninja world is very convenient now. It is estimated that most of the ninja villages will be able to arrive in the Rain Country tomorrow morning for meetings. However, affected by the video and live broadcast, the whole ninja world began to become uneasy. Obito, Don't worry. Yukato was just captured, I believe we can definitely rescue her. Who is worried? Who is worried? Hearing Lin's words, Obito blushed and then returned to normal, but he stubbornly said, I'm just caring about my partners. Can caring about your partners be called worrying? I just owe that woman a favor. Don't talk nonsense. Continue. Under a group of helpless eyes, Obito kept saying things like women will only affect my speed of forming hand seals, I will become Hokage, why do I need women and other speechless words? If this guy was not worried about them, how could he suddenly ask them all to come over? That Obito Shiranui Genma picked his teeth with a toothpick speechlessly and sighed, in fact, caring about your friends is also a kind of worry. What do you care? Forget it, forget it. Obito is still the same. Uchiha is such a tsundere. Kakashi and Lin looked at each other and remembered the call from Minato, asking them to watch Obito and not let him get impulsive. At the same time, if they saw anything wrong with Obito or any extreme thoughts, such as betraying the village, they must report it. Although I don't know what Minato means, Obito is going to be the Hokage, how could he betray the village? But since Minato said so, they have to carry out the task seriously. Now it seems. It is indeed Minato who thinks too much. Obito must be very worried about Yukato in his heart, so what is wrong with him or what extreme thoughts are there? Kakashi and Lin were relieved. At this time, Asuma, who looked decadent, flicked the cigarette in his hand, sighed, and looked at Obito with vicissitudes in his eyes. Don't be sad, happy days will come, you see. Bankrupt again, am I sad? Am I sad again? Do I have any extreme thoughts? Woo-woo, he cried strangely, and raised his head stubbornly at a 45-degree angle, I don't. I tell you, I really don't, I'm used to it. After saying that, everyone looked at Asuma, who was acting weird again, with dark lines on their faces. What is this guy doing? So. Asuma lowered his head again, patted Obito's shoulder, and said sadly, don't have any idea of destroying the ninja world or Konoha, this idea is too extreme. I don't. I know. I believe you. I don't have it either. This Asuma is really. But after being comforted by a group of friends, to be honest, the originally nervous Obito felt a lot more comfortable. Since that guy said there are still 3 days, as long as the remaining Jinchuriki is not brought over, he will devour. Then, at least they still have 3 days to prepare. And he is not worried about the woman Yukato, but he still owes her a favor. Really? Obito raised his head stubbornly, women will only affect the speed of my hand seals. I am a man who wants to become a Hokage. How can I destroy the ninja world and Konoha? Just a little bit nervous. Just after the words fell. Suddenly. Tour. I heard that because your beloved woman was captured, you are very sad now. You want to destroy the ninja world, want to become a god, and want to create a ninja world with only Yukato. Daddy is really worried about you. A voice that he hated came from outside. Obito raised his eyelids and looked at the bastard speechlessly. Why hasn't this guy gone bankrupt yet? His face turned red and black as he looked at Fuyu. Will this guy go bankrupt only when the ninja world is really destroyed? His eyes suddenly lost their light. This ninja world. It's better not to have it. After the words fell. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, he disappeared directly on the spot. Obito. Still worried about Yukato. On the other side. The old man who was wearing swimming shorts, revealing his aging but still strong muscles, turned off his mobile phone, looked at the frowning old woman with white eyes beside him, and sighed, it seems we should go back to this group of guys. Why are there so many messes? Either the black-hearted processing factory or the pyramid scheme leader destroying the ninja world, can they let the 2 old men rest assured? After saying that, he stood up directly, took the leather jacket beside him, put on his sunglasses, stepped on the tall and handsome black motorcycle beside him, took off the helmet on it, and threw it to the old woman who also stood up. "Hurry up! Come up! It's just right to go back and see the two little girls, Xiao Ling Dang and Xiao Ding Dang. 057 Join the war." The 5-cage conference was quickly opened in the Rain country the next day, and at the same time, the Rain country will as a neutral power, the 5-cage will participate in this 5-cage meeting. In the meeting, the 5-cage severely resisted, condemned and criticized the terrorist threat of the pyramid scheme leader, Otsutsuki Urashiki. At the same time, the 5-cage will also form a strong army to resist terrorist attacks and maintain peace in the ninja world. Of course, perhaps Otsutsuki Urashiki is too weak, and the ninja world has not experienced all kinds of messes. Therefore, the Ninja Coalition for the Fourth Ninja World War was not formed, and the 5 major ninja villages still fought on their own, and no ninja coalition leader was elected. It's just that everyone agreed to work together to eradicate terrorist organizations and prevent the reappearance of pyramid schemes. And then, the 4th Hokage was questioned by the 4th Raikage about the true story of Otsutsuki Urashiki. After all, Konoha has been in a series of strange actions during this period. How could they not find out about the 4 major ninja villages? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem to be just to prevent pyramid scheme fraud. Therefore, the helpless 4th Hokage could only invite the other 4-cage to hold a secret meeting. There were only 5 cages in the meeting, and no one else. As for the meeting, those who understand will understand. This is a secret of the ninja world. Anyway, after the short meeting, I heard that the 4th Raikage solemnly announced in front of everyone that he firmly opposed the marriage between Uchiha Obito and the second-tailed Jinchuriki of their ninja village, and believed that Konoha Uchiha Obito might have serious mental problems and was not a good person. Although many people were confused, they were not discussing war, so how did they talk about the marriage of Konoha genius Uchiha Obito? Could it be? In that small meeting, the 4th Hokage proposed marriage for his student Uchiha Obito? Instantly, the internet was full of gossip. During this period of time, Uchiha Obito told everyone that women will only affect the speed of his hand seals, followed by a bunch of straight male words, such as "I am the man who wants to become Hokage, he and Yukito are just good friends," etc., which made everyone laugh, but he blushed and left. Anyway, probably if this continues, this dead tsundere will probably never get married in his life. Of course, this is also the characteristic of Uchiha. There are still many single tsundere old men in the Uchiha clan. Afterwards, the meeting ended. The 5 major ninja villages began to send ninjas to the agreed front line. Prepare for war. The war is about to begin. As the 3rd Hokage, although he has been retired for several years and has been delivering takeout, playing supporting roles, and being a boss in the village, he is still the shadow of Konoha no matter what. And as an insider, he knows that this war is not as simple as it seems to be about pyramid schemes. This is a war that concerns the safety of the ninja world. Therefore, how can he hide in the back at this time? "Danzo, I'm going to the battlefield." Sarutobi Hiruzen specially put on his own black ninja tights this time. This set of clothes has not been worn for a long time. Although a lot of things have happened in the ninja world in recent years, it is generally peaceful. In addition, the 4th Hokage is here, and it is not his turn to take action, so this set of training clothes has rarely been worn in recent years. However, this time he needs to go to the battlefield, so he still found this set of dusty clothes. The hero of ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Still strong and vigorous. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the closed door that did not open, and sighed. He knew that after working hard to build such a big foundation, he suddenly suffered such a heavy blow. Danzo's mind has been a little bit problematic these days. He was thinking about the dream of opening up a new ninja world, occupying all markets, and killing the rich group all day long. If it was so easy to go to the other ninja world, the 2 ninja worlds would have been connected long ago. And there was something he didn't say. According to Danzo's reputation in the other ninja world, he felt that if the name of the root group and its leader, Shimura Danzo, appeared together, it would be easy to get beaten. Not to mention opening up the market. I think we are getting old. My grandson Konohamaru has come out, and you are still an old bachelor. You have saved a lot of money anyway, so why don't you live a good life? Is it so easy to defeat the rich group that spans the entire ninja world? They have fought with the rich group for so many times, and they went bankrupt every time. Why doesn't Danzo understand? Sure enough. Although the Danzos of the two ninja worlds are different, their stubborn tempers are still similar. In order to become Hokage, the other ninja world did so many dirty things, but also they never gave up despite their failures. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very worried that Danzo would get stuck in a dead end. Seeing that he still hadn't come out, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and didn't say anything else. He let Danzo think about it during this time. He sighed, turned around with his hands behind his back, and said, "Since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. That guy Orochimaru," his eyes condensed, "as a teacher I should also make an end to him. Just like him and Orochimaru in another ninja world. He would never watch Orochimaru in this ninja world continue to degenerate for money." However, after saying that, just as he was about to leave, suddenly, squeak! The door was opened. "You're too narrow-minded. You're too narrow-minded." The familiar voice came from behind him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but turn around. Looking at the man behind him wearing straight clothes again, he was wearing a suit, holding a golden dragon-headed cane, combing his hair into a shiny slicked-back style, wearing sunglasses, and his bleakness disappeared, and his confident smile reappeared. He walked over slowly step by step. "Since I already know that there is such a huge market in the ninja world, as a businessman, how can I give up easily? I will always find a way. Hiruzen, you are really old, and you are getting older and older. Have you even forgotten your ideals?" This cool and domineering appearance of the overbearing president really surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen a little, but when he saw the energetic Danzo, he was relieved. "But you are joining the war?" Danzo shook his head, took off his glasses, smiled faintly, and said, "I will never coexist with evil. As the boss of the root group, how can I watch evil go unpunished?" Danzo Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly stunned, but he also understood what Danzo meant. He also smiled on his face, and his eyes suddenly became vicissitudes, as if he was thinking about something. "It's been a long time since I went to the battlefield with you. In this case, let the ninja world see how powerful we two old men are." Just as the words fell, "And me?" a calm voice came from the door. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over. That was Mito Kato-en. He also wore a straight suit, leaned against the door frame, and smiled slightly. "Think about it. If I give up this time like last time, I will not be able to be your partner anymore. Let's go and show them how powerful our root group is." Speaking of this, looking at the stunned Sarutobi Hiruzen, he frowned slightly. "Your clothes are not good. You must change a set. The three of us are the leaders of the root group. How can we dress like this? Hurry up and change a set. Quickly. Change a set." After a while, Yuditen Koharu looked at the three old men who suddenly appeared in front of him speechlessly. Wearing a tight suit, sunglasses, and shiny leather shoes. Hesitated for a while. "What are you three trying to do? It looks. Why do you look a little abnormal?" Just as the words fell, the three of them took off their sunglasses together, shook their heads handsomely, and said with a confident smile, "Hurry up, since the fourth generation is not here, please register our information for us. It's time to let the ninja world know that we are not old yet." What the hell? Are these three old guys going to participate in the war? 058 headlines. Suzuki looked at the scenes in front of him speechlessly. Although he had guessed that this so-called Fourth Ninja World War was different from the Ninja World War in his own ninja world, he really didn't expect it to be so different. The news anchor next to him was explaining the situation on the front line, and the ninjas in front not to mention. It was a mess. Of course. He was not worried about what would happen in this war. Not to mention that Might Guy and his son were also here. Although they were wearing the weird takeaway clothes of the rich group, there was no doubt that their physical skills must be the top of the ninja world. And that guy who deserved a beating, although he only had 3 megatama, his strength was indeed very terrifying. It's just that not many people in the ninja world know about it. Most people only know that he is rich, but they don't know his strength. This ninja world. Even if he and Naruto are missing, it is still stronger than his ninja world. Sasuke's mouth twitched, he glanced at the 3 old men in suits, shook his head, and ignored it. If he hadn't stayed here for a while, he probably wouldn't have dreamed of seeing the 3rd Hokage taking Shimura Danzo and Mito Kato to the battlefield. Forget it. Forget it. What does this ninja world have to do with him? All he has to do now is to take Boruto back after solving the matter of Otsutsuki Urashiki. I don't know how Naruto is doing over there now. During this period Boruto has been brushing Otsutsuki Momoshiki all day long. I heard that he has to brush Otsutsuki Momoshiki 50 times a day. He also watched the video last time. The originally arrogant Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face was instantly distorted after seeing Boruto. It's pitiful to think about it. Besides, Fuya Group has also been perfecting virtual games recently. Boruto is almost going crazy playing them, changing new games every day to laugh at Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Sasuke turned off his phone. After being here for so long, he has become accustomed to using his phone to check information or data from time to time. Not to mention the technology in this aspect of the ninja world is really convenient. After returning, maybe Orochimaru can study it over there. Just when he was thinking about what to do next. Hey, Sasuke, do you want milk tea? Jiraiya happily handed over a cup of milk tea. You look very distressed. Don't worry, Otsutsuki Urashiki is not a threat to this ninja world. After the words fell, Sasuke looked at the rich milk tea in Jiraiya's hand speechlessly. I'm not worried about this one. He sighed again. Forget it. What are you going to do next? What should I do? Hearing Sasuke's question, Jiraiya also became serious, biting the straw, and pondered for a while. All the information about Otsutsuki Urashiki came from you. As for other situations, we don't know, and we don't know how many strong people Orochimaru has resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, so I plan to take advantage of these 2 days to sneak in and explore the information. Sneak in again. Sasuke frowned slightly. Another you in the ninja world died in the sneak. Don't worry. I won't die. Jiraiya laughed, patted Sasuke on the shoulder, and then put on a faint smile. And didn't the other me in the ninja world successfully send back the information? Work hard for your own disciples. I believe that the other me will go with the purpose of not giving up even if he must die. This is a ninja. At this point, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I also swore to bring back that guy Orochimaru. That Orochimaru, I always say he is an idiot, but I am the biggest idiot. Now he has fallen for money and is ready to destroy the ninja world. No matter what, as a close friend, he can't just watch like this. After the words fell, Sasuke was slightly shocked in his heart. Sure enough, no matter which ninja world Jiraiya is, he is also an admirable ninja hero. But it's not so easy for you to bring back this ninja world's Orochimaru. Don't worry. Jiraiya blinked his eyes, with a mysterious smile. This time I have prepared a secret weapon. Can't tell. Can't tell. Can't tell now. It won't work if I tell. And the old man and Tsunade are here too. If Orochimaru doesn't obey, just beat him up. Jiraiya smiled confidently. I will definitely bring him back this time. The words fell. Sasuke looked at the infectious smile with emotion. No matter where he is, Jiraiya, the toad sage of Miyaboku Mountain, is still the toad of Miyaboku Mountain. The inner words have not been finished yet. Remember to turn off the ringtone this time. Don't let anything happen again. A leisurely voice came over. The originally passionate atmosphere disappeared instantly. Sasuke raised his eyelids and looked at Uchiha Fuyu, who walked over happily. This guy. Why is he here? I almost forgot. Jiraiya nodded, quickly took out his cell phone, and said seriously, last time, it was because Tsunade suddenly sent a message that Orochimaru found out. This time, we have to be more careful. At this point, he winked at Fuyu. Done. No problem. Fuyu also blinked. It's done. Haha, that's good. This time, Orochimaru will definitely not get away. Jiraiya laughed. No more talking, I'll go down and prepare first. Let's see what Orochimaru will do this time. After saying that, he turned around and left. The two people looked mysterious. But Sasuke looked at Uchiha Fuyu in surprise. Why are you here? Although this guy has a strong pupil power, he always calls himself a businessman, so he rarely takes action. This time, the war has not started, but he suddenly appeared. Shouldn't we watch the fun in the village now? Don't mention it. Tour was rejected, and as a father, I can only come to propose to the fourth Raikage in person. Fuyu sighed with emotion, shook his head, and looked particularly melancholy. It's just that Tour is a little shy, and he looks like he wants to hit me when he sees me. He may really want to hit you. Sasuke looked at this guy speechlessly. Of course, he was still a little surprised about Uchiha Obito and the two-tailed Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, the two Yukatos. I guess if I tell Kakashi about it, he will definitely not believe it. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. He frowned slightly. What are you and Jiraiya planning? Mysterious. After the words fell. Let me explain first. Fuyu looked at him with a negative expression. It's not me. It's Jiraiya who is causing trouble alone. It has nothing to do with me. You make me more worried when you say that. Sasuke raised his eyelids and couldn't help but look excited. What are you doing? It's not a big deal. Fuyu said leisurely. Jiraiya just bought a headline from me. What the hell? Hee hee. Orochimaru rubbed his nose. He didn't know why he had a bad feeling since today. Could it be that Jiraiya is going to do something again? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. He raised his eyelids and muttered to himself, that idiot. He didn't finish his words. A black space appeared beside him. Otsutsuki Urashiki appeared directly in front of Orochimaru and said with a smile, that group of guys are here, so let's start. Don't worry, I will definitely complete what I promised you. After the words fell, Orochimaru also smiled and stopped thinking about that idiot. He said happily, are we going to start? Lord Otsutsuki. 059 Not doing business. When 6 pillars with Jinchuriki tied to them appeared from afar, all the ninjas knew the war had begun. The main force took the lead in attacking the front line. The first wave of enemies that blocked them were undoubtedly still the Impure World Reincarnation Army. Although there seemed to be many new faces, most of them had met each other a few days ago. When they met again, both sides were somewhat embarrassed. It was clearly agreed that we would have a long vacation, and we had said goodbye affectionately, but now UTN actually said it was just a weekend off. How could I not be angry? Of course, the new Impure World Reincarnation employee who had just joined the company looked at the acquaintance in front of him with a confused look on his face, and was filled with emotion again for a moment. I didn't expect to see you again. Yet. I take good care of my sister-in-law and the kids, don't worry. Just as the two of them were looking at each other with emotion, an old employee suddenly appeared next to them. New here. Stop talking, maybe we'll see each other again in a few days. Hurry up and get off work, be careful, if we win, we'll be 007. X2. This scene happened everywhere. The old employees no longer had the heart to sigh, they just wanted to finish their work and get off work early, and the new employees coming back from the Pure Land, looking at their former best friends, brothers, fathers, and sons, they must have a lot to talk about. For a while, the situation was in chaos. Even Sasuke, who had participated in the Fourth Ninja World War and was fully prepared to snipe Otsutsuki Urashiki, didn't know what to say. Especially when he saw an old man asking his son, "Are you done yet? Can't we old men die peacefully? What momentum is there now?" Remember the Fourth Ninja World War? When the ninjas of the ninja world saw their dead relatives again, that touching situation. How come it is like this here? Finally, Sasuke sighed, shook his head, and said nothing. He looked up at the 6 pillars in front of him. He knew Otsutsuki Urashiki might be there, but the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, the 3-tailed Jinchuriki and the 4-tailed Jinchuriki are now in the back, being watched. I don't know what Otsutsuki Urashiki will do next. Although the Fourth Ninja World War here looks a bit weird, there is no doubt the Impure World Reincarnation Ninja here is also quite strong. After all, the opponent has even controlled the first Hokage, the second Hokage and Uchiha Madara. However, it seems that they have not appeared yet. Sasuke pondered for a moment. The final battle will either start after Otsutsuki Urashiki captures the 9-tailed beast, or after the Impure World Reincarnation Army is completely resolved. He looked up at the 6 huge pillars in front of him, one of which was the 2nd-tailed Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village, the 2 Yukato. Thinking of Uchiha Obito, he felt very strange. I hope that there will be no 3rd-generation leader of the Akatsuki organization or any masked man in this ninja world. It seems that we must deal with Otsutsuki Urashiki as soon as possible. Sasuke sighed, holding his long sword with one arm. Without wasting time in the messy battlefield in front of him, he was about to rush directly in the direction of the 7-headed beast. Suddenly, hey! It seemed that he felt something familiar. However, when he stopped, he frowned and glanced around, but found nothing. After a moment of hesitation, he ignored it and continued to rush forward. Now, his mission is: first deal with Otsutsuki Urashiki. What a close call! I was almost discovered. This guy is definitely not simple. Such a strong man looks like an Uchiha. Why haven't I heard of him before? I told you not to broadcast live. There are aliens here that even Kaguya-sama is afraid of. What if you are discovered? Is it easy for me? Isn't this for the next time when Madara-sama comes back, we have some funds to hold a celebration for Madara-sama? A certain white Zetsu holding a live broadcast pole said with a wronged face, if you have the ability, do you still need me to show up in public? Sorry. Honey. This family depends on you. The other white Zetsu looked at the internet celebrity white Zetsu who had to support the family and was blamed, and quickly apologized in shame. Okay. You should know that this money is earned by me. Be careful with your words next time. The internet celebrity Baiju said arrogantly, and then started the live broadcast again. Thanks to this fan for the rocket reward, mwah. Ziobaron took the risk to broadcast the battle situation online for you. Please give me support. Ziobaron 9527, hurry up. Take a good shot. If I'm in a good mood, I'll reward you with another rocket. This net name is a bit familiar. Suddenly, the internet celebrity Ziobaron and the other Ziobaron came over to look at the big brother who rewarded the rocket, and then looked at each other and blinked. One of our own. How is it possible? One of our own doesn't have so much money to reward the rocket. Where is he from? Where is he from? It seems that he is really one of our own. 9527 Isn't he lurking around the new boss of Konoha? A certain Baiju finished speaking. Everyone suddenly understood and looked at the arrogant Big Brother 9527 with envy. A few days ago, because Madara-sama came back, he hadn't passed spores to him to exchange information. I didn't expect after not seeing him for a few days, this guy actually made a fortune. Sure enough. Little ding dang boss. You found the right one. As 9527 is a person next to Little Ding Dang, he speaks more confidently now. Envy. Then a certain Baizetsu slapped the back of the internet celebrity's head and criticized him seriously. What are you doing? Didn't you see the celebrity next to the new boss? Didn't the general manager ask you to take pictures quickly? Why don't you take pictures quickly? Stop for what? The internet celebrity Ziobaron trembled immediately. Ziobaron, who is with the new boss, is different. He, a third-tier internet celebrity, trembled. I am tracking and shooting for the general manager. Please wait a moment. Then, hurry up and continue filming with the camera. There is a clue that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, the Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain, who created popular novels such as Ninja Breaking the Sky and Ninja Continent, has secretly sneaked in to bring back his former best friend. Of course, we don't know where Orochimaru is for the time being, but please rest assured that the frontline white man will continue to report for you. Then he moved the camera, and several white Zetsus seemed to remember something and whispered again. By the way, there was an advertisement just now, do you want to go? What advertisement? From Teacher Danzo. This live broadcast is so clear. Which ninja village is it from? It's not an official report, just a little internet celebrity. Little white man? What is the relationship between this little white man and the little white man who sneaked into the black-hearted processing factory last time? It seems that they are brothers with the last one. I heard that this group of little white guys were once victims of the first MLM. Heroic brothers. No wonder. Really admirable. At the same time, the people waiting in the camp also noticed the live broadcast of the little white guy, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. How could they forget? The hero who sacrificed himself to expose the black-hearted processing factory. Only Fuyu, who was standing aside, drank tea in silence, looking at the disguised white Zetsu with a stomachache. What are these guys doing? It's a bit unprofessional. 060 hang him up and beat him. You know what white Zetsu is? That is the weapon created by Kagaya Otsutsuki from the sacred tree. Under the control of Black Zetsu, he is a tool to achieve the great task of saving his mother. What's the result? Pull the network cable, financial investment, becoming an internet celebrity, exposing shady factories. What a mess. It seems that since Uchiha Madara is gone, he has been a bit off duty. Now he dares to live broadcast on the battlefield. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Otsutsuki Urashiki or Suzuki? Of course. These guys take really clear pictures. Fuyu took a sip of hot tea and watched the live broadcast with the logistics staff. There were also Kakashi, Kushina, and the Four-Tails Jinchuriki Laoziai next to him. He was worried that the remaining Jinchuriki would be caught by Otsutsuki Urashiki, so he set up a dragnet around him. However, I don't know what the situation is with Jiraiya now. It seems that the infiltration plan has been exposed. Ah! Orochimaru's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the phone in his hand. That's right. He also saw the live broadcast. After all, it was immediately popular, and it was also linked to the live broadcast of the war. He couldn't help but notice it. So, since it was boring to hide in the back anyway, he clicked it out of curiosity. Unexpectedly. What an unexpected gain. Of course. Orochimaru had long guessed that the idiot would sneak in to find him. After all, that guy was an idiot, so brainless. Did he really think that he would leave after a few simple persuasion? It's ridiculous. You know. His dream was never that. What the hell is money? It's the secrets of the ninja world and immortality. So, to be honest, now he is quite curious about the other self in the ninja world, and the so-called outsider Otsutsuki clan. I didn't expect it. There is really immortality and immortality. Orochimaru licked his lips with a smile. Whenever he thought of this, his heart was full of excitement. He wanted to study the body of the Otsutsuki clan. And I don't know what Otsutsuki Urashiki will become after collecting the nine-tailed beast? Of course. As a cautious scientist. Although it is a period of cooperation now, he also made a little precaution against Otsutsuki Urashiki. Old man. Tsunade. Jiraiya Orochimaru smiled softly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and muttered to himself, "It seems that I really have to be careful this time." He didn't know whether the so-called Otsutsuki Urashiki had the ability to defeat the entire ninja world. The information he got from Otsutsuki Urashiki was too little, but since Danzo knew it, I think Konoha also knew something. It's really curious. But for his safety, he is now in a secret place in the back, watching the battle outside. So, it's not so easy for Jiraiya to find him. According to the information obtained from the Impure World Reincarnation Ninja, Orochimaru is indeed in a secret cave somewhere inside, but we don't know exactly in which direction. That's enough. The information is insufficient for the time being, and the situation inside is very dangerous. Is Jiraiya ready to act now? Only by finding Orochimaru can we have a chance to cancel the Impure World Reincarnation. Jiraiya nodded seriously, and then looked at Kabuto Yakushi in front of him. "Thank you for your trouble. I didn't expect that you actually learned from Orochimaru. It's just a little further study. Of course, I'm still very grateful to Lord Orochimaru." Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and smiled slightly. "It's just that Lord Orochimaru always likes to make big promises to deceive people. Ha ha ha, that guy is like this. He always makes up some messed up things to deceive people." Jiraiya also laughed, and then looked at the man in front of him. "Then, I should set off now. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Orochimaru out this time." After saying that, Kabuto Yakushi pondered for a moment, and summoned a small white snake directly. "Please take this." Looking at the curious eyes of Lord Jiraiya, he continued, "It may help you find Lord Orochimaru." Having studied with that guy Orochimaru for so long, how could he not be on guard at all? Is that so? Jiraiya looked at the little white snake attached to his hand and nodded seriously, "I know. Then I'll set off first. Be careful on the road." Kabuto Yakushi smiled and watched Lord Jiraiya leave, then sighed, shook his head, and looked at the battlefield. At this time, the first generation Hokage, the second generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara have not appeared yet. So, the war has just begun. Of course. He is not worried. After all, since that guy can still drink tea leisurely, it means that this war is not dangerous. It's just that for what Jiraiya said, getting a secret weapon from that guy. Kabuto Yakushi didn't know what to say. He shook his head, sighed, and muttered to himself, "Don't wait to collect Jiraiya's body. How unreliable that guy is, doesn't he know?" On the other side. Dang dang dang, Toad Sage, Jiraiya, sneak in safely. Jiraiya posed and then looked at the surrounding rock wall curiously. There was only one road in front of him. After hesitating for a while, he continued to walk in quietly. Of course. His plan was to persuade Orochimaru and explore the situation inside. You know, he was carrying a tracker from the Fuya group, so all routes would be transmitted in real time. Once Orochimaru was found, the old man and Tsunade would come to support him immediately. If Orochimaru disagreed at that time, the three of them would forcibly take him away. If something unexpected happened, it would be time for him to use the secret weapon. In summary, it was probably persuade first, then fight in a group if persuasion doesn't work, and then use secret weapons if fighting in a group fails. The plan was perfect. Especially for the secret weapon, he was quite confident. As the second time he infiltrated to find Orochimaru, he was quite skilled, avoiding patrols and barriers, and kept going deeper, not to mention the divisions inside were quite clear. For example, there was a sign in front, which read Staff Dormitory ahead. Jiraiya looked at it speechlessly, and probably guessed in his heart that this should be the place where the guy who was reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation lived, but this was not his goal. Quickly changed his position and kept exploring the vicinity. Suddenly, hiss hiss hiss. The white snake in his hand spit out a tongue, as if pointing to the front. Have you found it? Jiraiya was stunned, and then quickly dived forward, looking at the little white snake that seemed to be asleep but now became energetic. This guy is quite useful. Very quickly, they came to a damp, enclosed place with strange and sharp stalactites and stalagmites all around, and there was a little light coming out in front. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, let the little white snake calm down, and then continued to sneak in. As he got closer and closer to the light, his breathing became smoother and smoother. Finally, in front of him, the walls were covered with many monitors, shooting various scenes in the cave, and in front of the monitors sat a familiar figure. Orochimaru. But, looking at the picture on the screen, Jiraiya's eyelids slightly raised. Has he been discovered? At this time. See you again. I didn't expect that the boy Kabuto would actually trick me. He really deserves to be the guy I like. The chair in front turned around, and Orochimaru on the chair looked at Jiraiya, licked his tongue, and said with a smile, but I said that if we meet again, I will definitely kill you, the idiot. After the words fell, Jiraiya jumped out, scratched his head embarrassedly, and said cheerfully, I was discovered again. Then he looked at Orochimaru with a serious face, are you really going to do this? I didn't expect that when we met again, you were actually going to do pyramid selling with others. He sighed in disappointment and said, can't you do some decent business? This idiot. Orochimaru raised his eyelids and looked at Jiraiya dangerously, you idiot, do you really think I don't know anything? Ha ha ha, it seems that you know it too. Seeing Orochimaru who seemed to understand something, Jiraiya laughed twice, then continued to look at Orochimaru seriously and said firmly, I will definitely take you back this time. Orochimaru. Idiot. Orochimaru rolled his eyes and pursed his lips in disdain, you dare to come here alone this time, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? The words fell before Jiraiya continued to persuade. Orochimaru clapped his hands, and then in the darkness before him 3 pairs of eyes stared at him. The first Hokage, the second Hokage and Uchiha Madara. It's like this again. Jiraiya was silent, looking at Orochimaru, who was staring at him with a playful look and a smile, and the 3 figures beside him. Plan. There's a little change. He sighed helplessly, I was going to have a good talk with you, but I didn't expect that what I got was a group fight. Before he finished speaking, Orochimaru interrupted impatiently, do it. Beat them half to death. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, looking at the 3 people rushing over, he quickly took out a small stick from his arms, and said ruthlessly, stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for pressing it. Orochimaru frowned slightly, but also made the 3 people stop, looking at Jiraiya with a smile, you idiot, you are getting more and more idiotic, do you think I will stop if you take out a strange thing? There was amusement and curiosity in his eyes, just like a cat playing with a mouse, let me guess what you idiot will bring? It will explode when you press it. Let it blow up the surroundings? Or is it highly poisonous? You idiot, are you going to die with me? After the words fell, Jiraiya shook his head seriously, none of them. Then he looked at Orochimaru deeply, as long as I press it. The video of your dance will be played directly, occupying major networks, quickly becoming the headlines, and let everyone know that it is Orochimaru. Stop it! Orochimaru! This bastard! Or just kill him directly. However, before the ashen-faced Orochimaru killed Jiraiya, suddenly a dark space appeared behind him. A leisurely voice came out, "I didn't expect that a rat would get in. Orochimaru, do you need me to help you get rid of it?" After the words fell, a familiar figure appeared in front of him with a smile. And a scarlet fishing hook appeared in front of him. Jiraiya quickly hid. "Here he comes!" The eyes suddenly panicked, and then stared at him with eyes fixed, Otsutsuki Urashiki. However, being frightened like this, and dodging like this, I couldn't help myself. Hands directly clenched. Received the order, Orochimaru's ghost video is being broadcasted on the entire network. The scene suddenly fell silent. 061 He sacrificed. At this time, Ninja World. Countless areas that have been connected to the internet. Whether playing games, watching live broadcasts, or chatting. Suddenly, a small window was inserted. Duan, duan, duan. Accompanied by rhythmic music. Everyone was stunned. Then, what's going on? Infected with a virus? Impossible. I just played a game, I didn't watch anything. How did I get a virus? Hurry up. Xiao Tiantian is still waiting for me to watch her live broadcast. However, after a while, just when everyone was still angry about the advertisement that was inserted for no reason, a woman with a graceful figure, a plump body, long hair, and a purple dress appeared in front of them. That dance posture. That figure. Everyone stared blankly and couldn't help swallowing. Hey? It seems quite beautiful. It's okay to watch it for a while. I'll turn it off later. Why do I feel like I've seen this woman somewhere? She looks a little familiar. Puff. Hanabi, who was taking care of her children at home, also saw the woman on the screen, and immediately sprayed out the hot tea she had just drunk. The right hand holding the teacup seemed to be trembling slightly, and the whole person looked at the woman dancing gracefully. This. What's going on? She was clearly watching the live broadcast from the front line, but now. Orochimaru. She murmured to herself, and then raised her voice with a confused tone, Orochimaru? That's right. The woman in the video is the familiar Orochimaru. However, how come it's being played all over the internet now? Hanabi came to her senses and her face was full of black lines. After thinking about it for a while, she knew what was going on. However, aren't we at war now? Of course, she is not nervous about this war. Look at that Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Now Boruto brushes hundreds of times a day, and the whole person is going crazy. So, a mere Otsutsuki Urashiki can't destroy this ninja world. But didn't Jiraiya say that he must bring Orochimaru back? Just like her ninja world, let the Orochimaru of this ninja world reform and return to Konoha? How come the video of Orochimaru dancing was suddenly released? However, now, there is no doubt. Uchiha Hanabi took another sip of tea and shook her head with emotion. Orochimaru will probably never come back. What a sin! The operation failed. When Fuyu saw the window that popped up, he knew Jiraiya's plan to lurk and persuade others had failed. Otherwise, how could he release the secret weapon so quickly? You know, if it was released, it means that Jiraiya's life has been threatened, and Orochimaru will never come back. I really didn't expect it. Faced with such a threat, Orochimaru actually chose to fight to the death and never compromise. He is not even afraid of social death. As expected, he was once one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Awesome! Hard-headed. Fuyu sighed with emotion. He didn't know what Jiraiya's current situation was, but there was no doubt now he had to pass the information that Jiraiya risked his life to Minato and the others immediately. Jiraiya's sacrifice must not be in vain. He stand up directly. With a serious face. Looking at the Konoha command troops on the side, he said in a solemn voice, Jiraiya's infiltration failed. Please send the information here to the 4th Hokage immediately. After the words fell, the temporary commander, Narashikaku, trembled slightly, and looked at Fuyo with disbelief and despair in his eyes, and hesitated for a moment. Jiraiya-sama, he. Before he finished speaking. But he was interrupted by Fuyo with a melancholy face. Although I don't know what his current situation is, since he used the secret weapon so riskily, it means after a slight pause, he should not survive. It's like this. If Orochimaru didn't hang Jiraiya up and beat him, and grind his bones to dust, it would be strange. After he finished speaking. Soon. The whole camp, everyone bowed their heads in sorrow. Jiraiya-sama died. The news spread like wildfire. After Konoha received the information that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, risked his life to spread. After a while. At this time. The other 4 major ninja villages also received the same news. The strong man in the ninja world. The 3 ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya died. Everyone was shocked. You know, this war has just started not long ago. Buta top strong man died just like that. It's conceivable. This battle is much more cruel than they thought in their hearts. The people who originally felt indifferent to the war suddenly felt condensed in their hearts and truly understood. No matter what. This is all war. Especially after knowing that the Toad Sage, Jiraiya, had sneaked into the enemy's rear, explored intelligence, and finally, after being discovered, he chose to sacrifice himself in order to transmit the information. He was even more in awe. He is worthy of being one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. He sacrificed himself for the ninja world. At the same time, the ninjas who were fighting on the front line also received the news. Teacher Jiraiya Minato listened to the words of the ninja who risked sending the information. Suddenly, he was full of disbelief, but after knowing that Orochimaru's dance video was played on the entire network, he had to believe it in his heart. Really sacrificed. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes were filled with sadness, and he slowly closed them, and a heavy and sad breath came out of him. The Konoha ninjas around him also stopped attacking, with sadness on their faces, and lowered their heads. You know, that was Master Jiraiya. I didn't expect it. He just sacrificed like this. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side after hearing the news, the hand holding the pipe trembled and his eyes turned red. He really didn't expect it. Orochimaru would actually kill Jiraiya. That Orochimaru! That Orochimaru! With trembling and wrinkled hands, he lit the pipe, tears in the corners of his eyes, and took a deep puff. Has it come to this? Heavy sadness filled the entire battlefield, and everyone was mourning for Jiraiya who had already sacrificed. Even Tsunade next to him clenched her fists, sadness flashed in her eyes, and she angrily hammered the ground, and the whole ground cracked. Then with a firm look in her eyes, she stood up directly, no matter what. I will beat that bastard Orochimaru away. As soon as the words fell, I ignored the others and looked at the root information that Jiraiya risked his life to pass on, and rushed directly over there. Tsunade-sama. Minato suppressed his sadness at this time, looked at Tsunade who rushed out, opened his mouth, and was about to say something. It's time for me to end it with Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away his pipe, straightened his back, and his straight suit immediately exuded the aura of a ninja hero. Looking forward, all this is caused by my soft heart, so I will end it with my own hands. After saying that, glancing at Danzo and Mitaman and behind him, I'll leave this to you. Go. We'll guard this place. After getting the assurance from his best friend, he rushed forward without any hesitation. Is the final battle coming? This time. Minato sighed slightly, didn't say anything, took a deep breath, and the sadness on his face disappeared. Now is not the time to immerse in sadness. With his eyes fixed, with a firm look, no matter who it is, I will not forgive him. An outsider in the world of ninja? In that case, let them put an end to this farce. Let him understand that the ninja world is not so easy to bully. After saying that, with determination, he rushed towards the route that Jiraiya teacher risked his life to pass. Teacher Jiraiya, we will not let your efforts go to waste. Duan, Duan, Duan. Familiar dance. Familiar music. Familiar figure. Orochimaru's originally smiling expression suddenly became ferocious, and as the music kept playing release, all over his body suddenly black lines. The whole person seemed to be blackened. This ninja world. It doesn't matter. Suddenly, he waved his hand and pointed at Jiraiya, hit him. Beat him to death. This idiot. This time, I must kill him. 062 Revenge for Jiraiya. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I really didn't mean it. Hee. Orochimaru, I'm your beloved partner, brother partner. Sorry. I don't know you. That really wasn't my intention. I just accidentally pressed it. Really? Do you want to? I'll buy you another headline saying that it wasn't Orochimaru. Shut up. You're dead. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, who was hiding from XZ with a black line on his face. Since you like dancing so much, after I reincarnate you, I'll let you dance all day long. Keep dancing. Dance enough. The words fell. Jiraiya kicked Uchiha Madara hard, and relied on the impact force to dodge the attack of the first Hokage. Then, he stood up from the big pit with his chest covered, sighed, and looked at Orochimaru seriously. Have you fallen to the point of killing me? Orochimaru. Shut up. Who do you think caused this now? Jiraiya's expression froze, and he scratched his head embarrassedly. I said I didn't mean it. Glanced at the Otsutsuki Urashiki who was staring at him, and then looked at Orochimaru who seemed to be crazy because of a little bit of accident, and shook his head helplessly. In this case I must do my best. After the words fell, he bit his right palm, drew it across his face, put his hands together, and then slapped the clogs on his feet against each other. Suddenly, with a bang sound, a huge red toad appeared. Master Jiraiya. Gameiken. The situation is a bit urgent. Jiraiya stood directly on Gameiken, looked around the spacious area, and said seriously, I can't move now, please. Just run away. Gameiken looked at the enemy in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and seemed to understand something. Are you going to use that? Yes. Next I will summon 2 immortals to help. However, Jiraiya's words were not finished. Gameiken hesitated for a moment and said, that may be a bit troublesome. When I first came out, my grandmother and grandfather were watching soap operas, and they told me not to disturb them if you have nothing to do. After the words fell, Jiraiya, What time is it, and you are still watching soap operas? Don't you know that the ninja world is about to perish? Sorry. Mayaboku Mountain is quite remote, with only a TV and a computer, so I didn't notice the situation here. Gameiken smiled awkwardly. If I hadn't seen the big snake just now. He hadn't finished speaking yet. He suddenly felt a chill, and couldn't help turning his head, and immediately saw Orochimaru staring at him with a smile. He quickly changed his words and said, everyone was also surprised by the video of Lord Orochimaru. Grandma even praised the dance was really good. Don't say it. Jiraiya had cold sweat on his forehead, looking at Orochimaru whose eyes were getting more and more gloomy, and asked Gameiken to carry him and run, then sighed helplessly, there's no way, now we can only force summon. However, Orochimaru's face became more and more playful and gloomy, looking at Jiraiya, are you ready? At this point, he sneered indifferently, Sage mode? Humph. Even if you successfully use the sage mode, it's useless. Do you really think this impure world reincarnation is still the original impure world reincarnation? After the destruction of the black-hearted processing plant last time, how could Orochimaru not make preparations? So, now it is no longer the impure world reincarnation 007 employee version, but the impure world reincarnation 007 employee version 2.0. Not only has the restraint become stronger, but after the impure world reincarnation, it can truly use the peak power when alive. It is a real elite version. Not the original ordinary employee version. Looking at the three people, he quickly formed seals with both hands and snorted fiercely, "Hurry up and kill this guy for me." The words fell. Bang! Jiraiya, who was hiding, suddenly felt a strong force coming out, turned his head abruptly, and when he saw the first generation Hokage with a colorful circle on his forehead, his face turned green. Sage mode? Ah, haha, I think I can do it too. Senju Hashirama smiled heartily, and then looked at Jiraiya in front of him in confusion, "But why is yours so slow?" "The first generation, sir." "You don't have to be so serious." Jiraiya's forehead was covered with cold sweat, but because he put his hands together, he couldn't wipe it off. He could only watch Hashirama Senju, who clapped his hands and shouted to enter the sage mode. Orochimaru, this guy. He really wanted to kill him. However, before Jiraiya calmed down. Humph! Uchiha Madara also snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, "Who doesn't know the sage mode? Hashirama! I have already surpassed you." Speaking of this, he also clapped his hands. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy emerged. Then Uchiha Madara moved his body, frowned, and said lightly with a hint of disdain, "This body is just for show. It's still too weak." Everyone was shocked. "You know, this is sage mode. How could Uchiha Madara do this?" Especially Senju Tobiramehi's face was full of shock and vigilance. This guy. Sure enough, there is a secret. At this time, Jiraiya's forehead was sweating more and more. He wanted to finish the seal, wipe the sweat off his forehead, and pose a handsome pose. After all, now it seems facing the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara who used sage mode, even if he summoned the two great sages, it would be useless. And where are Fukasaku sage and Shima sage? Why haven't they come out after so long? Why don't you get rid of him for me? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Madara. He only knew that this guy could use wood release, but he didn't know that he could also use sage mode. But after a while, he regained his smiling expression and waved his hand, "Hurry up." Suddenly, the chase came again. Jiraiya let Gamaji-un continue to run without hesitation. Run wherever there is a road. However, now at this speed, facing the two great immortals, he was caught up directly. There was no time to react at all. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the god of Ninja World and Uchiha legend. Why are the two great immortals so slow? Jiraiya cursed again, "If you don't come out, believe it or not, I will cut off their signal directly." "Sorry. I don't know." Gamaji-un sighed and said helplessly, "Maybe he just saw the climax." "What the hell is the climax?" "If you don't show up, I will definitely cut off the network at the Fuya group before I die." However, this time, when Jiraiya just threatened, "Here they come! Here they come! Little Jiraiya!" Two thin figures appeared directly on Jiraiya's shoulders, and said unhappily, "It's the climax. You know? The heroine was just hit by a car, and then she was diagnosed with cancer. The hero was extremely sad and wanted to marry the heroine at the last moment. As a result, the second female suddenly appeared and told the hero that he and the heroine were siblings. It was exciting. So touching. What a mess." Jiraiya listened to the chattering of Shijian in his ear, and said with a black face, we'll talk about these later, please take care of the next step. After the words fell. Mother, stop talking. Fukasaku sighed, little Jiraiya seems to be in trouble. I know. Shijian nodded and became serious. Then, the two toads raised their heads and looked at the enemy seriously. Suddenly, silence again. After a while, he lowered his head and looked at Jiraiya hesitantly. Do you think it will be useful in this situation even if the two of us come out? Don't worry. Jiraiya nodded seriously and said lightly, I don't want to fight. I'm just preparing to run away. This time, after using the Sage mode, he was much more confident. But looking at the first generation, the second generation and Uchiha Madara who surrounded him, it should be okay. Just finished speaking. Under the command of Orochimaru, the three launched an attack again. The first generation and Uchiha Madara who had entered the perfect Sage mode, plus their enhanced bodies, were not something Jiraiya could deal with alone. Although his speed and eyesight had caught up a little, he withstood the attack of one person, but was kicked away by another. You know. These are three scary guys. If he could survive, Jiraiya felt that he could announce to the ninja world Jiraiya. With the joint efforts of the first Hokage, the second Hokage and Uchiha Madara, they are evenly matched. Of course. Now they can only fight and run at the same time. However, don't waste your time, the three of you. Orochimaru looked at the first Hokage and the others impatiently, and then quickly formed seals with both hands. In this case, don't blame me. After the words fell, the expressions of the three people suddenly changed and became indifferent. The attack increased again. This time, Jiraiya could only be beaten like a sandbag and flew around. At this time, the body could no longer withstand the Sage mode. The two sages were seriously injured and could only leave with apologies. Jiraiya covered his chest, looked at Orochimaru who seemed to have changed into a different person, and said with a wry smile, I'm sorry. Orochimaru, I really didn't mean it. After the words fell, Orochimaru's expression was slightly relieved. He looked at the severely injured idiot with a complicated expression. He sighed inwardly, this idiot. Just when he was about to say something, Jiraiya coughed twice, spit out blood, and continued, actually, you danced really well. I'm not lying to you. That's not my dance at all. Originally, the slightly relieved Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and then his face darkened again. Hurry up and kill this idiot for me. Just after he finished speaking, the three rushed up again. This time, no surprise. The seriously injured Jiraiya could no longer dodge. He was kicked away by Uchiha Madara. Bang! A loud noise. Dust filled the air. Stalactites and rocks fell one after another. Jiraiya flew into the air and sighed inwardly, and took another deep look at Orochimaru in the air. He failed after all. Just like Jiraiya in that world. He didn't wait for his students, and he didn't bring Orochimaru back. What a pity. He didn't take another look at Tsunade. It's still a bit regrettable. Finally, he smashed a huge pit directly. However, at this time, Orochimaru. An angry roar came. Orochimaru and the others turned their heads in surprise, looking at Tsunade who appeared inside with an angry face. Orochimaru, you bastard! You dare to kill Jiraiya! Tsunade made a fist with her right hand and hit her left hand hard, staring at Orochimaru, I will never forgive you. After the words fell, you killed your partner after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen also arrived, looking at Orochimaru with disappointment, you know Jiraiya has always wanted to take you back, how could you kill him? Master Orochimaru. Minato also sighed, and then looked at Orochimaru seriously, I will never let Jiraiya's sacrifice be in vain. All of a sudden, in the whole cave, the situation was tense. The three of them stared at Orochimaru, and when they thought of Jiraiya's sacrifice, they felt even more sad. We will definitely avenge Jiraiya. Just when the three of them were about to rush forward with anger and regret for revenge. Cough cough cough. A weak cough sounded. The three of them were stunned, and they couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the hand stretched out from the ruins. Jiraiya, teacher. That cough cough. I think I should be able to save him. Damn it. He just sneaked in. Why do people outside think he is dead? 063 Creating a new ninja world. I'm a frontline reporter, and I'm at the front line now. I just received an important message from a frontline ninja. Lord Jiraiya from Konoha has died. Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas, a famous strong man in the ninja world, studied under the third Hokage, and performed countless dangerous missions. During World War II, he partnered with him to fight against the demigod of the Rain Country ninja world, Hanzo Salamander, and never retreated a step, which helped Konoha to gain important opportunities and eventually won the war. He spent his whole life protecting Konoha. Struggle. He is also a famous writer in the ninja world. He has written Ninja Breaking the Sky, Ninja Continent, Intimate Paradise, etc. He has hundreds of millions of fans in the ninja world. He is also the vice chairman of the Konoha Square Dance Association, the Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain, a famous racing driver and the teacher of the fourth Hokage. Now let us mourn for the death of Master Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, rest in peace. May there be no pyramid schemes in the Pure Land. Have a good trip. Suddenly, there were a lot of candle patterns on the internet, and everyone was mourning for the sudden death of the Konoha strongman. You know, the Konoha Sunin is the idol of many ninjas. It is a powerful ninja. I didn't expect it. This war has just begun. A generation of ninja strongmen, one of the Konoha Sunin Jiraiya-sama died just like this. I have sent the news that Jiraiya sacrificed for the ninja world back to Konoha. Narashikaku hung up the phone, sighed, and said to Uchiha Fuyu, the ninja world will never forget Jiraiya-sama. When the war is over and Jiraiya-sama's body is brought back, a funeral will definitely be held for Jiraiya-sama. He raised his head, the hero of Konoha. Ah, I didn't expect the lecherous sage to leave like this. Kushina next to him also sighed and nodded. Minato must be very sad now. If I had known that the lecherous sage wanted to take Naruto as his apprentice some time ago, I would not have beaten him out. In fact, that guy is also quite powerful. Jiraiya-sama Kakashi also looked forward with a complicated expression. Because of his status as a Jinchuriki, he could not participate in the war and could only shrink in the back. But he didn't expect. It was only a short while ago, and even the three ninjas of Konoha were sacrificed. This may be the cruelty of war. A great hero of his generation. Old Purple, who was also protected by Konoha, sighed with a cloudy look in his eyes. I didn't expect that the same generation would gradually wither away. The whole camp was suddenly filled with sadness. Countless people were silently mourning the legend of Konoha, Lord Jiraiya. Fuyu also sighed, his eyes were leisurely, looking forward. He pondered for a moment, and said, let's build a cenotaph. He paused slightly, with a melancholy tone, I think it's estimated that even the body won't be found. Given the current situation, it would be strange if Orochimaru didn't scatter Jiraiya's ashes. Teacher Jiraiya, you're not dead yet. No. Maybe it's the impure world reincarnation. We must not take it lightly. Orochimaru hearing Tsunade's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands trembled again, and he looked up at Orochimaru, you won't even let Jiraiya's body go. X2. This is... What's going on? Jiraiya covered his chest, stood up with difficulty, and looked at Tsunade, Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion. Isn't he just carrying out an infiltration mission? It's only been a short time? Why does it seem like he has already sacrificed himself? And at this moment, feeling Tsunade was stunned when she saw the life force in Jiraiya, and suddenly understood Jiraiya was indeed not sacrificed. "What are you doing?" Tsunade hit Jiraiya's chest with a hammer and roared, "Not dead. How can you say you are dead? You made everyone so worried." "Ahem, I didn't say that." Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Tsunade. "When did I say I was dead?" After saying that, looked at Tsunade, then at Sarutobi Hiruzen with floating eyes, and then looked at Minato with a bitter smile on his face. "What is going on?" This haha. Minato laughed, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, "We all thought you were sacrificed, but I didn't expect that Jiraiya teacher was still. You really deserve to be Jiraiya teacher." "What are you talking about?" Before Jiraiya asked why, Tsunade punched Jiraiya in the chest again and said angrily, "You idiot! If you have nothing to do, why did you send out the video of Orochimaru dancing? Now the whole ninja world has seen it." After that, Orochimaru's mouth twitched. "This is really terrible news. Sure enough, I should have killed this idiot right away. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is." After hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, his eyes drifted up, then he took a deep breath, looked at Tsunade seriously, and said, "That was really an accident." "It was an accident. Okay. Stop chatting." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, asked them to pay attention to the current situation, then turned around and looked at the first and second Hokage, and smiled awkwardly. "First Hokage, second Hokage." Finally, without saying anything, he directly set his sights on Orochimaru, his eyes full of complexity. "I didn't expect that you would still come to this point. Long time no see. Old man. Stop it. Orochimaru. Do you think I can go back? No matter what. You are my disciple." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and looked at Orochimaru firmly. "Come back with me. I will atone with you." "No, no, no." Orochimaru also shook his head, and the smiling expression on his face disappeared. He pointed to the big screen behind him and said expressionlessly, "Do you think I can go back?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the screen and immediately understood what was going on. He glared at Jiraiya, who was smiling awkwardly, then smiled awkwardly, coughed twice, hesitated and said, "Actually you danced really well. Really. The teacher saw it, it was very good." After the words fell, Orochimaru. A bunch of idiots. I said it wasn't him who danced. Suddenly, strange black lines emanated from his body. He waved his hand and roared, "Shark! Shark! All of them are sharked for me. This ninja world is still ruined. We need to create a new ninja world." The battle is intense inside. Countless people noticed the final place. At this time, the ground shook, countless mountains collapsed, and the cave was buried. Originally, there were a lot of noises coming from there. I didn't expect that after just a while the battle was so intense, as if the mountain was about to be broken. It can be seen. The fourth Hokage and his men must have experienced a fierce battle inside. Sasuke also frowned, glanced at the final place, pondered slightly, and showed entanglement in his eyes. But in the end he glanced at the unconscious Jinchuriki on the mountain and sighed helplessly. It was decided to rescue the Jinchuriki first. Although I have confidence in this battle, but if Otsutsuki Urashiki really absorbs the chakra of all the tailed beasts, there might be another accident. Especially there is a black Zetsu who is hiding somewhere here. So, this battle must be resolved as soon as possible. Let's end this battle there. After saying that, he jumped up and jumped towards the top of the mountain. 064 Preparation 2. Too strong. X4. The four people panted heavily and looked at the three people in front of them in shock. Should we say that they are really worthy of the first generation Hokage, the second generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara? Just Uchiha Madara alone is hard for them to resist. Especially in this closed space, the terrifying fire escape, the oppression is too strong. Suddenly, the three people looked at Jiraiya, who was still coughing up blood, in shock. How did you jump around for so long when surrounded by three people? There is no reason. However, Jiraiya also had a bitter smile on his face. He just now both sides were just competing in physical skills, and did not use these messy physical skills at all. Thinking of this, with complicated eyes, he looked at Orochimaru, who was drinking tea slowly, and murmured, "Orochimaru." At this time, ha ha ha, Uchiha Madara stepped directly under the rock, overlooking the four people below, laughed arrogantly, and snorted disdainfully, "Is this the strongest person in Konoha now? Weak. Too weak. Madara. It's amazing that they can hold on for so long." Senju Hashirama next to him said helplessly, "You know, no one has been able to hold on for so long here before." Grandpa. Tsunahi looked at his great-grandfather with a helpless look. Although this is true, why is it at this time? The first Hokage, the second Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, then looked at Orochimaru not far away, and said in a low voice, "We must get rid of Orochimaru as soon as possible. As long as Orochimaru is solved, the impure world reincarnation can be solved. At that time I believe that the first Hokage and his men will be able to get rid of it by their own strength." After the words fell, the other three nodded and also looked at Orochimaru behind. However, the first Hokage, the second Hokage and Uchiha Madara are here. It is not so easy to bypass them and get close to Orochimaru. And, you know, at this time, they are all exhausted. Sure enough, this sudden adventure into the final battle site is still too dangerous. They are trapped here. Is there no way out? Orochimaru glanced at the four people with a smile, then fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen and said lightly, "Sure enough, old man, you are still old." "Yes. Already old." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, and under great pressure, he still stood up with difficulty. At this time, the surrounding would escape, flames burning, rocks rolling. If the fight continues like this place will be destroyed sooner or later. He looked at Orochimaru lightly, took a deep breath, "But as a teacher I will never watch you continue to fall like this. With a firm tone, I will definitely stop you." After the words fell, hands quickly made seals, under the eyes of everyone. Shadow clone technique. Suddenly, three shadow clones appeared around Sarutobi Hiruzen again, and then quickly rushed towards the three enemies. Delivering takeout for so many years, he had already mastered the art of shadow clones, so his shadow clones were not so easy to deal with. The three shadow clones quickly dodged the attack and rushed forward regardless of any danger. "I will stop them. Please stop Orochimaru." "Old man, third generation." The resolute look moved the three people, but how could he stop the first generation and the others? But now they can only trust Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, as long as they don't deal with Orochimaru, they can't deal with the first generation and the others. "An ant-like guy dares to say he can stop us." Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully, "Are all the Konoha ninjas so arrogant now? Little monkey, Hiruzen." Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who rushed towards them with emotion. "You are worthy of the title of Hokage. Sorry. This is all because of my poor teaching." Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words of the first and second generation Hokage, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So, I will definitely put an end to it all. Orochimaru. After all, he is his student." Speaking of this, his expression condensed, and his hands quickly formed seals. Suddenly, the three people who avoided the attack and thought about how to deal with Orochimaru changed their faces after seeing this scene. That is Shiki sealing. "Old man, third generation, don't do it. Once Shiki sealing is performed, the caster will also be sacrificed." Even Orochimaru, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw it. He was shocked that the third Hokage, a pedantic guy, could be so decisive. Sure enough. I still underestimated the old man. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on the spot, smiled indifferently, put his hands in a seal, and looked at Orochimaru deeply, and shouted, "Don't worry about me. All the dead must be liberated. By the way." After a pause, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, "Tell Danzo for me that his sea of stars I can't see it anymore." Old man, third Hokage. Everyone looked at the phantom that was about to take shape, and their faces suddenly showed a shocked expression. Just when they were about to continue to dissuade. Suddenly. "You don't think that if you get rid of me, it's over?" Orochimaru on the side was still calm, drinking tea slowly, and said, "Jiraiya, didn't you notice anything?" Just as the words fell. Jiraiya was slightly stunned. Then, looking at the back of Orochimaru in surprise, his expression suddenly became serious. "Otsutsuki Urashiki." That's right. The Otsutsuki Urashiki who appeared just now disappeared again. The three seemed to think of something, their eyes changed. He couldn't be. That's right. Orochimaru nodded with a smile, the game has just begun. Just as the words fell. Instantly. Damn it! What the hell do you want to do? Uchiha Madara's face changed, and his body seemed to be unable to control himself again. Susanoo opened, broke through the rock wall, and rushed directly to the front. "Orochimaru! Orochimaru! Orochimaru!" At this time, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama also rushed out. The original powerful enemies all left. Everyone was stunned, and then glared at Orochimaru. "What do you want to do?" "However, this is not my fault." Orochimaru shook his head and helplessly put the tea in his hand. The cup was placed aside, looking at Jiraiya and the others. "That guy also learned my improved impure world reincarnation." "That guy? Otsutsuki Urashiki." "Right." Orochimaru smiled, "Although we are in a cooperative relationship, but I can't control him, the authority is no longer in my hands. If you don't stop him, it may be too late." Speaking of this, there was also a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Is it the legendary power of God? If I can see it, I will be very happy." Lord Orochimaru. Everyone looked at Orochimaru who was laughing like a madman. At this time, they were also very nervous. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. He looked at the first generation who had already run away with a dazed look on his face. The taboo of the Shikigami ceiling was ready. The legendary god of death was about to appear. The barrier was also formed. Result. People. Run away? What should we do now? Terminate the ninjutsu by force? You know. He has made a great determination. Sauhi, don't you hurry up. Orochimaru looked at them with a smile. You'll be out of time. After saying that, the three of them fell silent, their faces uncertain, as if they were struggling with something. After a while. Ah! After a sigh. Minato. Go out and stop them first. Tsunade suddenly smiled grimly, looking at Orochimaru who was confident of victory and smiling, her fists clenched and made a cracking sound. The old man, Jiraiya, and I have some private matters to discuss with Orochimaru. Yes. Minato responded, looked at Jiraiya who took out the camera in surprise, and then looked at Orochimaru with a complicated look, and rushed out without any hesitation. And Orochimaru? He raised his eyelids and looked at the two people who came over with a grim smile and the old man who was still reversing ninjutsu and staring at him. Shouldn't you jet out now? Time is very tight now. For the peace of the ninja world, why stay here? No hurry. No hurry. Tsunade shook her head with a smile, we haven't had a good chat for a long time. What do you want to do? At the same time. On the mountain. Has it started? Otsutsuki Urashiki carried his fishing rod, with a huge white ball floating on the left, and said with a smile, "The game has just begun now." He never underestimated this low-level planet. So, this time he made special preparations. This is really an interesting time travel at this point, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, don't you think so? Uchiha Sasuke. After the words fell, Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding next to him, also stood up and said lightly, "This is not the beginning. It's the end." 065 Never give up. Time moved forward a little. It was not long after the fourth Hokage entered. Outside, when all the Konoha ninjas knew that Jiraiya-sama had died, the entire battlefield was immersed in grief. But everyone understood. Now is not the time to mourn for the departure of Jiraiya-sama. The war. It's still going on. For Jiraiya-sama. I don't know who shouted like that. All the Konoha ninjas wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes, hid their inner sadness, raised the kunao in their hands, and angrily chopped at the enemy. Only by solving the group of impure world reincarnation troops in front of them can they enter the final battle site, help the fourth Hokage and the third Hokage avenge Jiraiya-sama and end this pyramid scheme war. The momentum of the battlefield suddenly condensed. Inspired by Jiraiya's sacrifice, countless ninjas put away their contempt, stopped chatting with their relatives, and charged towards the enemy with roars. And the impure world reincarnation army, after hearing that the other side had sacrificed a strong man in just a short while, their hearts were filled with sighs. This is war. But the sacrifice of Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, was not in vain. He passed important information en routes to the rear, and at the same time inspired the fighting spirit of all ninjas. Let all ninjas understand even if the other side is a familiar relative, but now they are enemies. There must be no carelessness. Now, it's time for war. At this time, the Konoha Rear Command also took action quickly, with the heart of ending this war and avenging Jiraiya, running like a tireless machine. Analyze the existing intelligence, and then think of the most favorable combat plan, so as to resolve the war faster. According to the information from Master Jiraiya, Orochimaru should have been found on the route, so he sacrificed himself. But as for the enemy, based on the analysis of the previous two times, the Shodai-sama, the Nidai-sama, and the impure world reincarnation of Uchiha Madara may appear inside. Since Master Jiraiya was able to be dealt with so quickly, it must be very dangerous inside. At this time, the ninja who was observing the data nearby shouted loudly, "The fourth Hokage and the third Hokage have entered." According to the data sent back, it is indeed the route that Lord Jiraiya took at that time. Everyone's face suddenly changed. That final point is where Lord Jiraiya sacrificed himself. The situation is very critical. We must find a way to support them as soon as possible. Calm down. We must trust the third and fourth Hokage. Narashikaku sat in the temporary commander's position with a serious face, clasped his hands together, and thought about the next battle plan. Now, first, we must get rid of the impure world reincarnation ninja in front. Second, we must find a way to support the fourth Hokage. After all, based on the existing intelligence, the enemies inside include not only Orochimaru, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara, but also the mysterious MLM leader Otsutsuki Urashiki. Therefore, relying on the fourth Hokage and the three of them alone, the situation is very critical. Thinking of this, he sighed helplessly in his heart. Originally, according to his plan, he would take it step by step and wait until after Rayasama's undercover team solved Orochimaru and cracked the impure world reincarnation, they slowly pushed forward. At the same time, they sent out a rescue team to rescue the captured Jinchuriki, and finally, they directly surrounded and solved Otsutsuki Urashiki. But I didn't expect it. Jiraiya-sama sacrificed not long after the war started in order to pass on information. Therefore, the plan has to be changed now. Looking at the ninja army that has already gained an advantage on the video. It is also thanks to Jiraiya-sama's sacrifice that the fighting spirit of all ninjas was immediately aroused, so they were able to gain an advantage so quickly. But this battle can't be dragged on for too long. If those tireless monsters continue to drag on like this, it will be bad when they are all tired. His eyes condensed, and he waved his hand. Take advantage of now, the whole army should suppress them, let the ceiling squad hurry up and deal with all the reincarnated ninjas as quickly as possible, and when it is almost done, divide them into teams, leaving 2/5 of the ninjas to clean up, and the rest will quickly support. He didn't finish his words. There was a loud noise on the screen. Narashikako quickly raised his head and looked over. The huge wood escape technique appeared in front of him along with a terrifying energy body. His pupils shrank suddenly. It's bad. At this time, the ninjas on the battlefield also noticed this scene. The first and second generations, Uchiha Madara appeared. All the ninjas' hearts condensed. You know, the fourth and third generations of Hokage, and Tsunade-sama have already entered. And now the first generation of Hokage and his people actually appeared. Could it be that the fourth generation and his people have already? This is simply unimaginable. Danzo. Let's retreat. Mito Kato Yan's pupils shrank, looking at the three figures in the sky looking down at them. This is no longer something we can solve. However, Danzo also stared blankly at the sky, covering his chest with his right hand, and his eyes condensed slightly. No wonder he had a bad premonition from just now. Could it be? His lips trembled uncontrollably. Hear it soon. He will definitely be fine. Midaman Yan pulled Danzo over, quickly retreated, and shouted, he is the third generation of Konoha Hokage. That's right. Danzo's face recovered, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a faint smile, and the golden dragon head cane in his right hand directly knocked on the floor. We still have the Sea of Stars. His root group has not perished yet. How could Hiruzen sacrifice like this? Speaking of this, he took off his black suit jacket directly, revealing the white shirt inside, which was as new, and his hunched body also straightened up slightly. Now, this is the opportunity. With his eyes condensed, he threw the dragon head cane in his hand, which was almost covered with patina, aside. I haven't been on the battlefield for a long time, and my skills are a little rusty. Midaman Yan stared at Danzo with wide eyes. Danzo, you. I almost forgot. You are the leaves bathing in the sun, and I am the roots in the darkness. Where the leaves dance, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout, while the roots hidden underground absorb nutrients from the soil, allowing the leaves to grow vigorously. Danzo quickly formed seals with both hands, and glared, this is the root. Even if it goes bankrupt, it will never give up. This is the root group. Wind style, vacuum great ball. A powerful impact rushed out of Danzo's mouth and rushed towards the enemy. The sudden explosion quickly brought the panicked ninjas around him back to their senses due to the appearance of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, and cheered up again. I couldn't help but stare at the slowly falling scepter. It kept rolling in the hurricane. I saw. Under the golden dragon head. The 4 words root group kept flashing on the screen. The president of the root group, Shimura Danzo, is here. Awesome! Awesome! Fuyu, who was watching this scene from behind, was also shocked. He didn't expect that Danzo would do this. As for Danzo's sacrifice? Don't be kidding. This guy is so cunning. If he wasn't facing a desperate situation, he would never run away. Especially the shot taken by this little white guy. So accurate. Could he have been paid for it? Fuyu sighed and shook his head, shaking his head, as expected of Danzo, who has gone bankrupt many times but never gave up. He really knows how to seize any opportunity. 066 situation. Is this the root group? Yes. It's the founders of the root group, Danzo and Mitaman. I didn't expect that they also participated in the war. Supplying nutrients to the big tree and cultivating leaves. Even if it goes bankrupt, it won't give up. It's really worthy of the root group. How could such a group eat human ashes buns? We misunderstood. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Didn't the root group release a notice? They just let Orochimaru do the OEM and didn't know what happened in Orochimaru's black-hearted processing factory. We owe the root group an apology. Sorry. Sorry. After the scene captured by the little white man quickly spread to the ninja world, the internet, which was originally mourning Jiraiya's death, suddenly turned into an apology to the root group. I heard that the official website of the root group, which had become bleak, became lively again. Countless people rushed in and left their apologies below. It can be said that the root group may be reborn again. Of course. At this time, Danzo didn't know. After all, there was no way to find time to go online on the battlefield. After stuffing a red envelope to his former partner, he ignored it. Next, he just needed to find the right time. It's Danzo. The second-generation Hokage looked at Shimura Danzo, who had the courage to attack them, and nodded with relief. I also heard about your story. The root group was also founded very well. The matter of Orochimaru's black-hearted processing factory really has nothing to do with you. Having worked in Orochimaru's black-hearted processing factory for so long, he certainly knew some of the situation. Every time Orochimaru produced a product, it would be handed over outside at the end, and ordinary people could not enter it at all. So, it can be said that the root group was really an unprovoked disaster. Of course. To be honest. During the Ninja World racing, although he heard that Danzo, Hiruzen, and En were doing business, he still didn't believe it at the time. After all, as Danzo's teacher, he knew the ambition hidden in Danzo's heart. How could he give up the ambition so easily? However, I didn't expect it. All of this was true. He really went into business. Although he went bankrupt for many times, Danzo still didn't give up and kept doing business. Perhaps this is Danzo's new ambition. It's amazing that you have the courage to face it. After the words fell, Danzo's face was also slightly moved, and he sighed with emotion. Thank you for your recognition, teacher. After a slight pause, how are the fourth Hokage? Sorry, I've caused you trouble. Senju Tobirama sighed and looked at Danzo. The fourth Hokage is fine, but Hiruzen. It shouldn't be a big problem, don't worry. The second Hokage laughed, and then his eyes changed. Let's start. Just stop me. I will find a way to solve this impure world reincarnation myself. After saying that, he rushed up directly. However, here the second Hokage was stopped. On the other side the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were still attacking. Sorry. Sorry. Next I'm going to use Wood Dragon. Stupid. As a ninja, you actually want the enemy to tell you your weaknesses. The ninja world is getting more and more corrupt. Said. The two people bombarded wildly, and there were fire and wood escapes all around. How could the people below resist the two big guys who activated the Sage mode? Especially Uchiha Madara. He laughed and rushed forward madly, shouting, "Are you going to dance?" The scene was horrifying. The terrible pressure stunned everyone. 1 against 10,000. Is this the current Konoha ninja? Ha ha ha, weak. Weak. Too weak. They are all a bunch of trash. The advantage originally occupied by the large army was destroyed by these three people. The two people in front bombarded wildly, and no one could stop them. Danzo and Mitaman and behind them also fell into disadvantage and were suppressed by the second-generation Hokage. The second-generation Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique made it impossible for the two to capture their figures, and the old bodies of Danzo and Mitaman gradually failed. If this continues, The originally good situation will be ruined. It's almost over. Mizuta Manyan sighed, and all the scrolls on his body were opened, and all that could be thrown out were thrown out. It seems we can only go here. After the words fell, Danzo's mouth twitched. His sea of stars. Just when he was about to think about what to do. Leave this to me. Master Danzo, Master Mizutaman, please go down and rest. A golden-haired figure stopped the enemy. It's the fourth Hokage. Looking at the fourth Hokage who appeared in front of them and also activated the Sage mode, everyone cheered immediately. Sorry. Second Hokage. Minato held a kunao in both hands and held it horizontally in front of him, staring at the second Hokage. Your enemy is me. Just as the words fell, several more figures appeared and stopped the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. It's the god of takeout. The god of takeout. The familiar figure wearing a green tights with the words rich takeout a figure appeared in front of him. The wealthy delivery man, Might Guy, is here. Everyone cheered again. Danzo's mouth twitched slightly. He finally got the limelight, but it was gone. I will never give up so easily. He stood up firmly again, never give up. This is the corporate spirit of the root group. Even if I went bankrupt so many times, have I ever given up again? That's right. Mizuto Kato-en nodded lightly, as a member of Konoha, how could I give up so easily? At this time. Situation. The fourth Hokage, Shimura Danzo, and Mizuto Kato-en stopped the second Hokage, Might Guy, and Might Guy stopped Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui stopped Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara stepped on a huge branch, looked at the Uchiha clan members below domineeringly, and then laughed arrogantly. Interesting. Uchiha clan? It's just that. How come there is a guy who doesn't use the Sharingan, and exudes green steam all over his body, and looks similar to the two kappa-headed people on the other side? Uchiha Madara glanced at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, and his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a domineering smile. You. Do you want to dance too? Two Uchiha fighting Uchiha Madara. At this time, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara were all intercepted. The battle started again. And everyone also noticed the figure on the mountain who was also fighting fiercely. Otsutsuki Urashiki and the mysterious man with the broken arm, Uzumaki Nagato, the second leader of the Rain Country, and the hero of Konoha, Uchiha Obito. At this time, the situation is very bad. Facing Otsutsuki Urashiki, the man with the broken arm and Uchiha Obito seem to be at a disadvantage. 067 arrived. What an interesting ability. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at Uchiha Obito, whose body was hollowed, and he dodged his attack, and smiled. I didn't expect that there were lower creatures that could use this ability. This ability. It's a bit similar to his Yomi Hirasaka. Is it called Kamui? It really can't be underestimated. But, speaking of this, his eyes condensed, and the corners of his mouth suddenly had a ferocious smile, and he threw the fishing rod directly behind him. I have seen through your attack. Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. The attack launched by Uzumaki Nagato on the side was directly bounced back. Sure enough. Nagato looked at him lightly and dodged the returning Shinra Tensei. Can you do it too? The thief who stole the power of the fruit of the sacred tree. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked at Nagato's eyes and smiled again. Your eyes don't belong to you. Said. The two sides fought again. After realizing that they couldn't use ninjutsu, Nagato and the others could only rely on physical skills to fight the enemy. But the opponent didn't have such restrictions, and the huge eyeball floating in the air was the reincarnation eye from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Therefore, after a while they fell into a disadvantage. Uchiha Obito looked at the Jinchuriki pillar above, and his heart was full of anxiety, but physical skills, to be honest, once his physical skills couldn't use lightning escape, the power would be reduced by more than half. Especially since the guy in front of him also knew space ninjutsu, he couldn't get close at all. Thinking of this, his face suddenly became uncertain, looking at his hands, and finally, he sighed and muttered to himself, I didn't expect I actually need to use this trick. I had clearly sworn not to use it. Obito took a deep breath, with a firm look in his eyes, and walked out of the kamui directly, looking at Uzumaki Nagato and the mysterious man with the broken arm. Don't underestimate ninjas. That black thing that looks like space-time ninjutsu. It takes a certain amount of time to open the portal, so if the enemy attacks too fast, it will not be able to dodge with this move. Ninja battles are not just about competing in ninjutsu. Analyzing intelligence is also very important. With a roar, Uchiha Obito put his hands behind his back and rushed forward directly. Strive for a chance for me. This time. The two also understood what Obito meant. Although they didn't know what he was going to do, they still rushed forward together without any hesitation. The fierce battle began again. Obito rushed to Otsutsuki Ura's hiki and stabbed a kunao into his eyes, but as expected he was thrown away by the fishing hook. Then, in the blink of an eye, Sasuke's long sword stepped forward. Otsutsuki Ura's hiki frowned slightly, kicked sideways, and quickly opened Yomi Hirasaka behind him. At this time, Uzumaki Nagato's attack has arrived. Kicked up sideways. With a sneer on his face, Otsutsuki Ura's hiki hid directly in Yomi Hirasaka, then appeared from Nagato's side and hooked up. But Sasuke's attack also arrived. It immediately forced Otsutsuki Ura's hiki to come out of Yomi Hirasaka, and controlled the Samsara Eye to attack Sasuke, forcing Sasuke to retreat. Is that all? Looking at the two people panting, especially Uchiha Sasuke, Otsutsuki Ura's hiki showed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. You have failed. Ha ha ha. He laughed, I will replant the chakra fruit in this ninja world. At that time, another ninja world will also usher in a terrible disaster. I really didn't expect it. The plow actually brought him to this magical ninja world. Ha ha ha. However, just when Otsutsuki Ura's hiki was laughing ferociously, ready to get rid of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Nagato, and then absorb the six-tailed beasts to end this farce. At this time, have you forgotten me? A voice came from the front. Otsutsuki Ura's hiki still sneered disdainfully, and stepped forward with a hook. Do you think I didn't notice your disappearance? Low-level creature. But... Bang! The figure in front of him exploded directly. Shadow clone. Otsutsuki Urashiki's pupils shrank suddenly, as if he understood what was going on, and was about to open the Yomi Hirasaka to re-enter. Don't underestimate ninjas. You pyramid scheme leader. The voice of Uchiha Obito came from behind. It's too late. Just when Otsutsuki Ura's hiki was ready to resist this move. Suddenly. Behind. Below. It's worthy of being Konoha's anal hand. Under everyone's shocked eyes. Ah! A sharp scream sounded. Otsutsuki Ura's hiki retreated instantly, looking at Uchiha Obito who appeared in front of him with a sullen face, his voice trembling, You are very good. After the words fell, the three people's original ridicule suddenly changed their faces and stared at Otsutsuki Ura's hiki. No. Stop him. However, it was too late. Otsutsuki Ura's hiki was well prepared. After swallowing the red light fish basket, he directly dug out his samsara eye, and a glowing door appeared behind him instantly. I will destroy this cheap planet. After saying that, the whole person went straight into the door. Uchiha Obito. At this time, Uchiha Madara also noticed it, looked at the figure deeply, and remembered that he was going to find this guy as a substitute, and the corners of his mouth twitched suddenly. Fortunately, later gave up. However, Hashirama Senju, who was fighting with Might Guy and his son, also saw it. He sighed, came back to his senses, looked at Madara with a complicated expression, and shouted, "Madara! I'm sorry." "Sorry for what? Did this idiot do something to make me sorry again?" But now he suddenly didn't want to care about that idiot. He quickly turned his head to look at the two Uchiha in front of him, and sneered, "Have Uchiha fallen to this point? You didn't even open the Mangeki, and you still want to stop me?" At this point, looking at the two guys who were burned by the fire escape below, this farce should end. After the words fell, a huge blue giant looked down at them from behind. The terrible pressure once again crushed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. That amazing chakra! It made both of them widen their eyes in horror. Before they could react, a huge blue longsword chopped down directly. "Let's end it like this." Itachi and Shisui's faces suddenly changed, but at this moment facing the former Uchiha legend, there was no time to dodge. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha's heart condensed, his aura emerged again, his eyes showed determination, as if he had made a decision, the eighth gate. However, before he finished speaking, suddenly, boom boom boom, a shocking engine sound rang in my ears. And there seemed to be a sound of a speeding car behind me. "Two little devils! Lower your heads!" Just when the two were stunned and couldn't help but lower their bodies, a familiar and low voice came. A high-end and domineering motorcycle passed by the top of their heads and exploded directly in the flames. In front of them, a similar energy giant appeared. "Grand Elder! Lord Madara!" The Grand Elder nodded to Itachi and the others, then looked at the domineering figure with complicated eyes. "I really didn't expect to see Lord Madara again. Uchiha Shiin. Meet up. 068 again. Uchiha Madara." The legend of the Uchiha clan, led the Uchiha clan to put aside the hatred with the Senju clan, and Seo founded Konoha with the Senju clan, making the Uchiha clan a glorious legend. However, no one expected. Just a few years after Konoha was founded, Lord Madara was ready to lead all Uchiha to leave Konoha, but was rejected by the Uchiha, and finally chose to leave Konoha alone. Several years later, Lord Madara suddenly came back to attack Konoha, and was finally killed by the first-generation Hokage. In the blink of an eye, the motorcycle was cut into two pieces by the giant blade, and exploded in the flames like fireworks. The figure wearing a small wallet slowly took off the helmet on his head. Uchiha Shiin, who was no longer young, hunched over and looked at the Uchiha legend in front of him with a complicated look. For the Uchiha clan, although Lord Madara left the clan later, he has always been the object of admiration of the Uchiha clan, especially the older generation who experienced the war. Uchiha Madara represents the strongest in the Uchiha clan. As a follower of Lord Madara, Uchiha Shiin also admired Lord Madara very much. He once thought about restoring the Uchiha clan and making the Uchiha clan the strongest clan in Konoha. Later, he participated in square dancing, but he was too busy and had no time to do this anymore. This is a thing. Ha ha ha, Mangeki? Are you the current chief elder of the Uchiha clan? Looking at the Susanoo that blocked his sword, Madara didn't care. He laughed arrogantly, supported his right hand on his bent knee, bent down, and looked at the Uchiha clan member who suddenly appeared. "I didn't expect that besides that guy, there is someone else who can open these eyes. It seems that you seem to know me? Tell me my name." Uchiha clan member. The domineering and arrogant tone made Uchiha Shiin seem to see the Uchiha Madara of the past again. His eyes suddenly became slightly empty, as if he was caught in a meeting, but after a while, his eyes regained clarity again, and his face returned to indifference. He looked at Uchiha Madara in front of him expressionlessly. "Uchiha the current elderly, Uchiha Shi. Uchiha Stone?" Uchiha frowned slightly, and his eyes seemed a little surprised, as if he had thought of something. "The kid who followed the old man?" "Continue to look down at Uchiha Shiyan, you little guy also want to stop me?" "Sorry. Master Ban. Uchiha Shishi sighed with emotions, took a step forward, took a deep breath, looking at Uchiha Ban. After all, it is also the younger generation. How can you look at it like this? The words fell. His hands quickly printed, and when everyone exclaimed, he first launched an attack. Interesting. Interesting. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara didn't care, he laughed arrogantly, looking at Uchiha Shiin who rushed over. The little brat back then dared to attack me. How interesting. He was going to let me be free. His eyes condensed, with a cold look. Do you want to dance too? After saying that, he didn't use wood style, but also used Uchiha's fire style. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. To everyone's shock, 4 fire dragons even bigger than before appeared, directly destroyed Uchiha Shiin's fire dragon, and rushed towards him. The battle of the Uchiha clan started again. On the other side, seemed to feel insulted. Otsutsuki Urashiki used his ultimate mode without any hesitation. To Sasuke and the others' shock, a monster that looked like a crane appeared in front of them. There was a golden samsara eye in the center of the forehead, a crane head, his hands turned into wings covered with white feathers, and his feet turned into black claws. What kind of monster is this? Stupid low-level creatures. Otsutsuki Urashiki stared at the crowd with a sneer in his eyes, and said arrogantly, all the low-level creatures here will perish because of you. Who doesn't brag? Uzumaki Nagato took a step forward. The ninja world can't be destroyed because of your words. You are doomed to fail from the beginning. Ha ha ha. Otsutsuki Urashiki laughed fiercely. I hope you little bugs will be so confident later. As he said, the figure rushed directly behind Nagato. Be careful. Before everyone could react, he kicked Nagato away. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes condensed, and he immediately remembered the Otsutsuki Momoshiki who swallowed Otsutsuki Kin's hiki. His speed and strength have increased. After saying that, without any hesitation, he launched an attack directly. Ha ha ha, little bugs. Otsutsuki Urashiki was not at all panicked in the face of Uchiha Sasuke's attack. His figure was as fast as a shadow. After several rounds of fighting, he kicked Sasuke away again. Low-level creatures are low-level creatures. You will bring disaster to yourself because of your ignorance. The battle was once again one-sided. The 3 people who were already exhausted panted heavily, frowned slightly, and looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki in front of them. The strength increased, the speed increased. Possess the ability to teleport and devour ninjutsu. But it seems that time reversal, 1000 paper cranes instant body, and Huangchuan Baireizaka can no longer be used. In his mind, he frantically analyzed the existing information. Are you scared? Are you scared? Otsutsuki Urashiki floated in the air, looking at them with a wild laugh. Little bugs are little bugs. They should be killed directly. At the same time, his personality seemed to become a little violent and arrogant. And this? Maybe it's a weakness. The 3 of them immediately sorted out the existing information, but found that it was not so easy to catch this guy. This guy is too fast. He can also teleport and absorb chakra, so he can't use ninjutsu at all. There is also a reincarnation eye next to him. Therefore, if you want to win you must catch him at once. There is no hesitation this time. In order to create that moment of opportunity, you must use ninjutsu. The 3 of them split into 3 directions and attacked the enemy. Gan. Sasuke looked over with his long sword, but was attacked by the black stick created by Otsutsuki Urashiki, and then a large number of purple lights of different shapes were launched from his palm. Tensubami Ryasei Mimikato, Jade Box. Sasuke was forced to retreat quickly and defend himself. Shinra Tensei, Shinra Tensei. The Shinra Tensei that was aimed at Nagato bounced back directly, and at the same time, with itself as the center, it immediately released a 360 degrees blade-shaped shock wave from all sides, attacking the three people. The successive ninjutsu forced the three people to defend themselves. At this time, Obito, relying on Kamui, had already approached Otsutsuki Urashiki. Chidori. This was a spherical Chidori that attacked Otsutsuki Urashiki. However, as expected, it was still absorbed. Now, Obito roared. As soon as the words fell, Sasuke and Nagato on the side did not think much, and used their own ninjutsu without hesitation. Lightning release Kirin. Digging hole pill. What the hell is this? But it was no longer Sasuke's turn to think about it. The three people attacked Otsutsuki Urashiki directly from three sides. At this time, Otsutsuki Urashiki was absorbing Uchiha Obito's Millennium Bird, so he couldn't absorb the chakra of both sides. There was no way. We could only force them back. Tensuharaya Seiming Jade Box. The purple light appeared again. At the same time, after Uchiha Obito retreated, he was about to use the black stick to directly stab Uchiha Sasuke to death. Suddenly, the figure of Kamui appeared again. Lightning release Chidori kill. Keek damn it. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Is this the strength of the hero of Konoha? Looked up with a stunned face. A scream rang out. In the blink of an eye, Otsutsuki Urashiki, who had transformed into a crane form, had appeared in the air, looking down with a distorted face, the second time. You lowly and inferior creatures! With an angry tone, I will destroy this planet. After saying that, without any hesitation, a terrifying aura emerged from his body. Rinnegan pressure. And released a four-pointed star-shaped purple chakra from his palm, and then transformed into a black and purple giant oarfish. Tensubaraya Seimi Kato Ryugu. Under the horrified eyes of the people below, the overwhelming terrifying energy immediately crushed everyone. Bang! The earth shook. The whole mountain seemed to be blown to pieces. Obito, who had come to rescue, was nailed to the ground by a black stick of Otsutsuki Urashiki when he emerged from Kamui. Disgusting low-level creature. At this time, Uzumaki Nagato and Uchiha Sasuke, who were doing their best to defend, both knelt on one knee, looking at Otsutsuki Urashiki in the air. The game should be over. This disgusting ninja world. Otsutsuki Urashiki's face was cold. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, he floated directly on 6 pillars in the air, things belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. I will take them back. Is it too late to stop it? At the same time. Is it coming? Is it coming? The legendary chakra fruit. The guy with a gloomy face looked up expectantly. As soon as the words fell. Bang! A fist suddenly hit him, but as expected he dodged it with a smile. If you don't think of a way, Jiraiya, give me the camera and take it out. 069 The game has just begun. Orochimaru looked at the 3 people surrounding him speechlessly. He was not afraid of these 3 people. Maybe he couldn't beat them together, but if he wanted to run, he was still confident that he could run away. But Jiraiya, this disgusting idiot. He took out the camera directly, making it difficult for him to run. Even though he ran away, he couldn't take pictures, but once he ran away, this guy was ready to take pictures of himself. Orochimaru looked at the shadow clone of Jiraiya next to him and shot him away speechlessly. Sure enough, I should have killed this idiot just now. Let this idiot live again. Damn it! Looking at Tsunade, who was staring at him, and Jiraiya, who was using his shadow clone, he sighed helplessly. It's agreed. After he dies, his body belongs to me. Okay. We promised you. And the ones on the internet. Got it. We will ask Fuyu to delete them all. So many things have happened. Everyone will definitely forget about it in a few days. I'm talking about the ones on Jiraiya's camera. Bang. Are you done yet? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, who dodged again and said impatiently, "If you don't think of a way now, I will ask Jiraiya to post it right away. By the way, I will spend money to buy the headlines." Still so irritable. Tsunade. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything more. He looked at Otsutsuki Ura's Hiki in the sky. Just now Uzumaki Nagato and the others have explained as long as he is absorbing chakra, he can't absorb another one. So the corner of his mouth slightly raised, we can only fight in groups. But the immortal body is a bit troublesome. If we can't kill him all at once, the bodies of the Otsutsuki clan will recover instantly, which is stronger than the sage body of the first generation of Hokage. Hurry up! Stop talking nonsense! He has already started. Even if it's a group fight, we can't do it by ourselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then sighed, and looked down again. It's also dangerous down there. Real lies expected of the first and second Hokage. It's all this guy's fault. Tsunade sighed helplessly and glared at Orochimaru, look at what you've done. Don't worry. Hearing Tsunade's complaint, Orochimaru smiled slightly, not caring, and a confident smile suddenly appeared on his face. How could I not be prepared? After saying that, his eyes condensed, and his hands quickly formed seals. Immortal reincarnation, release. Since he had given the authority to that guy, how could Orochimaru not be prepared at all? Under the surprised eyes of the three people, Orochimaru raised his mouth slightly and said lightly, "It's time to harvest. You want to stop me just like this?" Uchiha Madara looked at the three people who were already exhausted and unable to move, and sneered disdainfully, "Stupid." After saying that, Uchiha Shiin smiled bitterly, as expected of Lord Madara. Sure enough. Even if he opened the Manjiki, the difference in strength was too great. What a pity. Uchiha Fugaku is not here, he is guarding Konoha, otherwise, with Uchiha Fugaku, there might be a way to restrict Madara-sama. But now, what to do? Let me do it. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath, his tattered clothes revealed his strong muscles, and he stood up again. Only this way can defeat Uchiha Madara. No. Youth. Senior Dai said that it should bloom when it is time to bloom. Don't say these nonsense. I shouldn't have let you learn physical skills from that guy back then. Uchiha Shiin raised his eyelids, sighed, shook his head, and looked at Uchiha Madara with complicated eyes. Even if it is the 8 gates of Dungia, I guess it can't kill the impure world reincarnation. I want to try it. Interesting. Are there any other powers? Banara looked at the bottom with interest, and then laughed. Use it. Let me see what confidence do you have to defeat me. After the words fell, Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and said, the 8th gate. However, before the words were finished, it's over. A familiar voice came. Everyone was stunned. Looking at Hashirama Senju, who stopped Uchiha Madara, and Tobirama Senju beside him. Also, the 4th generation and Danzo Shimura and others also came. Humph! Evil Uchiha Madara! Tobirama Senju sneered at Uchiha Madara. The constraints of the impure world reincarnation have been broken. What an idiot! Can't you feel it? The impure world reincarnation has been broken. After hearing the words of the 2nd generation Hokage, everyone was also stunned, and then they all showed happy smiles on their faces. It seems that the 3rd generation Hokage and others succeeded. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. Madara. If Tobirama hadn't reminded me just now, I wouldn't have felt it. Hashirama Senju looked at Madara happily. Now they are still waiting for our support. We can fight side by side again. However, just as the words fell, suddenly, everyone's face changed, looking at Uchiha Madara, who grabbed the 1st generation Hokage's neck for no reason. Madara-sama, Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha. It's over. Madara laughed arrogantly, looking at Hashirama Senju in front of him, this has just begun. You still won't forgive me. Hashirama Senju was stunned, looking at Madara who was grabbing him, sighed, with a firm face, in that case. You don't need to grab, I'll do it myself. Let our grudges end here. The words were not finished. Idiot! Uchiha Madara sneered and glared. Under everyone's stunned eyes. The original Mangekyo eyes suddenly turned purple, and circles appeared in the eyes. The legendary Samsara eye. Thanks to this body. No matter if it's someone who robbed my plan or blocked my plan. I will kill them myself. Looking at Senju Hashirama with cold eyes, I accept your power. The words fell. In the blink of an eye. Several black sticks suddenly pierced into Hashirama's body, and at the same time absorbed the fairy chakra from Hashirama's body. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama was the first to react, roaring and rushing over, I'm going to kill you. But it was too late now. After Madara absorbed the energy, he retreated directly. Would release. Standing on the giant tree again, he looked down with a big laugh, you've already lost. Hashirama. With a snap sound, he put his hands together. Looking down at the people who were glaring at him. The game has just begun. At the same time, the people above also noticed that something seemed to have happened below. But at this time, they couldn't stop it. Otsutsuki Ura's Hiki. Obito was nailed to the ground, roaring at the Otsutsuki Ura's Hiki in the air, I will definitely kill you. Then, bang! He was directly shot through by an energy shot from Otsutsuki Ura's Hiki, vile creature. Then, continue to extract another Jinkraki, compress the energy in high concentration in the body. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, it makes it much easier for me. Sasuke and Nagato panted heavily, looked at each other, and realized that they couldn't go on like this, but just as they were about to act. A beam of light from the Samsara eye shot towards them. Bang! A loud noise. Bugs! You should stay here well. Mokura laughed arrogantly, glanced at the dust, and said, then this planet will be buried with you. Twice. How dare you do it twice? Just when the last Jinkraki was about to be exhausted. Suddenly. Raise Nan. Two figures appeared on the side. And in the dust it was Tsunade who had rescued Sasuke and the others. However, although Otsutsuki Urashiki's absorption was interrupted, he didn't care now. He looked at Orochimaru below calmly, are you ready to betray me? Orochimaru. Sorry. Orochimaru shrugged and said with a smile, something unexpected happened. I was threatened. Ha ha ha, is that so? Otsutsuki Urashiki laughed fiercely, knocked him down and rushed to Jiraiya, and successfully absorbed the last Jinkraki, and said calmly, you have already lost. Looking down at the 6 people surrounding him below, I'm not in the mood to play this boring game with you now. Slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. That's it. Behind the large army. Is the remaining energy over there? Everyone was shocked. Just when they were about to stop him. It was too late. Otsutsuki Urashiki's figure disappeared directly on the spot. Rich. Can he be stopped? 070 Do you know who our boss is? What a big surprise. Fuyu looked at the battlefield where another accident happened. Who would have thought that after the impure world reincarnation was cracked, Uchiha Madara would continue to attack. However, now that Uchiha Madara has jumped out, do Black Zetsu dare to show up? They must be beaten to death. And Otsutsuki Urashiki has also entered the crane mode, and it seems that he can no longer use Yomi Hirasaka. Fuyu pondered for a moment and murmured, how about going to help? He was originally invited by Minato to come here to protect the Jinkraki. After all, considering Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, most of the combat power needs to be used. Otherwise, There is no reason for Might Dai and his son to open the 8 gates to fight the impure world reincarnation. Thanks. So, he was worried that Otsutsuki Urashiki would use Yomi Hirasaka to catch people, so he asked him to come and watch. And now, Otsutsuki Urashiki can't use Yomi Hirasaka, and it's time for him to go up. He sighed inwardly, looking at the instant noodles he had just made, and then at the screen that had not yet recovered the signal. Because Otsutsuki Urashiki had used Shinra Tensei and Samsara eye pressure many times, the drone that was filming had long been swept away, and even the battlefield on Uchiha Madara's side was very dangerous. Now only the white man could still capture the scene stably. All the ninjas in the rear had to give him a compliment and admiration. Even though the fight was so terrible, he could still capture the scene in real time. Narashikaku was already preparing to send a talent recruitment letter to the white man, preparing to invite him to join Konoha's intelligence team. Is this planning to let the enemy directly attack our important departments? But it's talent. Fuyuta sighed with emotion, and was about to take a mouthful of noodles. Suddenly, the bell rang. Hello. There's a signal. There's a signal. It's connected. Fuyuta was slightly stunned. Jiraiya? You're not dead yet? The whole ninja world thought you were dead. Who's dead? You're not dead yet, it seems Orochimaru really loves you. The voice on the other side stagnated, but someone seemed to be arguing something next to him. Jiraiya quickly said, Otsutsuki Urashiki has already passed by you. I've seen it. Fuyuta sighed helplessly, hung up the phone, put down the instant noodles, turned his head and looked at the figure behind him. Suddenly, the whole rear also noticed it. Enemy attack. Protect the Jinchuriki and retreat. Narashikaku hadn't finished speaking yet. Bang! He was directly blown away by a purple light. At this time, Kushina, Kakashi, and the other two also reacted quickly and were about to counterattack. It's time to end. Fuyuta stood up and looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki. The server is ready. Come with me. Interesting. I didn't expect you to find me. Otsutsuki Urashiki sneered, arrogant low-level creature. You. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of him. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. What kind of eyes are these? 3 Megatama Sharingan. These inferior eyes? Impossible. Obito. Ahem. Obito coughed twice, looked at the Jinchuriki who was put down, especially one of the figures, and suddenly fell silent. Sorry. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, and finally, he sighed helplessly, we are late. After he finished speaking, Obito's eyes were confused, and then with a cold look, women will only affect the speed of my hand seals, However, before he finished speaking, what do you want to do? Create a ninja world for Yukato. He was interrupted by a voice, and the video just now has been recorded. Move away. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Rich. Everyone was stunned when they saw the figure that suddenly appeared and the Otsutsuki Urashiki who was knocked unconscious. This guy actually dared to look me in the eye. Fuyuta shook his head. He can absorb chakra, but my pupil power and body are stronger. This body. This pupil power. Is this guy really an Uchiha? No wonder he can even move the wedge. Uchiha Sasuke looked at him with a complicated look, and then looked at the unconscious Otsutsuki Urashiki, and sighed in his heart. Is it finally over? Let's kill him now. Once he wakes up, it will be bad if we successfully burn the wedge. Wait a minute. He is still useful. Fuyuta sighed, shook his head, and looked at Obito who was lowering his head. Obito is so sad, I am also very sad. I will kill you. Do you still want to revive people? Women will only affect. Forget it. I'm sorry. Everyone watched this scene speechlessly, and finally looked at Fuyu in confusion. Are you preparing? Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly, and then calmed down in an instant. Reincarnation natural technique. That's right. Don't waste it. After resurrecting the person, transfer it to the server. One person can be used for multiple purposes, reducing waste. And this body can also be used for research. Looking at Otsutsuki Ura's hiki with emotion, this Otsutsuki clan is quite useful. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Madara laughed at the people in front of him. Is that all? What a boring dance. This farce should end. Uchiha Madara. Minato held the kunao in his hand and stared at him. Your dream has been proven to be wrong. Stop it. After the war is over, I will explain everything to you. This is history restorative? I didn't expect that this ninja world would eventually reach this point. The ninja world is very peaceful now. However, stupid. Madara snorted disdainfully, looking down with his eyes, and said lightly, why do I, Uchiha Madara, need you to explain my actions? I want to prove that I am right. He turned his head and looked at Senju Hashirama coldly. I won this time. Hashirama. You won. You won. Hashirama sighed. Now he had no extra chakra in his body. He didn't expect that Madara could even absorb the body of the impure world reincarnation. He looked at Madara with complicated eyes. I was sorry for you back then. Let's end our bad fate between us. He said. He turned around with difficulty and turned his back to Madara. Come on. Madara. I owe you this. After the words fell. Suddenly. The scene was silent. Looking at Uchiha Madara with a confused face. What's going on? You big idiot. Uchiha also raised his eyelids. The original domineering momentum was immediately confused by this guy. He shouted with a black face, what are you doing? Isn't it enough? At most. At most. Hashirama gritted his teeth, I'll give you 2 times. This idiot. Madara covered his forehead and ignored the idiot. He continued to look down, took a deep breath, and pulled the atmosphere back. Stupid guy. I will. The words were not finished. The voice of Hashirama Senju came again, Madara. However, Madara decided to ignore him. I will bring this ninja world. Madara. I will bring this ninja world. Madara. Shut up, Utien. Madara couldn't help it, turned his head and glared at Hashirama. Are you done yet? Can you let me finish what I said? That's your eyes. Reincarnation Eye. The ultimate power of Uchiha bloodline. No. Don't interrupt. Old man. Shut up. Hashirama Senju widened his eyes, looking at the eyes. Your eyes are cracked. Madara was stunned, and seemed to notice something. My eyes. The words were not finished. Hashirama's voice sounded again. With shock, Banara, are you blind? I'm going to kill this idiot. At this time, the hiding white man seemed to notice that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Banara-sama seems to have resurrected. What should we do now? Should we start planning? But Banara-sama has been surrounded. And that Uchiha Fui is so scary. At this time, a certain white Zetsu hung up the phone and quickly turned around and shouted, Stop! Stop! Black Zetsu called. He plans to live for another few hundred years. Let's go back quickly. After he finished speaking. After hearing his words, the other white Zetsu felt relieved. He's gone. He's gone. Banara-sama is gone again. I'm so sad. Let's go back and have a feast to see off Madara-sama. However, at this time, it's you guys. A cold voice came from behind. No wonder I felt a familiar smell just now. All the white Zetsu were stunned, and quickly turned their heads to look at the mysterious man with a broken arm who also had the samsara eye. Were we discovered? We. Humph. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the group of white Zetsu coldly, raised the long sword in his hand, and said lightly, "Don't leave. Stay here." After saying that, suddenly, "Wait a minute!" A white Zetsu shouted loudly, "You can't kill us. Ridiculous. Do you know who our boss is? Uchiha Madara." Sasuke snorted disdainfully, "Do you think I'm afraid of him?" "No." White Zetsu shook his head quickly, "Not Madara-sama." Sasuke was slightly stunned, "Uchiha Obito?" "No." "Uzumaki Nagato?" "No either." "Forget it." Sasuke raised the sword again impatiently and said coldly, "No matter who it is, your plan will fail." As he said that, when the long sword was swung down and was about to chop the white Zetsu, suddenly, "Our boss is Uchiha Ding Dang." "Uchiha Ding Dang? Do you know Uchiha Ding Dang?" Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke's sword stopped abruptly, and he looked at them in confusion. After a slight silence, he asked, "Who? What did he hear just now?" "Uchiha Ding Dang." Seeing Sasuke stop the sword, the white Zetsu raised their heads proudly, "She is our new boss, Uchiha Ding Dang." After the words fell, Sasuke, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. What on earth does that Uchiha Fuyo want to do? Request for leave. 404 not found. 404 not found. Open Resti. 071 You are my eyes. What the hell is this? If I remember correctly, Uchiha Ding Dang should be only 3 years old, even less than 3 years old. You are kidding. Uchiha Sasuke was completely stunned, and his hand holding the sword was motionless, frozen in place. Until the group of little white people quietly left, he still hadn't come back to his senses. Finally, his eyelids raised, his face, it's better not to say anything. It was stiff as if he had a cramp. A confused face. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He put away the knife in his hand expressionlessly. Finally, he decided to ignore it. Although he didn't know what that guy wanted to do, to be honest, even if that Otsutsuki Kagai really came out, it would not be enough to face the 3 Megatama. It's not a big problem. Forget it. This is another matter of the ninja world. It's better not to interfere too much. Sasuke sighed, and said nothing more. He shook his head and stared at Uchiha Madara, who was blind and surrounded by a group of ninjas. Since Otsutsuki Urashiki has been solved, it's time to go back to Boruto. This ninja world can't stay for long. If you stay for too long, it's easy to have heart problems. I didn't see it. Now even Uchiha Madara can't dance? It's black in front of my eyes. I can't see anything. Madara stood on the giant tree, feeling the movement around him, and his mouth twitched. How did he suddenly come back to life? Who did it? Black Zetsu? But if you want to revive him, can you wait for the right time first? I just said that I would fight them all at once, let them know who is the strongest in the ninja world, and at the same time create a new ninja world to prove to the idiot who is the strongest. Result. How did he suddenly go blind? It's okay if he's blind. What about Black Zetsu? Why hasn't his will come out yet? And what about the White Zetsu? I had clearly sensed the breath left by these guys just now, why did they all disappear now, without leaving anything behind? He had been standing there for so long, and you didn't even think of a way to get him a pair of eyes? Even if it wasn't the Samsara eye, ordinary Uchiha eyes would do. Could it be? An accident happened? Madara's heart condensed, and he seemed to notice the ninjas surrounding him. They surrounded him so densely. Although he knew that the plan had failed, how could Uchiha Madara give up so easily? He closed his eyes and snorted coldly. Even though he couldn't see, he was still domineering and looked down at the people below. He said lightly, "It seems that I failed this time." After a slight pause, "But I will definitely come back. Even if he failed this time, with his will I believe it won't be too long before he resurrects next time." He spread his hands directly, "You bunch of trash. Come on together." After the words fell. Suddenly, the ninjas surrounding him froze, and then glared at Uchiha Madara angrily. "Too arrogant. He's blind and still so arrogant. Kill him. Kill him. See how he can dance. Come on. Dance." The crowd was furious. All the ninjas had bad expressions and were ready to let this blind ninja legend understand why the flowers are so red. Suddenly, a figure stood up tremblingly and directly protected Uchiha Madara. That was the god of ninja world who was originally stuck in the ground, Senju Hashirama. At this time, the black stick on his body had been pulled out by the second Hokage. The whole person dragged his exhausted body, panting, but still stood firmly in front of Uchiha Madara. "Grandpa, first generation. Idiot brother." Senju Tobirama looked at the black stick in his hand with a headache, and then looked at the hard-standing Uchiha Madara. The elder brother in front of Abanero shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" "Sorry." Senju Hashirama smiled bitterly, "I can't just watch Madara die in front of me. He was about to kill you." "I know. You idiot. I shouldn't have pulled these things out just now. Sorry." Tobirama. Senju Hashirama apologized to his brother, then took a deep breath, looked at the other ninjas in front of him, stood up straight, and bent down without hesitation, "Sorry. Can you please let Madara go? I will definitely take good care of him." After the words fell, everyone looked at each other in surprise. After all, even if the first-generation Hokage had been criticized for oppressing the impure world reincarnation some time ago, no matter what, he was also the god of the ninja world who ended the warring states' rebellion, and he suddenly bowed his head. All of a sudden, they didn't know what to do. It's just that Uchiha Madara. Everyone hasn't forgotten how much this guy deserved a beating just now. Finally, after hesitating for a while, everyone turned their heads and looked at the fourth Hokage beside them in silence. The fourth Hokage was also silent for a while, frowning slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Finally, he sighed, stood up with a firm face, and looked directly at Senju Hashirama, "Shode-sama." However, the words were not finished yet. "I don't need you, an idiot, to control me." Uchiha Madara behind Hashirama stretched out his hand directly, trying to push Senju Hashirama away, but he couldn't push him away. Feeling that Hashirama had been standing firmly in front of him, his heart trembled slightly, as if he recalled the time when they fought in the ninja world together. But after a while, still said coldly, "One day, I will definitely come back again to prove that I am right," said. His whole body was filled with a powerful aura. Even though he was blind, he still stared at everyone with his eyelids tightly closed. "Come on. All of you, come on. Even if you can't see, do you really think you can defeat the old man?" Suddenly, feeling his shoulder being grabbed, Uchiha Madara opened his mouth, but he couldn't say the following words. "Madara! Don't do this again." Hashirama's tone became heavier, and then he turned his head and bowed to everyone, "Sorry. Please believe me. I will definitely be able to take good care of Madara. I don't need you to worry about me. I was sorry for the past. Let's solve the sins between us." "How to solve it?" 2 times. 2 times at most. "What are you talking about, you idiot?" "Survive." Senju Hashirama said in a deep tone, "Come with me to take a good look at this ninja world. Don't you always say that everything on the internet is fake? Aren't they all corrupt? Come with me to walk around. See if this is true or false." After the words fell. This time, Madara was silent again. After a while, he raised his head expressionlessly, as if looking at Hashirama Senju. I'm blind. How can I see? It's okay. Hearing that Madara finally gave in, Hashirama Senju smiled. I'll help you see. I'll tell you when the time comes. Idiot. Who wants it? Madara. Let me be your eyes. Stupid. You'll regret it sooner or later. I'll keep a close eye on you. Hashirama. Madara. What on earth are these two guys doing? Everyone around them looked at the two people who suddenly looked at each other affectionately with a black face. Even Tsunade covered her eyes directly. Grandpa, this idiot. Forget it. Forget it. Since the first Hokage said so, let's give him face. That's right. And the Uchiha clan guarantees it. I think it should be fine. If something unexpected happens, we will expose him. What a touching bond. Disperse. Disperse. All dispersed. Everyone looked around, and now they also showed a relieved smile on their faces. The war is finally over. Go home. I can actually live again. Akiko and Xiao Zheng, I haven't seen them for so long, I don't know how they are doing now. Don't worry. Big brother, I've taken good care of my sister-in-law and the children. Thank you for your hard work these years. Let's go. Let's go home quickly, I miss them now. Big brother, your previous home was demolished a few years ago. Hey? How could this be? Where do Akiko and the others live now? Just live with me. And on the side Uchiha Sasuke, who was also watching, put away his sword in silence again, looked deeply at the two figures, then turned his head to look at Uchiha Obito, who was being pulled by the ears by two wooden men not far away, and kept saying women can only, and then turned his head again, looking at the old Uchiha man who was supported by an old woman with a white eye, wearing a small vest, and looked very fashionable. The corner of his mouth twitched again, he sighed, shook his head, and muttered to himself, forget it. It's time to pack up and go back. As he said that, he turned around and prepared to leave. This ninja world. I'm used to it. After 072. The war is over. The pyramid scheme leader, Otsutsuki Urashiki, was executed, and his colleague and former leader shocked the ninja world with their black-hearted processing. The factory director, Orochimaru, was also successfully arrested. The terrorist forces were wiped out. The ninja world has once again ushered in a new peace. This is really a cause for celebration. This is a cause for celebration. Of course, these have nothing to do with Fuyu. After the war, he went home to see his children after getting what he wanted. As for the rest, that's all ninja business. Why should he, a businessman, get involved? Morning. After breakfast, Fuyu held Xiao Ling Dang and Xiao Ding Dang, father and daughter, and watched TV stupidly. Although 3 days have passed since the end of the war, things about the war on TV and the internet are still hot. Of course. Most of the content released on the internet has been reviewed. After all, too many things happened at that time, and even Zio Baron couldn't shoot all of them. At the same time, many of them can be regarded as secrets of the ninja world. Therefore, after discussion, in order to avoid causing confusion, the internet can only be regulated to prevent it from being used by people with ulterior motives. However, speaking of little white people, now Madara is blind and has been taken home by the first Hokage to be raised. Uchiha Obito is said to be in pain and happiness recently because of the video he accidentally took. As for Uzumaki Nagato, this shy boy is still a little embarrassed to see his big brother, and he runs away every time he sees him. Really? How can he still be so shy when he is not young anymore? If so, how can we revive the Uzumaki clan? We can't entrust the task of reviving the Uzumaki clan to Hinoka. Hinoka will also inherit his huge family business when the time comes, so how can she have time to revive the Uzumaki clan? Speaking of Hinoka, she is already a jonin, but she didn't retire to help, but went straight to be a team leader. My daughter has grown up. It's really distressing. So, what is Black Zetsu going to do with his current plan? Are you going to live for another 1,000 years? Fuyu hesitated for a moment and ignored it. Anyway, it was not his turn as a businessman to take care of such matters concerning the safety of the ninja world. Why think so much? Turning his head, he looked at Hanabi, who was sorting out the gifts and seemed to see some interesting clips from time to time and laughed chuckle. Because time was very tight, Otsutsuki Urashiki was also dealt with. Worried about the safety of the ninja world over there, Suzuki seemed to be going back in a few days. Besides, it has been so long, I think he doesn't have much time to hang around here. After all, the family's mortgage has not been paid off yet. Uncle Uchiha Suzuki is not the young master Uchiha Suzuki in this ninja world. He can buy any collection of the luminous thunder god sword he wants, and smash any collector's edition figurines he wants. If he doesn't go back, how can Sakura pay the mortgage alone? Therefore, Hanabi has been preparing gifts for her father and sister over there these days. However, Fuyu said with some worry, I think it's better to take it easy, so as not to start a ninja war over there. It's safe. It's safe. I know. Hanabi smiled and blinked, and seemed to be a little excited, saying, it's just trivial things in life. There's no problem. After saying that, he sighed regretfully, it's a pity that I probably won't be able to see their expressions. It doesn't look like there's no problem. Fuyu raised his eyelids, rubbed the quiet little ding-dang and the restless little ling-dang in his arms, shook his head, hesitated for a moment, are you really not going back? Why are you talking about this? Hanabi waved her hand and said indifferently, didn't I say it already? I have left a video for my sister and father, and I have to take care of the children here. At this time, the word child was heard. Ling Ian, who was standing by, seemed to have remembered something and said, oh, right. The great elder is back. He told you to bring Little Bell and Little Ding Dang to him these few days. What did he say? If you don't hurry up, I'll ask Chief Fugaku to beat you with Susanoo. This old guy. Would he be afraid of Susanoo? How ridiculous. The great elder has returned to the village to rest since the war ended. After all, he was injured in the battle against the Uchiha legend. Besides, his motorcycle exploded, and he is old. After traveling for so many years, he probably won't go out for a short time. I heard that he has been living a pretty good life during this period. Because of his injury, Elder Beiwa had no choice but to visit him from time to time, and would prepare some food, fruits, etc. when he went. There is an old woman taking care of him. But thinking of the single elder who has been arrogant all his life, it is estimated that even if he saw Elder Beiwa coming to take care of him, the two would only quarrel. If you want to go further than dream about it. They are both old men and women, one is the Uchiha elder and the other is the Hyuga elder. I don't think they have any intentions. If they do, how can they be like this after traveling for so long? As for Uchiha Madara, he has returned to the village now, but not to the Uchiha clan. With the blessings of everyone, he finally followed Senju Hashirama back to the village and now lives with Senju Hashirama. But he is still blind and needs Senju Hashirama's support every day. What a touching bond! It seems that the old guy should have been discharged from the hospital. He shook his head with emotion. He shook his head, forget it. Forget it. I'll go back in a few days. Just as he finished speaking. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. After a while. After the door opened, Uchiha Suzuki walked in. But what is this guy looking at Xiao Ding Dang for? Didn't he see that Xiao Ding Dang was so scared that she shrank behind him? Is he thinking about his daughter? Oh, nothing. Hearing Fuyu's words, Suzuki looked at Xiao Ding Dang with complicated eyes again. This little girl. Who could have thought? She is the guy who became the second generation of terrorists after Uchiha Madara. Sure enough. This white Zetsu of the ninja world is probably crazy. Otherwise, who would think so? But thinking that this ninja world is more or less a little abnormal, Sasuke has no doubts in his heart. Anyway, it doesn't seem to be a big problem, why do you care so much? Then he raised his head and looked at Uchiha Fuyu expressionlessly, where's Boruto? He paused for a moment, since the matter is over, we should go back to. The ninja world over there is not peaceful yet. Boruto? He's still playing games up there. He should be fighting that Otsutsuki Momoshiki again. Oh right. Fuyu seemed to remember something and said, stay a few more days, and go back to Uchiha with me tomorrow. And Hanabi also needs to prepare some things, I hope you can take them back. After the words fell, Sasuke was surprised for a moment, glanced at Hanabi, and sighed slightly in his heart, it seems that she has decided. However, although he left a few days later, he was still a little happy to think that he could see his father, mother, and Unai-chan. It is estimated that after this departure, they will never see each other again. Just when he was about to nod his head to show that he understood. Don't be so sad. Fuyu suddenly put his arm around his shoulders and said with emotion, don't worry, I'll ask Sister Mikoto to prepare more food tomorrow. You can eat more tomorrow. You're welcome, but if you want to cry, just cry here. I won't laugh at you. Don't scare your mother again. She'll think the food she cooked is so bad that she's going to cry. Move away. Suddenly, he wanted to go home immediately. 073 Say goodbye. Are you here again? Son of man. Stop, stop, stop. No more. No more this time. I've done it so many times today, and the equipment still doesn't drop. What's the point of doing it? Seeing that Otsutsuki Momoshiki face was ashen and he was about to raise his hand again, Uzumaki Boruto quickly said, I just came to chat with you this time. The words fell. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was slightly stunned, but slowly put down his hand, his livid face regained some calmness, and he said lightly, low-level creature. Leave. To be honest, after fighting for so many days, he was a little tired. However, where exactly is this place, and why can't he leave here? I'm not interested in chatting with you. Don't be like that, I'm leaving in a few days, after all, we're from the same ninja world. Uzumaki Boruto shouted exaggeratedly, and then said cheerfully, is there anything you need me to take back? Leaving. Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his eyebrows and fell silent. After a while, he understood what was going on, it seems that Otsutsuki Urashiki has also failed. Yes. From the day you invaded the ninja world, you were doomed to fail. Arrogant low-level creatures, if we hadn't been careless at this point, Otsutsuki Momoshiki paused and didn't say anything else. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, he also has his own pride. What's the point of saying that now? Looking at Uzumaki Boruto calmly, where is he now? Almost the same as you. Where is this place? Do you think I will tell you? Uzumaki Boruto looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki in front of him strangely, and then ignored him, forget it. Anyway, Otsutsuki Urashiki has been defeated, and I guess you have nothing to say. After I leave here in a few days, I guess no one will come to brush you. That's really a happy thing. Otsutsuki Urashiki's mouth curled up slightly, and that familiar arrogant smile appeared again, hurry up and get out, human. The words were not finished. Boruto touched his chin again, and said while pondering, don't be so arrogant in the future, what low-level creatures, this will make players hate it. Listen to Uncle Fuyu Grandpa? It's going to be opened in a while, and more people will come to brush you. Remember to explode more equipment. If you can't satisfy the players, you won't get paid, and you will be. Suddenly, It's not finished yet. Bang! A loud noise. Otsutsuki Momoshiki shot a beam of light directly at Boruto, and then looked at the place that had disappeared with a gloomy face. There are more low-level creatures coming? And they still need to be satisfied? These guys. Are they going to stop? Really? I haven't finished talking yet. I said I don't want to fight anymore. Boruto sighed and shook his head. I was planning to teach you some knowledge about high-level bosses, but you are so foul-mouthed, killing people without even saying anything, and not even dropping equipment. Who would like this? What a pity. I was also planning to build a good relationship. Maybe when the game is perfected, I can pass it again if you come. Can I give him a gold suit or something? Forget it. I'll let Uncle Fuyu squeeze him out later. This arrogant guy needs everyone to come and kill him. Hey, good morning, I remember your name, Uzumaki Boruto. Floating in the air, Otsutsuki Urashiki, carrying a fishing rod, looked at Uzumaki Boruto in front of him. He didn't show any anger on his face. After a little surprise, he said happily, "It seems Xiaomo has been solved by you. It's really strange. I could feel Xiaomo's breath a few days ago." "No, he lives next door to you, maybe you can meet him or something." "Forget it, let's not talk about this." Uzumaki Boruto looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki in front of him in confusion. "Aren't you angry?" "I am quite angry. After all, as a god, I actually fell so hard on this low-level planet." Otsutsuki Urashiki shrugging, "But now it seems that no matter how angry we are, it's useless. You are much smarter than that Momo." "Momo is a senior after all, as a junior I must be humble." Otsutsuki Urashiki no longer floated in the air, landed on the ground, and looked at Uzumaki Boruto. "Where is this place?" "A magical place, you will know when the time comes." Boruto shrugged, frowned slightly and looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki. "Can you tell me? What is your purpose? Although we have failed, this is not okay." Otsutsuki Urashiki shook his head with a smile. "Just like you said, you will know when the time comes. The Otsutsuki clan will not disappear like this." After the words fell. Hearing Otsutsuki Urashiki's words, Boruto immediately fell into deep thought. "An Otsutsuki? This is important information. But..." After a while, a confident smile appeared on his face again, and there seemed to be a light flashing. "But I also believe. No matter who the enemy is, no matter how many there are, our ninja world will win. Just like every disaster we face. Ninja. It is not so easy to be defeated. Arrogant human." Otsutsuki Urashiki's mouth froze slightly, and he looked at Uzumaki Boruto deeply. After a while, his face returned to a smile. "So tell me the purpose of your coming here this time? Why don't you see that? Oh, by the way, Uchiha Sasuke. And that guy with a pair of strange eyes. Oh, Sasuke teacher and Uncle Fuyu are going to visit relatives at home today." Uzumaki Boruto rested his head on his hands and said with a smile, "As for me, because I will leave in a few days, I just came to say hello. Forget it, now I have already played, and I have something to do next, so I won't bother you. See you again." He lowered his head and was about to log off, but suddenly raised his head again and showed a sunny smile to Otsutsuki Urashiki. "Next time if I come to swipe you, remember to give me better equipment." After saying that, just when Otsutsuki Urashiki was puzzled by what he said, Boruto disappeared directly from in front of him. "Leaving? What else is there to swipe?" Otsutsuki Urashiki was slightly stunned, then sighed and floated in the air again, looking around in confusion. "Where is this place? Why can't I feel the breath of Otsutsuki Momoshiki anymore? Is she really gone?" "That's it." Uzumaki Boruto took off the virtual helmet and looked at the computer in front of him. Inside the game, characters he had played during this period were still swiping resources. But it's going to end. What a pity. After stretching slightly, he stood up and opened the curtains. A ray of sunlight shone in. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar streets outside, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Next, prepare some gifts for Sarada and the others. They will definitely be incredible by then. Prepare some stand-alone games as well. Really? How come his ninja world doesn't have so many games and such a convenient network? As long as you place an order, it can be delivered no matter how far away you are. And Dad? Why do you tremble all over when you hear the word Hyaga? Boruto shook his head in distress. It's really distressing. Could I have been born here? Thinking of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke here, as long as he said the word Hyaga, his body would freeze, as if he had encountered something terrible. But what did he encounter? But he didn't say it. He sighed, looked at the empty hall, walked to the entrance and changed his shoes. I don't know when Sasuke teacher will come back. He opened the door, then took another look inside, and said with a smile, then I'll go out. Speaking of it, I have been playing games since I came to this ninja world, and I haven't had a good look around. Then it's decided. Boruto raised his fist and said with a smile, before Sasuke and the others come back, he should take a good look around Konoha. 074 Bickering. This is Xiao Ling Dang, this is Xiao Ding Dang, I didn't recognize it wrongly. Hee. Are you here? Seeing the two little girls coming, the elder, who was originally sitting with a stern face and folded his arms, suddenly stood up happily, bent down, and looked at the two little girls in front of him. What a well-behaved child! After the words fell, Xiao Ling Dang blinked her curious eyes, looked at the old man in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Hello, Grandpa." And Xiao Ding Dang's words, "This girl has been shy since she was born," blushing, hiding behind Fuyu, quietly sticking out her cute little head, and said weakly, "Grandpa, hello." Good, good, good. They are all good children. The elder laughed heartily, then raised his head and looked at Uchiha Fuyu and the two women of the White Eye clan in front of him. After they greeted him, he nodded slightly, then looked at Uchiha Fuyu, felt melancholy in his heart, and sighed, "What a Uchiha scum! Why did he suddenly attack me personally?" Fuyu raised his eyelids and was about to say something. At this time, Elder Beiwa also came. He nodded to the elder with a cold face, and then looked at Uchiha Lingian and Uchiha Hanabi with a complicated look. In the end, he didn't say anything. He lowered his head and looked at the two little loli in front of him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile, and nodded, "Not bad kids." Then he paused slightly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, "It's the Byakugan." After the words fell. Soon. The elder raised his eyelids, as if he was very angry, and jumped up and down in anger. "They are called Uchiha." "That's right. He won." It was Uchiha who won. However, Elder Beiwa didn't care. He was dressed in a kimono, with his head held high and his chest held high. He looked at the elder calmly and said lightly, "It's the Byakugan. She really deserved to be the famous high-class flower of Konoha back then. Even if she is old, the temperament is still the same." But, puff! This sentence. Suddenly, it was like a sharp arrow, piercing the chest of the elder, making him cover his chest involuntarily, step back 2 steps, and glared at Fuyu angrily. "It's all this guy's fault. Why isn't it Uchiha's Sharingan? What does it have to do with me?" Fuyu rolled his eyes. It seems with this arrogant look, the elder and Beiwa elder have no hope. However, the words haven't been finished yet. "Don't interrupt, kid, wait for me to have a good fight with this old woman." The elder snorted coldly, staring at Hyaga Beiwa, and then still raised his head stubbornly. "Their surname is Uchiha. X4. The elder. It's hopeless." Even Sasuke was squinting at the side. "The battle is still going on. Elder Beiwa placed his hands elegantly on his waist and sneered, "It's the Byakugan. Their last name is Uchiha. It's the Byakugan. Can you stop talking about the Byakugan?" "Okay." Beiwa snorted disdainfully, then fixed his eyes, as if looking down at the old man in front of him, and said lightly, "They didn't inherit the blood of the Uchiha clan." As soon as he said this, puff puff puff, another sharp arrow pierced the chest of the elder again, causing the elder to cover his chest and retreat 2 steps, tremblingly extending his fingers. You don't have the virtue of patience. What's the difference between this sentence and the previous sentence? It's the Byakugan." However, this scene, it really made Fuyu unable to watch it. If they continued to quarrel, one of them would probably fall down soon. He shook his head, actually. Still he hadn't finished speaking. The elder said angrily, "Shut up, kid. This is about the honor of Uchiha." "How is this about the honor of Uchiha?" Fuyu hadn't finished speaking yet. "Even if it's a white eye." The elder looked at the elder Beiwa who was standing above him and looking down at him. His body seemed to tremble slightly, but he still said stubbornly, "They are still Uchiha." "Humph! Childish!" Elder Beiwa sneered disdainfully, and then looked at the elder calmly, "They are white eyes. I win. I haven't lost yet. You are so childish at your age and refuse to admit defeat." "Why should I admit defeat? You are also old." The words were not finished yet. Suddenly, everyone felt a chill coming out from all around, and even the 2 little girls were trembling with fear, tightly holding their father's pants. How terrible! Meng Meng opened her eyes wide and looked in front of her. Are this grandpa and this grandma arguing? That the great elder looked at the cold eyes of the white flower elder, and his body trembled again, waving his hands. "What do you want? Uchiha's fluid technique is also very powerful. Do you want to taste the soft fist of the Hyuga clan?" The atmosphere suddenly became weird. It can be seen. The great elder has already lost this round. Didn't you see that the white flower elder has already looked down at the shrinking great elder? This momentum. How else can the great elder win besides being Tsundere? Just when Fuyu and the others were thinking about withdrawing now and coming back after having dinner at Fuyu's house, Little Bell whispered, "Are Grandpa and Grandma going to fight?" Then Little Ding Dang also carefully poked his head out and said weakly, Fighting is not good." Little Ding Dang is right. Little Bell nodded, hesitated for a moment and looked at Grandpa. Is it because of Little Bell and Little Ding Dang's eyes? The words fell. The 2 old men were stunned for a moment. Hearing these innocent words, they were filled with guilt. Why say this in front of 2 children? At such an old age? It's really embarrassing. The elder touched Xiao Ling Dang's head again and said kindly, "No, no. Grandpa was just joking with Elder Beiwa. These eyes are so beautiful." "That's right." Elder Beiwa also smiled gently, looking at Xiao Ling Dang and Xiao Ding Dang in front of him, and said gently, "What cute children." However, actually Xiao Ling Dang hesitated again. At such a young age, she blinked her crystal eyes, looked at the elder, and quietly approached and said, "The eyes of Ling Dang and Ding Dang will become." Dad said not to tell others. Said. One eye closed and one eye opened. Under the shocked eyes of the 2 old men, directly, a pair of 2 Megatama appeared. Then he whispered, "Grandpa, don't tell anyone." After that, except for Fuyu, Hanabi, and Suzune who already knew about it, even Uchiha Suzuki stared at the eyes blankly, but after a while, he regained his composure. However, he was full of weirdness in his heart, looking at the little Ding Dang, inheriting the blood of Fuyu. The group of white Zetsu, could it be that they chose a little girl just because of this? Preparing to cultivate a terrible strong man. These eyes. The elder was slightly stunned, and then he burst into laughter. It was his turn to look down at the elder Beiwa. "I won." Then, the 2 started bickering again. But this time Elder Beiwa seemed to be at a disadvantage. He clenched his fists angrily and looked at the elder coldly, as if he was about to hit him. You roll your eyes. Everyone looked at the elder, who looked like a villain again, in silence, and sighed with emotion in their hearts. It's hopeless. Fuyu shook his head, took the child again, and looked at Suzuki. Let's go first. Okay. Suzuki nodded expressionlessly. Then the 6 people did not disturb the 2 old men anymore, and walked out quietly. But after walking a few steps, Suzuki turned his head and looked at the elder and Beiwa elder again, his eyes full of complexity, and muttered to himself, Uchiha and Hyuga? It's a bit incredible to think about it. Then he looked at the family next to him. He smiled slightly, and said nothing more, and continued to walk forward. After walking for a while, a familiar scene appeared in front of him. Suzuki looked at the front again with complicated eyes. Home. At this time, Uncle Fuyu. X2. 2 familiar voices sounded. Suzuki was stunned, and then seemed to think of something, and his eyes couldn't help but look over, and suddenly saw the 2 familiar figures. Especially one of them. It's really nostalgic. But he raised his eyelids. Turning around, he looked at Fuyu, who was happily calling eldest nephew and second nephew with the same complicated look. You. Before he finished speaking, Fuyu still patted Sasuke's shoulder happily, sighed sadly, and looked at Suzuki seriously. Actually, you should call me uncle. Move away. Sure enough. After meeting the father, mother, and Unai-chan here, I left quickly. This ninja world. It's better not to stay. 075 Call uncle. Come on. Second nephew. Eat more. No need. Uncle Fuyu, I'll do it myself. I haven't seen you for so many days. Look at you, how much weight have you lost? Is it because your father doesn't give you food? I'll have someone send some delicious food over later. Uncle Fuyu, didn't we meet the day before yesterday? What did you call me? Uncle Fuyu. Louder. Fuyu uncle. That's right, I'm your uncle, of course I care about you. The day before yesterday was long enough, it's almost 3 days, I miss you so much. Fuyu sighed, patted Sasuke's shoulder, and showed relief on his face. Look, you've grown up. I believe you will become a pillar of Uchiha in the future. Uchiha Suzuki blinked his eyes and looked at the rich uncle next to him strangely. Today's rich uncle. Extraordinarily enthusiastic. What's going on? That rich uncle. No need to ask more. Rich nodded with a smile. After all, I'm your uncle. Come on. Eat more food. Said. He also picked up some for the dark-faced Suzuki on the other side, and sighed, Eat more. Eat more. Why don't you eat? If you don't eat today, you probably won't be able to eat in a few days. I don't eat, don't you know what's going on? He calls me uncle on the left and uncle on the right. If he had known, he might as well not come. Suzuki looked at the enthusiastic Uchiha Fuyu with a dark face. Move away. If I hadn't estimated that I couldn't beat this guy, I would have wanted to kill him. Can't you just let him finish this meal in peace? At this time, Fugaku on the side also looked at his stupid Oyudaudo with a black face, and said unhappily, Eat well. Okay. After hearing Fugaku's words, Fugaku stopped teasing Suzuki and looked at Suzuki happily. I'll get him in the middle after a while. Shinobu, take the exam. Do well in the exam. Don't embarrass your uncle and your father. After saying that, Suzuki put down the bowl and nodded seriously. Yes. Uncle. Except for those who didn't know, the rest of the people looked at Fuyu in silence. I didn't see it. Is Suzuki going to take out his knife to chop people? Of course. Fuyu didn't say anything after that, and ate his meal happily. Anyway, is this Sasuke's last meal here? That's about it. Think about being an orphan before graduating from the ninja school in the ninja world. He is the only one in the huge family, and he has to cook and clean up at a young age. Later, he rebelled against the village and lived a life of displacement. Even after the Fourth World War, he didn't return to the ninja village, but kept wandering outside to explore the secrets of the Otsutsuki clan. It's not easy. Just tease him. Don't go too far. After Fuyu calmed down, Uchiha Sasuke ate this meal in an especially calm and warm way. Even though he had been here last time, it was the taste of his mother, plus of the family gathered together to eat, except for the addition of a hateful guy, and his eyes still couldn't help but turn red. They ate and ate. They didn't say anything else, just kept eating with their heads down, saying nothing. Uchiha Mikoto was slightly stunned, and she always felt that the guest brought by Fuyu was very kind and familiar, but she didn't know how to say it. But she just watched him eat. It seemed that her heart gradually calmed down. As for little Sasuke, he looked surprised, and looked at the Fuyu guest who would bury his head in eating, and couldn't help showing sympathy in his eyes. Is this the person in the poor village mentioned on the internet? He must have not eaten for a long time. He hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice, and asked Fuyu uncle beside him, "Fuyu uncle. Hey, don't worry, this child has no parents since he was a child, and has been displaced outside, and has never had a warm meal." Uncle Fuyu sighed, shook his head, and looked at Sasuke, "Unlike you. He is well dressed, his parents are there, and he has a brother and uncle like me who cares about him. So, you have to know how to cherish him." Sasuke. After saying that. How pitiful. Sasuke's sympathy grew stronger, and he nodded. He also shared a lot of dishes with him, and whispered, "Eat slowly. Eat slowly. Mom has prepared a lot of food. Don't be nervous." Then he paused slightly, "If you don't have food in the future, you can come to me. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. Move away." Big Sasuke raised his eyelids, raised his head, and glared at the Sasuke of the ninja world beside him. This guy. I really want to beat him. But that hateful guy was not wrong. Looking at himself, who still had his father, mother, and Unai-chan to accompany him after graduating from the ninja school, his eyes suddenly became complicated. What a lucky guy. Why does this guy look so weird? Maybe he's shy. Let's eat. Fuyu laughed happily. "Sasuke. Listen to uncle. Don't mind him. Let's just eat our own food." "Okay, uncle." Sasuke looked at Fuyu speechlessly, who was taking advantage of him again. This guy. So annoying. Very soon, everyone finished eating. But Fuyu didn't take Sasuke home immediately. He sat in the living room and drank hot tea to digest it. As for Xiaolingdang and Xiaodingdang, they had been taken out by their brothers Itaki and Sasuke to catch butterflies. And Lingyan and the others were together with sister Mikoto, not in the living room. After several grown men drank tea quietly for a while, Fugaku put down the teacup in his hand expressionlessly, looked at Sasuke in front of him, and said lightly, "Are you going back?" After saying that, Sasuke was slightly stunned, and nodded, "Yes. The ninja world over there still needs me." Yet, Fugaku also nodded calmly, and drank 2 more sips of hot tea. "Be careful." "I will. If there is a way, come over if you want." "Yet. Thank you." Sasuke raised his head in surprise, looking at Uchiha Fugaku, who actually said such a thing. However, at this time, when he saw the father in front of him who suddenly showed a gentle smile, he was stunned. Even Fugaku was staring blankly. After all, he had never seen Fugaku smile for so many years. Only the Uchiha Fugaku in front of him really smiled, and said softly, "Live a good life. As a father, I believe that Fugaku and Mikoto over there will definitely bless you. Seeing that you have become a father, they will definitely be very happy." The words fell. Suzuki stared blankly at the father in front of him, as if he saw the father who used to be serious and cold-faced, but today he was suddenly relieved to see that he had grown up. His lips trembled slightly, and he murmured, "Dad." Then he came back to his senses and looked at Fugaku, who was calm again, as if nothing had happened just now, drinking tea with an expressionless face. He nodded with a smile, "I will." Next. The father and son did not speak anymore. "You drink a cup, I drink a cup just like this," drinking tea quietly. Fuyu yawned in boredom, but did not disturb them. Time passed bit by bit. Very quickly. It was getting late, and it was time to go back. 076 True or false? Little Bell, little Doraemon, come and play again when you have time. Well, goodbye. Uncle Fugaku, Aunt Mikoto, Brother Itaki, Brother Suzuki. No matter how you look at it, they are all very cute. Mikoto was amused by the two silly and cute little Lolita, Little Bell, and little Doraemon, and waved her hand with the same smile, watching them leave. However, looking at the figure who had been wearing a top hat and had a broken arm, he frowned slightly, touched his chin, and muttered to himself, "It's still a bit familiar. I always feel that he is a bit like Suzuki." Fugaku was stunned, but didn't say anything. He just looked at the figure that was gradually moving away with complicated eyes. Itaki, on the other hand, looked at the figure in the same complicated way. Finally, he smiled slightly, showing a gentle smile, rubbed Suzuki beside him, nodded, and said, "It's really similar." After saying that, Fugaku looked at his eldest son in surprise, then nodded calmly, "It's really similar." After saying that, he turned around and walked inside. Suzuki looked at the figure with a broken hand speechlessly, and immediately pursed his lips. How can it be similar? What are mom and dad talking to Unai-chan? Not similar at all. He raised his head proudly, "I am Uchiha Suzuki." That guy was so depressed, like a failed middle-aged uncle, not as proud as Uchiha Suzuki. Ha ha ha. Mikoto, on the other hand, heard Sasuke's words, laughed, and touched her youngest son's head. "Yes. Suzuki is Suzuki. How can he be like others?" said. After looking at the road where the figure had disappeared, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, with a gentle smile, he turned around and walked inside. "I'm so envious. I actually have such a lovely daughter. Mom can also have another child. Don't joke with mom. Itaki. I'm serious. I believe Suzuki will be happy too. Have a sister? Call me brother like Xiao Ling Dang and Xiao Ding Dang, it seems not bad." On the other side. After leaving the door, Uchiha Suzuki turned around and left without any hesitation, even ignoring Fuyu, who kept calling him behind him. Worried that if this goes on, he will really pull out the knife. Let this last moment, what is left in his heart is the beauty of this ninja world. "Hey, Suzuki. What's the hurry? Come to my house and have a seat. Have a cup of tea or something. Why don't you stay at my place tonight?" "Uncle, I have a room at home ready for you." "No time, thank you." Suzuki walked forward quickly with his head down, just like he was in a race walk. Fuyu sighed helplessly and shook his head. Why is this kid as shy as Nagato? He is embarrassed to come to his uncle's house. "You know, I am his uncle, Sarada's uncle. Forget it. Now I should go back and prepare gifts for my nephew who is traveling far away." Even if this kid is shy, as an uncle, how can he just watch his nephew come to visit and leave empty-handed? He is his uncle. On the other side, as if he felt that Suzuki had walked far away, his steps stopped slightly, and then he turned his head and looked behind him with a complicated look. Finally, he sighed, shook his head, and walked forward without saying anything else. Thinking of the other Suzuki with a smile just now, he couldn't help but smile. "I hope the Suzuki here can live happily like this." Then, He lowered his hat and walked slowly, ready to take a last look at this ninja world. I saw Sakura a few days ago. Sakura here lives very well. It seems that Mr. Harino Zhao here always delivers takeout and drives a sports car when he is free, so his life is considered rich. Of course, when leaving, he left some of the money he earned during this period at the door as compensation for dismantling the car that people just bought when he first came. He left without disturbing them. As for whether Uchiha Sasuke and Harino Sakura in this ninja world will end up together, it is not something he can intervene. This is always another ninja world. And Uchiha Obito seems to be getting married. Anyway, he was a little confused when he heard it, but I believe that if Kakashi teacher over there heard it, he would be very happy. Sasuke raised his mouth slightly and shook his head. I will tell Kakashi that guy when the time comes. However, at this time, after walking for a while, suddenly, Sasuke stopped, quickly did a backflip, jumped a few steps, and then directly drew his sword, staring at the woods in front. Who? Come out! Although there was nothing in front of him, he could still feel he was being followed. Is it the Anbu? It's impossible. If you want to follow, why do you start tracking now? As for the routes, please. I don't have the time now. I heard that during this period Shimura Danzo was busy rebuilding the root group. How could they follow him? Then who could it be? His brows furrowed and his eyes narrowed. I've already found you. I've already told you. Madara. We can just come out. You said you didn't believe me and wanted to observe secretly. A helpless voice sounded. Now I've been discovered. He is known as a genius who surpasses you and me. Humph. That's the matter of another ninja, Uchiha Madara. What does it have to do with me, Uchiha Madara? Then another disdainful voice said, want to surpass me? Ridiculous. Don't dream. After hearing the voice, Sasuke was slightly stunned, as if it was someone, but he still stared straight ahead. Sure enough. At this time, one figure supported another figure and walked out. Sasuke looked at the blind Uchiha Madara and his mouth twitched. It's been a few days, and he hasn't installed new eyes yet? But what are these two people following him for? Just when Sasuke was thinking. Uchiha Sasuke. Madara spoke directly, snorted coldly, and said, Uchiha Sasuke from another ninja world. Tell me, is it true or false? Madara. I've already said it, be polite when asking people about things. Hashirama, who vowed to be Madara's eyes, said helplessly, looked at Sasuke embarrassedly, and continued, ha ha ha, sorry. Because this matter is too incredible, Madara doesn't believe it, and is going to ask you in person. After the words fell. At this time, Sasuke also understood what was going on, so he put away the knife in his hand, nodded calmly, looked at Uchiha Madara, hesitated for a moment, and said, you from another ninja world also failed in the end. The so-called infinite moon reading is just a conspiracy. However, after hearing Sasuke's words, Madara raised his eyebrows, and his tightly closed eyelids seemed to be staring at Sasuke. How can I believe you? Whether you believe it or not is none of my business. Sasuke was not angry, and still looked at Madara expressionlessly. Even if you don't believe it, you will still fail in this ninja world. Not to mention that you are blind now. Who could have thought? The legendary Uchiha Madara was blind in the end. Shaking his head, he ignored it and was about to turn around and leave. After hearing Sasuke's words, Madara, whose face was blue and white, snorted again, as if suppressing his inner anger. Humph. No matter what, I will personally ask Black Zetsu. After the words fell, Sasuke staggered, as if he remembered the group of white Zetsu at that time, and looked at Uchiha Madara with complicated eyes. I guess he didn't know that his so-called little brother had changed the boss. That was still a 3-year-old girl. Good luck to you. Sasuke sighed, and this time he really turned around and said nothing more. Anyway, it will be a few days later. He will leave too, why bother? 077 White Zetsu Migration. Time moves forward a little. It was the night when the war ended. When he received the news sent back by the White Zetsu and understood the current situation, Black Zetsu sighed with worry. Uchiha Madara is blind. Orochimaru was arrested. The new boss is still a baby. Not to mention that the man in the sky who even his mother is afraid of was also killed by Konoha. Even if he successfully rescued his mother, he would only send her to the enemy. Too scary. Originally, I planned that even if I couldn't revive Madara-sama, I could rely on Orochimaru's Impure World Reincarnation technique to form an Impure World Reincarnation ninja army. As long as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were resurrected, I believed that they would be able to crush the entire ninja world and rescue my mother. But things turned out like this. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were resurrected again. Once Madara knew something, they would be in danger. We can't do this anymore. Black Zetsu, the mastermind behind the ninja world who had been hiding for thousands of years, also realized the great crisis now. For his mission. For my mother. He must not be caught before my mother is rescued. Black Zetsu took a deep breath, stared with his round eyes, looked serious, raised his head and said to all the White Zetsu in front of him, "We must now." Before he finished speaking, seeing the busy White Zetsu in front of him, the whole person suddenly fell silent. After coming to his senses, he looked at the White Zetsu below with a frown on his face. Some were hanging banners, some were lifting tables, some were arranging chopsticks. It was very lively. It looked so lively. It was just like a feast. He shouted loudly, "What the hell are you idiots doing? Feasting!" They were really feasting. Black Zetsu looked at the White Zetsu who were speaking as if it was a matter of course, and covered his head with his right hand. He said in a state of collapse, "Is it time to feast now?" They were speaking so as if it was a matter of course. Damn it! Don't these idiots know that their organization is facing the biggest crisis since its establishment? And Uchiha Madara is not dead yet. What feast are you having? Feasting every day. Feasting every day. Didn't you say you had no money a few days ago? The words fell. All the White Zetsu stopped immediately, then sighed with frustration and lowered their heads. Tens of thousands of White Zetsu mourned together, and the whole cave was suddenly filled with a sad atmosphere, which made Black Zetsu's eyelids twitch. Of course, if he had eyelids. What kind of monsters are these stupid White Zetsu going to make? The doubts in my mind just popped up. At this time. Suddenly. Maybe I will never see Master Madara again. What's wrong with us having a feast? That's right. That's right. You have been so busy these days. Are you the boss of the black-hearted processing factory, Orochimaru? You oppress your employees so much. Can't we relax for a while? The ninja world is too scary. Who can beat those crazy people? Maybe we will be finished tomorrow, so why not have a feast for ourselves first? Yes, yes, yes. What's wrong with us having our own feast? Come on. All White Zetsu continue to dance and play. Where is the banner? Put up the banner quickly. Without this, I always feel like something is missing. Damn it. Because today is a wartime, not many people are delivering food, and the delivery fee has increased. 1 cup to tomorrow, 1 cup to the past, drink this cup. Hang on the sacred tree. Let's go together. Okay, okay, okay. These guys. There's something wrong with them. Since the advent of the internet, none of these White Zetsu are normal. They used to be so obedient and well-behaved tools. How did they become like this? Black Zetsu looked at the White Zetsu who had raised their fists and angrily criticized him, and then drank by themselves. I really want to replace all these idiots. But now. Big crisis. This is not the time to think about it. So, Black Zetsu still held back his anger, looked at the white Zetsu who were addicted to the milk tea pool and fried chicken forest below, took a deep breath again, with a hopeful light on his face, and waved his fist. We can't go on like this. As he spoke, he walked towards the center of the table step by step, solemnly and forcefully. Have you forgotten the mission engraved in your body? Have you forgotten the still sealed Kaguya-sama? Do you lose yourself and give up on yourself when you encounter a little crisis? Have you forgotten how we have come through these thousands of years? He seemed to be getting more and more excited and serious as he spoke. Looking at Baizetsu who was eating fried chicken with a sad face, he raised his eyelids and continued, although this is the biggest crisis we have seen since the establishment of our organization, we have not failed yet. Cheer up. This is just an obstacle on the difficult road to completing our mission. Believe that we can do it. As long as we rescue Mom, we can drink milk tea and order takeout wherever we want. So, we must not give up. He seemed to be full of energy when he said this, stubbornly holding his neck, and raised his clenched fist directly. So many years have passed, tell me, are you going to give up here? The words fell. The little white people stared blankly at Lord Black Zetsu above. Yes. How could they give up now? You know, they are shouldering the mission of rescuing Lord Kaguya. Lord Kaguya is their light. It is their future. They must not give up. All the white Zetsu put down their fried chicken and milk tea in grief, looked at each other, then raised their fists and shouted loudly, for Lord Kaguya! For Lord Kaguya! For Lord Kaguya! Suddenly, the whole cave trembled, and deafening slogans rang out. This is their mission. Black Zetsu nodded with satisfaction. If he failed again he would have to let white Zetsu hang all these white Zetsu on the sacred tree. He stretched out his hand and pressed down. After all the white Zetsu calmed down, he continued with a serious face, now all white Zetsu listen to my plan. Since they can no longer stay in the ninja world, in order to prevent Uchiha Madara from knowing something, they will all be directly shoveled away at that time, so we must move. After the words fell, all the little white people were stunned, and then nodded. It is indeed necessary to move. Otherwise, I wonder if the name of the boss Doraemon will be useful to Uchiha Madara at that time? But where to move? Where to move? After hearing what the white Zetsu said, Black Zetsu's mouth curled up slightly, with a mysterious smile. Let's move to the moon. Hiding on the moon is not only closer to my mother, but also not easy to be discovered. When the time comes. However, before he finished speaking, the little white people cheered again. On the moon? I thought we were going somewhere else. Great. So we can go online again. That's right. That's right. I was worried to death. I heard that you can order takeout on the moon in a while. Isn't this the same as the ninja world? Keep dancing. Keep playing. A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past, and a toast to Madara-sama. Eat the feast. Eat the feast. Black Zetsu looked at the white Zetsu who were eating again with a dark face, raised his eyelids again, and shouted loudly, Eat a hammer. You idiots! Now immediately move for me. All those who can move moved all. Don't leave any traces. Just like that. In order to avoid the great crisis, Black Zetsu led the white Zetsu and began the greatest migration in history. Everyone headed for the moon. However, a white Zetsu in Konoha seemed to have forgotten about it. 078 is back. 3 days. It's been 3 days. There has been no news from the headquarters for 3 days. Although the headquarters rarely sent messages since he was assigned to take care of the new boss, it's different now. Although Uchiha Madara is blind, he is indeed resurrected. He is now in Konoha, and he walks around Konoha all day with the support of the god of Ninja Realm, who has also resurrected, Hashirama Senju. It's really scary. And the alien was caught, and Orochimaru didn't know where he was, and the mysterious one-armed man is still unknown. How much information did he know? Now his situation is very dangerous. He is surrounded by a group of big guys. If he is not careful, he will be discovered. So, during this period of time, he can only live under the protection of the boss Xiao Ding Dang. But this place is very close to the monster Uchiha Fuyu, it is too dangerous. Therefore, after the Ninja World War, he kept sending spores and sending messages on the ninja trying to contact the headquarters. However, these few days, there has been no reply. 9527 Zio Baron is very worried. Recently, he can't even drink milk tea, and he doesn't watch live broadcasts. Could they be 9527? Zio Baron showed sadness on his face, looking at the dimming ninja account. They have been wiped out. Is it possible that now? Is he the only one left? What about the mission? How can he complete it by himself? Little Ding Dang is still young. I haven't been the chief steward long enough. How come they are all gone? 9527 Little white man raised the milk tea in his hand sadly and toasted the dim portraits. Goodbye. I will never forget you. After all, he was the only one left. However, just took a sip of milk tea. Suddenly, the dim avatar in front of him lit up. 9527 Zio Bai was stunned for a moment, wiped his eyes, and found that he was not mistaken. With excitement in his heart, he quickly looked at the keyboard. Hello? Are you there? It has just been a while since I sent it. Beep beep. The other party replied. Are you there? What's up? I haven't been online for 3 days. I just connected the network cable today. I have to secretly connect it to the ground and dig a hole. It's really troublesome. Nothing, I want to play games. Seeing the message from the other side, 9527 was slightly stunned. Why dig a hole? Why connect the network cable? Hasn't the base been connected to the network cable for a long time? Could it be? The base has been destroyed. Now the surviving white Zetsu are rebuilding it. 9527 seemed to understand something, and his heart was sad again. Although he was not sad, he still quickly typed again. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay. How many brothers died? Sacrifice? No. Everything is fine. We had a feast a few days ago. Feast? What feast? Whose feast? 9527 was stunned and quickly tapped the keyboard. If there is nothing, why didn't any of you reply when I sent you spores a few days ago? Oh, you are talking about this. A message came. When 9527 just glanced at it, another message came. We were moving a few days ago. No time. Today. Finally leaving. Sasuke looked around silently, the familiar yet strange scene. He was really leaving, and he still felt a little reluctant. But he didn't belong to this ninja world after all. Naruto over there was still waiting for them to go back. However, Sasuke's mouth twitched, looking at Boruto, who was carrying a lot of bags and small bags, and his small body was almost invisible. Why did you bring so many things? Sister Hanabi and Fuyu. Hey! Uncle Fuyu and the 4th Hokage asked me to take them back. Boruto looked at Sasuke, who looked unkind, and scratched his head embarrassedly. Of course he understood what Sasuke meant. The relationship inside was too complicated. It's really hard to say. He laughed. Many of them are prepared for my mother, Himawari, and Grandpa, and I also brought a lot of souvenirs for Sarada. Of course. He only bought a small part, as for the rest they were all sent by others, including the grandfather of this ninja world. Too many. Seeing that Sasuke teacher was no longer angry, he also sighed and looked around seriously. what an incredible experience. Yet. Suzuki teacher, can we come here again in the future? I don't know. Suzuki shook his head and looked at the time on his phone. He only brought back this phone. Of course. The phone also has important videos and photos taken during this period. Seeing that the time was almost up, he smiled and lowered his head and said to Boruto, "Why, it's time to leave. Let's go." Boruto put on his huge backpack, took a deep breath, and smiled brightly. "I believe that Mom and the others will be very happy to hear that Sister Hanabi is living happily in this ninja world. You know. It's been so long. Everyone thinks that Teacher Hanabi has died. Then let's go." Suzuki nodded, holding the turtle. What a beautiful ninja world. Just as the words fell. Just when he was about to restart and leave. Suddenly. "Why are you leaving so suddenly? You didn't even tell your uncle. Are you shy that your uncle will come to see you off?" A familiar voice came. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. "We are about to go back, why is this guy still here?" Just raised his head. "Take it." A small package was thrown at him. Suzuki was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but take it and look at the package in his hand. "It's heavy. It seems to be metal." Raised his head in surprise and looked ahead. "What is this?" He was stunned again. In front of him, there were several dense figures. "It's a little gift from your father and uncle. Pay off the mortgage when you go back and strengthen the Uchiha clan." Uchiha nodded with a smile, then sighed and said with some disappointment, "I really hope to hear you call me uncle. This bastard." Suzuki raised his eyelids. Sure enough. The emotion just now was unnecessary. He turned his head and looked at the figure who was holding his hands, expressionless, and nodded to him. Sasuke's lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't say anything. His eyes swept over the figures one by one. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Fuyu, the third generation, the fourth generation, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hyuga Hanabi, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Kushina, even the unsuspecting Hitaki Kakashi came. They were all familiar figures. "Please say hello to Naruto for me." Kushina waved her fist. "I believe you can defeat all enemies. Have a safe journey." Minato also nodded with a smile. "If you encounter trouble, you can find a way to come here, we will definitely help." "Boy! I heard that you are the guy who surpassed Uchiha Madara. How ridiculous! Konoha will never be destroyed." With blessings, the light around them became thicker and thicker. Suzuki and Boruto looked at the figures, their mouths curled up slightly, with a smile. This time. What a wonderful experience! However, at this time, why don't you call me uncle before you leave? Fulfill my wish. Sasuke's mouth twitched. Doesn't this guy know the atmosphere? Glazed at Uchiha Fu, but thinking that he had to go back, he said lightly, "Let's talk about it next time we meet. Anyway, I guess I won't see him again." After the words fell, the light suddenly shook. Finally. Goodbye. There was nothing in front of them, only a plain farewell remained. Everyone looked at the empty space with a smile. Another ninja world? I wonder what will happen after they know what happened here? It's really curious. At the same time, this is another ninja world. Konoha. Since Suzuki and Boruto disappeared while tracking down the news of Otsutsuki Urashiki, the entire Konoha has entered a state of war readiness. A feeling of depression. Where did Suzuki and Boruto go? Naruto crossed his hands, supported his chin, and had a worried look on his face. Why did they suddenly disappear just like the fireworks that time? Maybe they found something and can't send back the news for the time being. Shikamaru, who had a mustache next to him, sorted out the documents and smiled slightly. Naruto, don't you still believe in Suzuki? He is very strong. After the words fell. Ha ha ha, Naruto laughed and scratched his head. that's right. Sasuke is very strong. Speaking of this, his eyes were firm, there will be no problem. So many years. So many dangers. They have all come here, how could they sacrifice now? Konoha still needs them. At this time. Just when everyone was silent. 7th generation. 7th generation. A Konoha Anbu ninja ran in excitedly and said, back. Back. Master Sasuke and Master Boruto are back. Everyone was stunned. Then they all smiled. Finally back. Naruto looked at the Konoha Anbu ninja excitedly, are you back? As expected, with Sasuke here, nothing will happen. How is it? Is everyone injured? Is it serious? After the words fell, the Anbu ninja hesitated for a while, and his face seemed to be a little hesitant, that. This expression immediately made everyone jump in their hearts and look at each other. Could it be seriously injured? Injured? Very seriously? Naruto raised his eyelids, looking at the Anbu with worry on his face, where's Grandma Tsunade? Hurry up and ask the Konoha medical ninja to treat her. Tell me what happened. Sasuke, he wouldn't. His eyes were filled with fear. Sacrificed. The Anbu ninja was stunned and nodded quickly, no, no, no. No one is injured, then what are you hesitating about? Sasuke-sama and Boruto-sama are carrying a lot of bags, as if they just came back from a trip. What did you say? Travel? 079 video clip, shocking the ninja world. Another ninja world? A different ninja world. When everyone heard what Sasuke and Boruto said, they were stunned. If it weren't for Sasuke and Boruto who said these, everyone would think that they were fooling them. I didn't expect it. Sasuke and Boruto, who disappeared for so long, are actually not in this ninja world, but in another ninja world. No wonder I haven't received any news. No wonder they suddenly carry a lot of bags as if they just came back from a trip. They really went on a trip, but not in this ninja world. No matter how you think about it, it's incredible. Kakashi blinked his eyes, looked at Boruto and Sasuke, and finally, he couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect that you would have such a magical experience. A world where Obito and Rin are alive? The corners of his mouth slightly raised, his eyes were full of expectation, I really want to see it with my own eyes. I wonder if Obito will live happily. After the words fell, Boruto was slightly surprised and frowned, Uchiha Obito? I think so. I heard that he is getting married soon. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, with an incredible tone, and raised his voice directly, is he getting married soon? At this point, the smile on his face became more and more intense, his eyes were full of expectation, I really want to attend. Obito and Rin's wedding. Rin Sr.? The bride is not Lin Sr. The bride is the 2 Yukato from the Hidden Cloud Village. What did you say? Why don't I understand? But before Kakashi, who was confused, asked, Boruto was directly pulled over by his mother. You know, she was quite worried during this period. Now that she saw that her son was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She also didn't expect to get news about Hanabi. She looked at Boruto anxiously, Hanabi is fine, but she accidentally went to another ninja world. Yes. Hanabi auntie is also living happily in another ninja world, and she told mom and grandpa not to worry. Really? Hearing her son's affirmative answer, Hinata's eyes suddenly turned red, and there was a smile on the corners of her mouth, but she looked at Boruto in confusion, why didn't she come back with you? Can't she come back? Not really. Boruto shook his head, blinked, looked at his mother, and said with a smile, Auntie Hanabi is married and gave birth to a very cute daughter. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone, look, Mom. Isn't she cute? Married? Everyone was stunned, and then they smiled with blessing, I didn't expect that Hanabi had already married in another ninja world. Married. Hinata was stunned, looking at Hanabi holding a cute girl on the phone, and then she showed a melancholy, lost and relieved smile, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and murmured to herself. She also said that she would not get married and would devote herself to the Hyaga family for the rest of her life. It's okay. That's great. It's just that. Can't we meet anymore? His eyes seemed to be lost in memories. Looking at the little girl in Hanabi's arms, he suddenly remembered the little girl who followed him back then. He smiled. Be happy, Hanabi. Hanabi will definitely be happy, don't worry. Naruto patted Hinata's Jr. and said with a smile, that's great. I believe that when Master Hayashi knows that Hanabi is fine, he will definitely be happy. He raised his head and sighed sadly, looking at Boruto. I didn't expect to have such a magical experience. Is it the ninja world where Dad and Mom are? With a happy smile, that's great. Another Naruto in the ninja world. He must be very happy. After all, he has Dad and Mom. Then he frowned again and pondered for a moment. Uchiha Fuyu. A member of the Uchiha clan. Another Uchiha in the ninja world has truly integrated into Konoha. Speaking of this, he raised his head and immediately saw Sasuke with a smile on his face. When he saw that scene at that time, Sasuke must be very happy in his heart. I believe that I and Sasuke in another ninja world will definitely become good friends. Speaking of which, if Uchiha Fuyu is in another ninja world, he should be called Uncle Fuyu. Then he and Hanabi are so complicated. As he said that, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He raised his head suddenly and saw Sasuke with his mouth twitching and wanted to hit someone. What's wrong? Nothing. Nothing, why do you look like you want to hit me? And Boruto on the side also noticed something was wrong. Of course, he knew that Sasuke teacher had complicated feelings for Uncle Fuyu, Grandpa, so he quickly laughed, raised his big package, and said, speaking of which, Sister Hanabi and Uncle Fuyu also prepared gifts for all of us. Especially this. He took out a set of things from his arms, a full set of camera shooting and playback. Dang dang dang, this is what Sister Hanabi told me to watch together. As he said that, he checked it again and muttered, I was worried that the equipment would not match, so I moved a whole set. After the words fell, everyone was stunned. Looking at that thing, cameras are also available in this ninja world, and they are not hard to find. So, this thing should be something that Hanabi filmed in another ninja world, and was specially shown to them? The long-haired Orochimaru, who had been smiling gently, was also surprised for a moment, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Another ninja world? It's really exciting, said. Someone was curious and urged loudly, hurry up. Hurry up. Let us see. Let us see it. It must be very interesting. A ninja world that is older than ours but has developed differently? It's really exciting. Under the urging of a bunch of people, Boruto quickly connected the device to the monitor and operated it skillfully. Even if it was something from another ninja world, he could operate it. After staying there for so many days, he was not just playing games, but also learned a lot of things. Very quickly. With everyone's expectation, the picture finally appeared, and suddenly everyone fell silent, staring at it closely. Even Hinata, who wanted to ask Boruto more about Hanabi, and Kakashi, who wanted to ask Obito about marriage, also fell silent. A familiar but somewhat unfamiliar bird's-eye view appeared. Buildings, neat roads. That's the Hokage building. I see it. I see it. There is also the Hokage rock, and there really are no 5th, 6th, or 7th generation Hokage. Is this Konoha? Was Konoha so prosperous in that era? This is Konoha in another ninja world, not our Konoha here. Everyone widened their eyes, and scenes passed by in front of them. The familiar but unfamiliar scenery made them smile in shock. It's great. However, at this time, suddenly, a black-haired little loli appeared in front of them, and everyone widened their eyes. This is this Uchiha Sasuke when he was a child. How is it possible? It must be the sister of Sasuke from another ninja world. How can it be? How can it be? After the words fell, Sasuke, who noticed it from the side, also looked at the girl in the video with a black face. This firework! What is it doing? Before he could decide whether to destroy it directly, the people who were originally exclaiming suddenly became quiet again, looking at each other in bewilderment. This is the 5th generation of Kazekage. 080 this ninja world, it doesn't matter. In the eyes of everyone, scenes after scenes flashed by. One after another little loli appeared. From the initial admiration, to the subsequent exclamation, and finally everyone fell silent, looking at Sasuke next to him with a black face and pulling out the knife directly with complicated eyes. The cute Uchiha Sako you saw just now is Uchiha Sasuke. Is it? Is right. Everyone looked at each other, but when they saw Sasuke with a dark face, holding a knife and staring at them, Naruto quickly laughed, and said with cold sweat on his forehead, "It may be Sasuke's sister from another ninja world, and Gaara's sister. It must be like this." After the words fell, everyone nodded quickly. That's right. That's right. This is another ninja world. Is it strange that Sasuke has a sister? Too normal. Let's continue watching. Look at the next one. Next. The picture kept changing. The ninja mahjong competition made everyone exclaim, especially Asuma, who even went to cheer for Obito in a wheelchair at the end. The whole audience was excited. It made everyone excited and couldn't help shouting. Is this the game of another ninja world? It is really an interesting ninja world. There is also the ninja racing facing the invasion of Orochimaru and Iwagakure. All the ninjas did not give up and rushed to the finish line. In the end, after being hit by Killer Bee from Kumagakure, the racing car that had stopped at the finish line, rushed through the finish line with flames under the cheers of the crowd. Everyone widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any scene, and stared closely. It was so touching. The contestant Biwajizo from the Four Tails doll factory. But isn't the Four Tails the Jinchuriki of Iwagakure? And isn't Biwajizo from the Mist Village? Why do you care so much? This shows that the ninjas of another ninja world have long communicated peacefully. What a beautiful ninja world! The scene changed again. We came to the ninja school. It's Hanabi. It's Hanabi. A familiar figure appeared. Hinata's eyes turned red again, she clasped her hands tightly, and a smile appeared on her face. It's indeed Hanabi. As soon as the words fell, the familiar family of 3 appeared. It's the 4th generation. The 4th generation and Kushina-sama. And Naruto-sama. Is this an entrance ceremony? Just when everyone was confused. What is your dream? The words fell. The young 7th generation had a confident and happy smile on his face. I will become a person like my father and protect Konoha. Everyone was stunned, staring at the familiar figure, and the corners of their mouths curled up again, as if they saw the former Naruto. It really deserves to be the 7th generation. Then, young Uchiha Sasuke appeared, and the corners of Sasuke's mouth also showed smiled and looked at that family. Young Hinata appeared, and the older Hinata looked at his father and mother and couldn't help but smile. Everyone appeared one after another. The 12 little strong men back then all appeared one by one from the screen, and everyone happily explained their dreams. It made everyone feel warm in their hearts. The gift of fireworks. It was really great. Looking at the confident 12 little strong men, especially the dream of the 7th generation when he was young. Everyone smiled at each other again, and finally, the smile fell on the 7th generation. I believe that another Naruto will definitely become a Hokage. The adults laughed and talked. And Boruto on the side secretly wiped the cold sweat, thinking of the father who took him to stay up all night playing games. He must not let them know that the other Naruto and Sasuke in the ninja world have become internet addicts. However, Looking at the scenes in the video, he thought of what happened in the ninja world. As an internet addict, he knows more than teacher Suzuki. Suddenly, his face became uncertain, and he always had a bad feeling, but he thought of Sister Hanabi. Sister Hanabi couldn't let me bring bad things here, I must have thought too much. I must have thought too much. Just wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I didn't expect that your experience with Dad was so magical. Because she missed her father, Sarada, who was also brought here, poked Burrito's waist and looked at Burrito with some envy, the former Konoha. The different Konoha. Damn. Why didn't I follow at that time? Hee hee. Hearing Sarada's envy, Burrito couldn't help but feel proud, we didn't expect it. At that time, I thought it was an illusion, and I became a wanted criminal directly. 3 guys who opened 7 gates and 2 guys who opened Susanoo surrounded them, almost scared them silly. Of course, this can't be said. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at Sarada who was staring at him, and said happily, there are many interesting things there, more interesting than our ninja world. I haven't played them all in such a short time. At this point, he glanced at teacher Suzuki, secretly leaned into Sarada's ear, and whispered, what a pity. You didn't go. Let me tell you, your uncle is the richest man in the ninja world. If you go, you will definitely be loved by the Uchiha. Your uncle likes your father very much. The Uchiha in another ninja world is quite powerful. Even the Otsutsuki clan can be easily dealt with. Sarada was stunned. My uncle? Is it the rich Uchiha that the 7th generation just said? The Uchiha family in another ninja world is so powerful. Thinking of herself, the Uchiha bloodline in the ninja world, there are only her and her father, and the family is still living a life of unpaid mortgages. Just when Sarada was lamenting why she didn't go. By the way, when they left, your grandfather and your uncle gave something to your father. It seems very valuable. Let your father rebuild the Uchiha clan and live a good life. Burrito touched his chin and frowned, I guess your family won't have to bear the mortgage this time. After the words fell, Sarada's eyes lit up immediately, and her heart was warm, as if she felt the warmth from her elders, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, I really want to see Grandpa and Uncle. This sentence Burrito wiped the cold sweat, don't say it in front of your father. Why? This your dad doesn't seem to like your uncle. Is your uncle not good to your father? Very good. Whether it's Suzuki in this ninja world or Suzuki in another ninja world, they are all very good. Burrito laughed, it's just your father doesn't like it. How can dad be like this? Sarada frowned, pushed her glasses, and said seriously, Uncle is an elder. He is so good to dad, how can I hate him? I will definitely tell Mom. It's up to you. Just don't say it was me who said it. Just when Burrito wondered whether he would be hung up and beaten by Suzuki teacher. At this time, the video playback seemed to have come to an end. Everyone smiled and sighed, and some people seemed to have seen something, their eyes turned red. Interesting. I really want to go to another ninja world to see it myself. Orochimaru, who was standing by, folded his arms and looked at the video with a slight smile on his face. He also saw Jiraiya, Tsunade, and himself on it. Sure enough. The other ninja world was the same. Did he defect for his dream? It's really another him. I don't know what he has studied, I really want to communicate with him. Just when the idea of trying to find a way to enter the ninja world inside came to my mind, the scene suddenly changed again. Hello, everyone. Fireworks appeared in the video, waved to everyone, and said with a smile, it seems that everyone has finished watching. How was it? Wasn't it very interesting? This is a gift I prepared for everyone, and don't worry, sister and father, I am living very well here. It's a pity I can't let you meet Doraemon and Little Belle, they are so cute. Having said this, she waved again, then. That's it. If there is a chance, We will definitely meet again. Everyone should be happy. Fireworks. Everyone was stunned, and the corners of their mouths were again. The light rose slightly. It seems that Hanabi is really living happily in another ninja world. However, just when everyone thought it was over. See. Hanabi blinked her glasses again, with a sly smile on her face. Finally. Please enjoy the last dance. After the words fell, the scene changed. Everyone looked up curiously. Suddenly. Duan, duan, duan. Rhythmic music sounded. Then. A figure. Dressed in a purple robe, with long flowing hair and fair and delicate skin, the figure danced gracefully. That figure. That dancing posture. Everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva, their eyes were stunned. This is Lord Orochimaru. It's a bit beautiful. Orochimaru on the side was stunned, and then looked at the other self with a black line on his face. This ninja world, it's better not to go. I didn't expect that the other self would have such a bad taste. At the same time, in the present ninja world, in a secret laboratory, Orochimaru smiled and picked up his teacup, took a sip of hot tea, and muttered to himself, the other one should have received the things I asked Sasuke to bring over. Another ninja world? It's really exciting. 081 Division President. Since the end of the Ninja World War, he has been restricted by the 5 major ninja villages. No way. Who told him that he did a lot of things during this period, so the 5 major ninja villages were really worried about him and worried that he would do something again, so they asked the 5 major ninja villages to monitor him together. Of course. Now Orochimaru doesn't care about this. After all, everyone's goal is the same now: find a way to another ninja world. That's right. This is an experiment that brings together the power of 5 ninja villages. You know, it's a new ninja world. A new ninja world with the same people but different stories. It's very valuable whether it's communication or market development. So, who can not care? Therefore, Orochimaru was not worried that these guys would restrict his experiments. Besides, now that he has the support of the 5 major ninja villages, it is much more convenient for him. At least he doesn't have to worry about the shortage of manpower and materials. The ancient country of Lulin, it seems that I have to find a chance to go and see it. Orochimaru drank tea while frowning and thinking about the next experiment. What a pity. The little turtle can't stay to study, otherwise, maybe he can find something. And the Otsutsuki clan, what do these guys know? The more I study, the more fascinating it is. The mysterious man in the sky. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, stuck out his tongue, spit out the letter, and muttered to himself, I hope the other me won't let me down. To be honest, if possible, he would like to follow Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Boruto to another ninja world. This ninja world. It doesn't matter if you don't take them. What a pity. It was rejected. Finally, I can only settle for the second best and let that Uchiha Sasuke bring some information to another me. Believe. Other me will definitely be very curious after knowing the existence of another ninja world. He is very confident about himself. At this time. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang. Orochimaru took out his phone, narrowed his eyes when he saw the caller, and answered the call directly. Hello, does Lord Danzo have any instructions? Humph, this guy. Danzo snorted coldly, glanced at the phone that had ended the call, then put the phone away, lowered his head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kato-en, who were looking at him helplessly. These 2 guys have been thinking about retirement and don't want to do it anymore. However, such a humiliating and bankrupt retirement is not what Shimura Danzo wants. He has dreams. And the stars and the sea. He took a deep breath, then nodded with a smile and said, done. Now start the root group's reconstruction meeting again. After the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly stunned and looked at Danzo. Is it done? It's done. The new production line has been completed. It will start working in a while. Danzo nodded, his mouth slightly raised, and the golden dragon head cane gently tapped the floor. Orochimaru is not just a factory, but the impure world reincarnation. Don't worry. I know. I won't touch this thing. Danzo shook his head, staring at the front, with stars in his pupils. It cost so much to restore the reputation of the Root Group, how could it mess up again? This time, the exposure of the black-hearted processing factory brought a devastating disaster to the Root Group. If it hadn't seized the opportunity in the end, it would have almost gone bankrupt and fallen to the point where everyone shouted and beat it. He has stars and seas in his heart. How could they fail at this time? With a confident smile, he looked at Hiruzen and Yan again. What does bankruptcy mean? We have gone bankrupt so many times since we started our business, and we have stood up again every time? And we are one step closer. This time, let the Root Group rise from the ashes again. Continue to grow bigger and stronger. But we have already. Enough. Hiruzen. Danzo interrupted Sarutobi. Hiruzen without hesitation, clenched his fists, as if he was holding back a force in his chest, and his eyes seemed to be flashing with two flames, staring at him. You are the third Hokage of Konoha. Are you willing to give up like this? Don't you really want to give up like this? Then you will leave behind a failed entrepreneur. What are the names of Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Mito Kato-en? Tell me. Best friend. We are partners. The words fell. The sonorous and powerful voice. The voice resounded. It seemed as if the whole room was shaking. Suddenly, Hiruzen and Mito Kato-come fell silent. After looking at each other again, they looked up at Danzo, who was looking at them expectantly. Slightly stunned, trembling all over, as if remembering the past when they returned to Konoha and faced internal and external troubles but never gave up. Yes. How could they give up like this? A smile suddenly appeared on his face and he nodded. I'll accompany you to make trouble for a while. Anyway, I'm old now and I don't know what to do now, so let's make trouble again. Then, seeing his best friend who agreed, Danzo's mouth curled up slightly, and the golden dragon head scepter in his hand tapped the floor slightly. The first step to conquer the world of ninja starts from here. One day, he will definitely occupy the market of the ninja world. After receiving the news that the Root Group was rebuilt again, Fuyu was not surprised. So many years have passed. He has made pirated milk tea, pirated barbecue, filmed movies, and done online shopping. He has failed so many times, and has never given up. How could he give up easily this time? He is so persistent. Just like Shimura Danzo from another ninja world. In order to become a Hokage, no matter how difficult the road ahead is, even if he makes himself a ghost, even if the assassination of the third Hokage fails and Konoha is destroyed, he never gives up. And, to be honest, Fuyu is quite curious about the movie My Love from the Moon. But unfortunately, some time ago, the Root Group suffered a major disaster and had to announce the suspension of filming. Therefore, it has not been filmed until now. Unexpectedly, after rebuilding the Root Group this time, they also restarted the film project of My Love from the Moon. Now it is being promoted again on the internet. It seems that the Root Group attaches great importance to this new movie. As for the Rich Group, the next focus is still to improve the virtual game. Now that two intelligent bosses have been gathered, I believe that once they are launched, they will be very popular. When the Otsutsuki clan of this ninja world appears, I guess he won't have to take action. Players form a team and dare to rush up to brush the real boss. The Chunin joint examination will be held in a while. Sasuke will also participate in this year's Chunin joint examination. Second nephew? After hearing what Ling Ian said, Fuyu nodded, touched his chin, and said with a smile, then let's go and see it together in a few days. I almost forgot about this. In fact, the time for the Chunin joint examination has long arrived. but because of the black-hearted processing factory incident and the terrorist attack by the pyramid scheme leader, the Chunin joint examination can only be delayed. Calculating the time, it is indeed about to start. After the words fell, Hanabi and Ling Yian rolled their eyes at him helplessly. This guy is still taking advantage of others after everyone has left. But it's a pity Boruto and Sasuke left too quickly. Otherwise, we can also see Naruto and Sasuke participating in the competition. As a teacher in the academy, Hanabi still knows a lot about the Chunin joint examination. She frowned slightly, pondered for a while, and said, I heard that the village is going to hold this Chunin examination in a grand manner. Grand? The village has attracted a large investment. I remember that Fuyu Group has not advertised yet. No. Hanabi looked at Fuyu helplessly and said, it's all your fault. The third Kazekage and the third Raikage have also resurrected. I heard that they will come to watch the game, so the village takes it so seriously. At this point, Hanabi rolled her eyes at Fuyu again, and then laughed. Since the end of the war, I heard that there have been a lot of brothers killing each other during this period, and the village shadows are busy and have a headache. I guess they are also ready to take this opportunity to let everyone relax a little. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Hanabi seemed to remember something, looking at Fuyu with a smirk on his face, and asked in confusion, by the way, what did Boruto do for you after you went back last time? Oh, this. Fuyu also laughed, it's just hiring Boruto to become the president of the Fuyu Group's branch in the alien ninja world, to see if milk tea can open over there. I don't know if the system can be upgraded like this. 082 Konoha's atmosphere is open. It's so noisy. This is not Konoha anymore. Madara. It seems like there is some festival or event coming up. So, the village is very lively during this period. Event? Ninja racing competition. Following Hashirama, Madara, who was strolling in the village, snorted coldly, boring. Konoha's ninjas are getting more and more corrupt. They have all learned to indulge in pleasure. Hehe, Madara, don't be so serious, we are just combining work and rest. Senju Hashirama was not angry either, happily holding the blind Madara. The war is over, it's also very good to relax. After saying that, Senju Tobirama, who followed by the side, looked at Uchiha Madara who was supported by his elder brother, raised his eyelids, and said sarcastically, I am preparing to create a new ninja world. How can I have time to relax? Hearing what Senju Tobirama said, Madara also raised his eyelids. Stupid Senju Tobirama. Do you want to fight? Fight. Come on. You blind man. You idiot. Hehe, a fool who has been deceived for several years, actually calls others idiots. Senju Tobirama sneered, looking at the blind Uchiha Madara, and continued to say sarcastically, what's wrong? Are you really going to continue to create a new ninja world? Want to be a god again? Uchiha Madara who wants to be a god. This time, Madara was so angry that his eyelids twitched, and his chest seemed to be filled with anger. Although his eyes were only eyelids, one could still feel the look of anger at Senju Tobirama. You. What do you mean you? Blind man. You refused to give Tsunade 2 pairs of eyes. Senju Tobirama pursed his lips, I'm not the idiot that my elder brother is. Tobirama, why did you scold me too? Shut up. I'm scolding you, the big idiot. Senju Tobirama glared at Senju Hashirama, then turned his head to look at Madara who was so angry that he wanted to beat him up, and said lightly, I will keep an eye on you. Madara. No matter what conspiracy you play, I will keep an eye on you. However, just when Senju Tobirama thought that Uchiha Madara couldn't bear it at all and was going to beat him up, suddenly, unexpectedly. But Uchiha Madara was not angry, he took a deep breath, looked at Senju Tobirama expressionlessly, and said, Hashirama. I'm thirsty. After the words fell. Are you thirsty? How about I buy you a cup of milk tea? Fuyu milk tea. I heard it's delicious. Hashirama, who was originally troubled by the quarrel between Tobirama and Madara, was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and said cheerfully, "Wait a minute." He was about to turn around to buy milk tea. Stop! Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows, looked at Uchiha Madara, and said expressionlessly, "Brother, I'm hungry." "Ah? Tobirama, you are hungry? Then I'll buy you." Senju Hashirama hasn't finished speaking yet. Uchiha Madara said again, "Hashirama, I'm thirsty. I'll go buy some." "Brother, I'm hungry. Tool go buy some. I'm already thirsty. Then I'll go buy some milk tea for Madara first. I'm hungry too. Then why don't you go buy yourself?" Hashirama saw Tobirama's unfriendly eyes, and he didn't know what was going on. He was sweating profusely on his forehead. He looked at Tobirama and Madara, who were looking at each other, and said with a trembling voice, "Why don't Tool go help Tobirama first?" However, he still hadn't finished his words, and was interrupted by Madara, "You said you'll be my eyes." His tone was solemn and a little disappointed. "Hashirama, are you going to lie to me again?" "I didn't. I'm not." After hearing what Madara said, Hashirama hurriedly said, "Sorry. I'll go buy it for you first." "But this is not over yet." Senju Tobirama sighed in disappointment, "Brother, have you forgotten me, your younger brother? You promised father that you would take good care of me. You are my eyes. You are my elder brother. Are you going to lie to me again? Are you going to let me down, your own brother? I am very disappointed in you. Hashirama, I am also very disappointed in you. Brother, shut up." Hashirama, who was sandwiched between the two, felt that his head was about to explode. What is this? Seeing the two people who shut up under his scolding, Hashirama sighed helplessly and said, "I'll buy it. I'll buy them all. I must buy them together." As he said, he clapped his hands. Wood style, wood clone technique. Instantly, two Senju Hashirama appeared in front of him, and then, without any hesitation, they looked at each other, sighed, and ran out together. One went to buy food for Tobirama, and the other went to buy drinks for Madara. Tired. I thought I was just accompanying Madara for a walk, but why did it feel more tiring than accompanying Mito shopping back then? However, Hashirama didn't know. This was just the beginning. After he bought the things. "Hashirama, do you remember the meatballs we ate back then?" "Okay. I'll go buy some." "Wait a minute. Big brother, do you remember the red bean soup we drank back then?" "I'll go buy some too." "Big brother, I suddenly want to eat that fried chicken." "I'll go buy it." "Hashirama, I want to try the red bean soup, too." "I'll go buy it too." "Hashirama, I can't see where the fried chicken is." "Wait a minute. I'll give it to you." "Big brother, why is it so hard to poke this straw?" "Tobirama, how about you use more force?" Okay. I'll help you poke it." As soon as Hashirama came back, the two of them started arguing again. Helpless Hashirama didn't dare to say a word. He said he wanted to be Madara's eyes, but he also had to take care of his younger brother Tobirama, so he could still want to say, "I can only lower my head and buy it." How come the prices in Konoha have risen so fast in the past few years? I feel so sad. I originally planned to buy a few 648 for myself after returning to Konoha. Don't think about it now. With tears in my eyes, I bought everything the two people mentioned. As I bought more and more things, people around me also noticed the situation here, and they stopped and looked over in surprise. After a while, Everyone sighed and shook their heads. Three men hiss, what a complicated feeling. Looking at the man sandwiched between the two men so embarrassed. Scumbag. The end of playing two boats at the same time. I don't know how long it took. Even the immortal body of Senju Hashirama felt his feet trembling. Shode-sama. Nide-sama. Madara-sama. Konoha Anbu ninja appeared in front of him, hesitantly looking at the three people. Sorry, I disturbed your date. The fourth generation ninja asked me to come and invite the first. After a pause, he glanced at the blind Uchiha legend, turned his head and looked at the second generation Hokage. Second generation ninja went to discuss the next Chunin joint exam. The words fell. Humph. X2. Two cold snorts immediately frightened the Konoha Anbu ninja, trembling, and then turned around without hesitation. The fourth generation Hokage also asked me to inform others. Sorry to bother you. Shode-sama, Nide-sama, Madara-sama. He left in an instant. And Senju Tobirama looked at Madara deeply again, snorted coldly, and turned his head to look at his eldest brother. I'm going to the meeting first. Don't be fooled, you idiot. After saying that, as if he didn't want to see these two people again, he disappeared on the spot with Flying Thunder God. This time, Senju Hashirama finally breathed a sigh of relief. After waving his hand to send Senju Tobirama away, he turned around and looked at Madara, and said happily, let's walk for a while. Madara. It seems that the Chunin exam will be held in a few days, so this place will be so lively. Then I will take you to watch the game. I don't know what the Chunin exam has become now. As he said that, he looked up at Madara, who was frowning, and asked in confusion, what's wrong, Madara? After the words fell, Madara came back to his senses, shook his head, and said lightly, nothing. Is it wrong? Why does he seem to feel the breath of white Zetsu? Thinking that he had been deceived for so many years and was now being laughed at by that disgusting Senju Tobirama, Madara was furious. If he hadn't been blind now, he would have gone to find the black Zetsu who dared to deceive him and have a good talk. Turning his head again, his eyelids seemed to be looking at Hashirama, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. It seemed that he remembered the time when Konoha was just established. The two of them also walked slowly in the village together. It's just that, at that time, everyone only likes this idiot. 083 The Secret of Sand Village. I'm so scared. I didn't expect it. After Madara-sama went blind, he still had such a strong sense of perception. In this case he needs someone to help him. 9527 White Zetsu crawled out of the ground and looked at Uchiha Madara, who was gradually going away. He stood up again slowly after he disappeared from his sight. The Chunin joint exams these days are too dangerous. It seems that it's better not to go out if there's nothing else. Otherwise, if he's discovered, he's really finished. What a pity. It seems that he won't be able to enjoy the buy one get one free event of Fuyu milk tea during the Chunin joint exam celebrations these days. Loss. Big loss. It feels like he lost several hundred million. Of course. I came to buy milk tea today just by chance. More importantly, the group of guys living on the moon asked him to help buy some things. After all, although it was said a long time ago that in the future there will be express delivery and takeaway services on the moon, that is the future, and it has not been opened yet. Therefore, if you want to buy something, you must choose to have it delivered, and the cost is very high. Although those guys moved secretly without telling him, they are still his own people, so after thinking about it, he still went out to buy it. Now, the whole family can only rely on his salary alone. It's also fortunate that old man Xiao Ding Dang has money, otherwise, he really can't support it by himself. After packing everything, Baizetsu secretly came to the express delivery point in Konoha. Send express delivery. Where? On the moon. Remote areas, the price is expensive. I know. Send it. 9527 by Zetsu side, and then, after taking out the salary he had worked hard to earn during this period, he filled in the receiving address. Because it was a tense time during this period, he was worried that the new base would be discovered, so he only filled in the lunar collection point. I believe that after sending it to the collection point, the guys will pick it up by themselves. After finishing everything, 9527 by Ju sighed again, walked out, took out his mobile phone, and directly dialed the secret number. After the call was connected, "Hello. The things have been sent out. Remember to receive them. Here I will serve the new boss well. I don't know why. I always feel like I work hard in the city to make money, and then send money and things to my wife who takes care of the children in my hometown. I didn't have a penny left from the money I earned. It's too tiring." After notifying, he sighed again with a sigh. He took back his phone and ran towards the company stealthily. It's time to go back to work. On the other side. At this time, Fuyu didn't know that his little daughter had taken over Uchiha Madara's position and became the new boss of Ju. Of course. A little girl who was almost 3 years old was called the mastermind. No normal person would dare to think so. Now, he was eating ramen. Because it had been a long time since she had eaten Ichiraku ramen, Xiaoling Dang suddenly wanted to eat it. After thinking about it, she brought her family to a long-lost Ichiraku ramen dinner. However, unexpectedly, they met the Sand Village team who came to participate in the Chunin joint examination. They simply got to know each other and sat together. The current Ichiraku ramen is no longer the Ichiraku ramen stall of previous years. In the past few years, the handmade Ichiraku master has made a lot of money and bought a large noodle shop. Therefore, now ramen is eaten in the noodle shop. Fuyu looked at Yekang, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and asked in surprise, "How did you guys from Sand Village come so quickly? Although the Chunin exam is getting closer, it still starts in nearly a week." According to the usual habits of ninjas, participants in the Chunin exam will basically arrive on time 1 or 2 days before the exam. Of course. It may also be to save accommodation fees or something. Fuyu is not sure. Anyway, they arrived on time. So, now there is more than a week before the start of the competition. Why did the Sand Village come? Just as the words fell. What are you talking about? Yekang rolled his eyes at Fuyu, and then looked at Fuyu with some resentment. This is all your fault. Blame me? What does the Sand Village have to do with him as a businessman? It can't be that he suggested that the Sand Village team come early. Just when Fuyu was wondering. Just saw. Yekang sighed helplessly, puffing his cheeks and saying leisurely, "The third Kazekage is resurrected." So what? Could it be that the third Kazekage and the fourth Kazekage are competing for the position of Kazekage? That's not the case. Yekang shook his head and looked at Fuyu, who was puzzled, with hesitation in his eyes, but after thinking about it he lowered his voice and said, "This is the secret of the Sand Village. I tell you, but you must not spread it." At this point, he sighed again, his eyes continued to be helpless. "You should know the sudden disappearance of the third Kazekage. He probably understood what happened in the Sand Village. After all, the third Kazekage was... That's right. He was assassinated by a ninja in the village." Yekang sighed, "Come to think of it. We suspected that Konoha did it back then, but we didn't expect that it was actually done by someone in our village." "And do you know who it was?" "The village's former genius puppeteer, the grandson of Advisor Cho, Scorpion of the Red Sand, Scorpion." After the third Kazekage returned to the village, he exposed the matter and everyone was shocked. So, the third Kazekage and Advisor Cho had a fight. That's not the case. Advisor Cho understood that her grandson had done something unforgivable. Later, with the help of the fourth, he made a sincere apology to the third. The third also understood that the hard-won piece did not want to cause trouble in the village, and he was resurrected, so he chose not to pursue what Scorpion did, but he showed if Scorpion does not appear in the village again, consider him dead. Isn't this good? Yeah, it seems good. Ye King also nodded, but his tone was full of helplessness. It's just Consultant Joe hopes to find her grandson who has been missing for a long time. After all, she only has this grandson. Therefore, she had a very unpleasant quarrel with the third Kazekage, which made the village nervous. In order to avoid the two people quarreling again, I was asked to take the third Kazekage and the team to participate in the Chunin joint examination early. Speaking of this, he shook his head again, with a melancholy tone. Consultant Joe has been looking for his grandson during this period. Not only did he post a missing person notice on the internet, but he also commissioned ninjas to help find him. You said that Scorpion has been going for these years. Where did he go? Why didn't I hear any news? After the words fell, Fuyu raised his eyelids and said expressionlessly, have you seen the Prison Break movie a few years ago? Redemption of the Rain Country. Ye King nodded, I have seen it. Why are you talking about this? But don't say that the Rain Country is very exciting. Because of this our Sand Village also strengthened the prison. That's great. So, why did you mention this? Ye King looked at Fuyu in confusion, but didn't say anything next. After all, this is the Sand Village's business, and it is estimated that this guy will not know where Scorpion is hiding. He can successfully assassinate the third Kazekage without telling anyone, so you can imagine how cunning that guy is. Therefore, the village is also worried that he is hiding in the dark and may be plotting something. Maybe he has already completed his labor reform in prison and now just wants to be a good person. How is it possible? That's the Scorpion of the Red Sand who assassinated the Kazekage. You make sense. 084 exits early. Had. Scorpion rubbed his nose, feeling as if someone had been talking about him these days. Could it be that the old woman is thinking about him? How is it possible? I guess she thought I was dead. Scorpion laughed at himself, shook his head, and then looked at the wood carving he made in front of him, and said lightly, the next step is to paint and power it up. Speaking of this, he sighed and looked at the wood carving in front of him. I didn't expect it. After being released from prison the Red Sand Scorpion, would actually stay in the Rain Country to be a puppet. And I have been doing it for several years. Scorpion stretched lazily, took the hot tea beside him, took a sip, stood up, walked to the side, leaned against the windowsill, looked at the light rain outside the window, and his eyes fell into memories. I remember that time. After being released from prison, he accidentally met Lao Ziai and Biwajozo who stayed in the Rain Country to create the four-tailed doll factory. Then, with their help, he gradually understood the development of the ninja world in recent years. Peace. Prosperity. With the help of the internet and mobile phones, various entertainment methods have emerged, and at the same time, the villages have begun to communicate frequently. Anyway, it was probably like this. Life was getting better. They stopped being ninjas and started being bosses. At the time, he was disdainful of it. Ninjas, if they didn't become ninjas, what was the value of this? But after so many years in prison and escaping so many times, to be honest, he was tired. Even if he wanted to become a ninja again, he didn't know what to do for a while. In addition, there was a scary guy in the Rain Country. He probably did something bad in the morning and was caught by that guy and put back in prison in the evening. Then, news about him spread all over the internet. Therefore, after a period of confusion, his money was spent, and his heart calmed down. He was ready to watch the ninja world quietly and make some money. At the beginning, he just helped the Four Tails doll factory improve the dolls and production lines. Later someone approached him to make a movie about his prison escape, hoping that he could help. After thinking about it, he agreed. After that he took the reward and started his own business. He created this puppet studio, helping people make puppets, dolls, figurines, etc. Until now, he has gotten used to his current life. I guess when he assassinated the third Kazekage, he didn't expect that he would choose to hide his identity and open a store in the Rain country in the end. Scorpion smiled, shook his head, took out his mobile phone, and muttered to himself, "Let's order takeout today." As he said, he directly opened the Fuyu Takeout app. Now that the ninja world has changed a lot, life has become much more convenient. It is estimated that the previous ninjas may not have thought that the ninja world would change so much after the end of the Third World War. After ordering the takeout, I prepared to relax a little, play with my mobile phone for a while, and wait for the takeout to arrive, eat and then work. When Scorpion looked at the promotion on his phone, he was slightly surprised. It's almost the Chunin exam. Has it been so long? But why does this Chunin exam look so grand? Chunin exam celebration. He smiled helplessly, shook his head, glanced at it and didn't care anymore. Now he didn't care about it. Anyway, he wouldn't go to Konoha, and now he's not a ninja anymore, why should he care about it? There are discounts for the Chunin exam celebration. No wonder I got a discount coupon when I ordered takeout just now. Not bad. I was bored and swiped the screen while supporting my chin with my hand. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. A 70-year-old grandmother traveled to many cities to find her grandson, crying and hoping that she had found her grandson. She said, "Grandma misses you. Come home quickly." Scorpion was slightly stunned, and the whole person suddenly stopped. After hesitating for a while, he slowly stretched out his finger and couldn't help but click. "Syat. Syat. Where are you? I know. Grandma knows everything. Sorry. 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 Grandma didn't notice it at the beginning. Go home. Syat. Come back. Grandma and your uncle will help you if you have any problem. Everyone forgives you. Syat. Did you hear me? Come out to see Grandma." A short video suddenly appeared on the internet. A grey-haired old lady shouted awkwardly at the camera of a mobile phone, and from time to time she leaned close to the camera, shouting at the camera, as if she shouted like this, her grandson would appear. The red eyes, the tired face, the shaking hands all said that she missed her grandson very much. Countless netizens were moved by this old lady and spontaneously forwarded this video, hoping to help this old lady find her grandson. It's just that the information in the missing person notice sent by this old lady is very incomplete, and no one knows why, but if you want to use this to find your grandson, everyone knows that this is very difficult. Especially when her grandson disappeared, it was the most chaotic time in the ninja world not long after the Third Ninja World War began, so many people speculated that after so many years of not appearing, perhaps her grandson may have already sacrificed. Of course. In order to make the old lady not sad, everyone still forwarded it and sent their blessings. For a while, this short missing person notice quickly rushed to the headlines of the internet, dominating the internet's popularity, and even the Chunin joint examination that originally attracted the attention of many people was squeezed out. It's really a moving missing person notice in the ninja world. Anyway, Fuyu's mouth twitched slightly after seeing it, and he didn't know what to say. If he didn't know who the guy in the video was and who he wanted to find, he would probably be moved to tears. However, I didn't expect that Scorpion's been out of prison for several years, but he didn't even notify his grandmother. It's strange. The Akatsuki organization here has become a famous rescue organization in the Land of Rain. Hanabi next to him also noticed the video and touched her chin. What about the former members? Diodorothy's guy left the village because of his second-year syndrome, and Kakuzu assassinated the elder of the Hyuga family. After that, there was no news about both of them. Where did Scorpion go after assassinating the third Kazekage? Maybe he was in prison, just a few years after being released from prison. Nothing. Fuyu decided not to say anything. It seems that Scorpion deliberately hides his identity. As a businessman, he should not get involved. Thinking back to that time, Comrade Scorpion really made an indelible contribution to the prison of the Land of Rain. He pondered for a moment and looked at the time. Come to think of it, isn't today the first exam of the Chunin exam? People have come to Konoha one after another in the past few days, and it is very lively. I wonder if Naruto and Sasuke here can break the curse and become Konoha Chunin. Uncle is still very concerned about his nephew's exams. After saying that, Hanabi, who was also looking at her phone next to her, raised her eyelids slightly, and looked at Fuyu next to her with a strange expression. I guess it should be impossible. Fuyu looked at Hanabi in surprise. This is only the first exam, how can you be sure? Because an announcement was issued on the Konoha network just now. After a slight pause, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and many others were caught cheating with their phones in the exam room and have left early. What? Fuyu was stunned, and his face was full of black lines. This Uzumaki Naruto didn't think that cheating with a phone would not be discovered, so he didn't write it but left it blank like another Naruto. But that's not right. Sasuke, he's a top student. He also has the Sharingan, why would he cheat with his phone? After saying that, Hanabi put down her phone, looked at Fuyu, and said in a strange tone, he's the one who sent the answers with his phone. This Grand Chunin exam won't it end so soon? A little late. This is what happened. When I got up to drink water yesterday, I accidentally poured water on my laptop. It was dark at the time, and Xianyu turned off the lights to pour water, so I didn't pay attention and went back to sleep. As a result, I got up the next morning and turned on the computer, and the screen went black after a while. Then, I could only go to repair it in the afternoon. Because there was no computer repair shop near my home, Xianyu used a map to check. I found a computer repair shop and walked 1,500 meters. It was listed as a computer repair shop, but it was just a place for computer assembly and network cable pulling. I didn't know how to repair it, so I could only take out the map on my phone and continue looking. However, the sad story begins here. The second shop is still the same. The third shop still needs to pull the network cable. The fourth shop directly charges 1,000 yuan, and I have to leave it there for 3 days. Oh my god, Xianyu's laptop is only about 2,000 yuan when I buy it second-hand now, so I keep looking. The fifth and sixth shops, basically all of them can't repair computers. At this time, Xianyu is helpless. Really? If you can't repair computers, what kind of computer repair are you going to? A place that assembles computers, installs surveillance, pulls network cables and cleans dust can call itself a computer hospital. Then Xianyu, a nail clipper, can probably be called a surgical expert. With the help of the mobile phone map, Xianyu walked for nearly 2 hours and didn't know where he had walked. Finally, he came to a computer repair shop. But the master was not there, so I could only wait there. After waiting for 2 hours, it was already 6 p.m., the master finally came, and then pressed the power button and tried it. It turned on, and then the computer automatically disconnected, so the master started repairing it. After checking for nearly an hour, it turned out that something was burned, the welding place, not the chip. It was very similar to the chip. The master said it was a bridge, and told me directly that it was hopeless. I had no choice but to take the laptop home, sadly. But as Xianyu said just now, where is this place? I'm lost. At this time, the phone only had 10% power. I borrowed a data cable from the store, but his rusty Type-C data cable couldn't get any power at all. I had no choice but to use my phone to quickly check the map to find the main road, and then, I lowered my head and walked. The more I walked, the more panicked I felt, worried that I was lost. The mobile phone map led me to a remote community. Finally, I walked to the main road, and I was relieved. I quickly took a taxi home. I borrowed a data cable in the car. It was a little after 9 when I got home. I was tired and sad. I could only type on my phone. This is such a bad day. So, I'm a little late. 085 Uchiha Shame. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. A famous genius of the new generation of Konoha, and also the top graduate of the previous ninja school. My father and brother are Konoha's high-level officials, and my uncle is the richest man in the ninja world. He has a beautiful and wealthy life. Family, what was waiting for me was a bright future. Just like Unii-chan, although Unii-chan seemed to be a problem child when he was young and often fought in the academy, he graduated from the ninja school with superior grades far exceeding those of his peers, and is now a celebrity in the academy. I believe that my future is also bright. However, now, Tien was caught cheating in the exam. What the hell? Sasuke began to despair, and sat on the steps with his head in his hands. In front of him was a small river in the village. He could already guess what would happen next. It is estimated that the news that the top graduate of the previous year was caught for cheating has spread all over the internet, and the situation is very serious. Although those who understand know that it is the intelligence collection of ninjas, as the top graduate, he was caught for collecting intelligence on a mere Chunin joint exam. Others will definitely laugh at him. You know. He is a genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, who vowed to catch up with Unii-chan. I was eliminated in the first exam. It's so embarrassing. And what should I do now? Go home directly? Although he knew that his father was a cold-faced but warm-hearted father who loved them very much, he estimated that now his father might be standing at the door with a bamboo cane, waiting for him to go back expressionlessly. What should I do? What should I do? The young Sasuke was caught cheating in the exam for the first time, and was rubbing his head in distress, or tell my mother or my brother first. In this way, my father might not beat me. Just as he finished speaking. Come on, Sasuke. Eat an orange. The cheerful voice of Naruto came from his side, and a piece of orange peel that had been torn was stretched out in front of him. Don't be so distressed, maybe we will succeed in the next exam. Who do you think is responsible for this? Sasuke directly slapped the orange petals, grabbed Naruto's collar, and roared, "It's all your fault. Now, we've all been caught for cheating." Obviously, he was just going to use the Sharingan at first, but this guy came to him and begged him for help, which was really annoying, so he agreed. The result? Who told you not to mute your phone? Bastard! Ha ha ha! Naruto scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly. I played too late last night, and forgot about it when I got up in the morning, so I went to school with my phone. At this point, he raised his fist angrily. Obviously, collecting information from the internet is also a way for ninjas to obtain information, so why can't it be done in exams? It's really hateful. It's too unreasonable. I will definitely tell my dad later. It's been posted now. Even the phone has been confiscated. You know, that's the latest model of the rich phone given by Uncle Fuyu. Just you should not believe you. Sasuke looked at those hands, said Naruto, sighed, and then said in doubt, "How do you know this is a test of intelligence?" I didn't know where the blogger ran. Remember at the time the blogger also said goodbye to him, and the intelligence assessment was told by the blogger. He did not expect that there were only a few people, and the blogger disappeared. Sasuke snorted coldly. Now he doesn't want to talk about the game at all, and he scratched his head in distress, and said impatiently, "Now I only care about what to do next. It is the shame of the Uchiha family." A serious shout came from the side, "What a shame for the Uchiha clan." Sasuke and Naruto were stunned and looked up only to see two men walking by. One was blind. One was supporting the blind guy. I was discovered while collecting intelligence. As a member of the Uchiha clan, such a waste appeared. As expected, the Uchiha clan has fallen. Uchiha Madara heard the gossip on Senju Hashirama's phone, snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, so many ninjas from Konoha were captured. As expected, Konoha has fallen. The ninja world has fallen. Hashirama. Ha ha ha, kids. It's normal to make mistakes. Senju Hashirama next to him laughed and said, Madara. You are too serious. You are too cowardly. But don't talk back. I'm blind. Hearing Madara's righteous rebuke, Hashirama shut up immediately, scratched his head, opened his mouth, looked at the tightly closed eyelids, and always felt weird inside. Madara, this guy. Could it be intentional? Hesitated for a moment, Banara. How about I let Tsunade transplant a pair of eyes for you? That way, you will definitely be able to see the light again. How can the eyes of an ordinary person be worthy of me, Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara paused for a moment, and then snorted coldly, no. At this point, he looked at Hashirama with suspicious eyelids. Are you tired of me? Are you going to betray us again? It's only been a few days, and you've already started. Before he finished speaking, Hashirama Senju shook his head quickly, interrupted Madara's words, and said seriously, Madara. I didn't. I'm not. No matter what, I will be your eyes. Don't betray our promise again. Madara. Yes. After hearing Hashirama's serious and earnest response, Madara nodded with satisfaction this time, and then continued, what a ridiculous Uchiha clan. More and more degenerate. Just as the words fell. I don't allow you to say that about the Uchiha clan. A childish voice came over with an angry tone. It's ridiculous. Madara seemed to feel someone beside him, and turned his head directly, as if looking down at him. Why can't I say it? Brat. Damn it. You guy. I don't allow you to say that. Apologize to Uchiha. Childish brat. Are all the brats in Konoha so childish now? As expected, Hashirama Konoha has fallen. Damn it. You bastard. Hey, blind uncle. Naruto on the side quickly stopped the angry Sasuke and looked at Uchiha Madara speechlessly. He is the genius of the Uchiha clan. You are very rude to talk about the Uchiha clan in front of others. Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara was slightly stunned, and then, as if looking down at him, a terrible aura seemed to emerge from his body. Another genius of the Uchiha clan? Tell me, your name. Brat. As if frightened by Uchiha Madara's aura, Uchiha Sasuke trembled, took a deep breath, and looked directly at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sasuke. The words fell. Uchiha Sasuke? Madara was stunned, looked at him deeply, and then pursed his lips in disdain. So it was the kid who was caught cheating. This is also the genius of the Uchiha clan? Sure enough, the Uchiha clan has fallen. I just passed the answer to others. Ridiculous. Little kid. Don't you think it's ridiculous for a ninja to be caught passing information? Hearing what this guy said, Sasuke's face suddenly turned pale, and he didn't seem to know what to say. Because he was right. And Hashirama Senju on the side felt that the atmosphere was wrong. He quickly laughed, turned his head and looked around, and asked in confusion, didn't they say that there were people dancing here? Why haven't I seen it yet? Madara. How about we go to the back mountain to have a look? He came here specifically to see the dancing. The words fell. Hey! A voice came from behind, Shode-sama, Madara-sama. How did you get here? Everyone turned their heads in surprise and saw Jiraiya, adult, wearing a tight red sportswear and holding a lace dance fan came here with a group of old people. Are you here to join the Konoha Square Dance Association? 086 Captain Rich reappears. Konoha Square Dance Association. An unofficial organization in Konoha. It is rumored that even the elders of the major ninja families in Konoha have participated. It is a very scary organization in Konoha, and ordinary people dare not provoke it easily. Every morning and evening, you can see their figures in spacious places everywhere. As long as there is music, there must be them. But Konoha actually has such an organization? After hearing Jiraiya's explanation, the two of them were stunned and couldn't help but exclaimed, then looked at the members of the Konoha Square Dance Association standing on the lawn in front of them. Suddenly, the huge black speakers emitted dynamic music. As the music sounded, everyone began to swing their bodies. That graceful figure, dancing gracefully. Those charming eyes. Captivating. Spin, swing, jump. As the body swayed, the ribbon of the fan also fluttered in the wind. The attention of the four people was attracted, and their pupils kept turning with the dancing posture. Even Hashirama Senju couldn't help but shudder after seeing it, but the strange thing is it's really more exciting the more he watched. View boring. Uchiha Madara next to him also shuddered, and said with disdain and hatred, sure enough, Konoha has become more and more decadent, and it's actually so boring. Madara. Your body is swaying. This idiot. However, soon, the music stopped, and the dancing stopped. The first dance of the day was over. Jiraiya, who had warmed up his lower body a little, came over happily and looked at the four people. How about it? Do you want to join our Konoha Square Dance Association? Ridiculous. Boring. That Madara-sama, although our Square Dance Association has no membership requirements, we don't accept blind people. Sorry. You get out. You two brats. Jiraiya didn't care, and turned his head happily, looking at Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto next to him. Why are you so bitter? Isn't it because of the Chunin joint examination? At this point, looking at those pitiful eyes, forget it. Do you want to join? You know, Itaki also practiced physical skills in our Square Dance Association and was a pillar. The words fell. The two of them were silent for a while. Especially Sasuke, he was worried about the fact that his Unii-chan had delivered food, worked as a courier, and danced. He knew everything. However, if he really had to dance such an embarrassing dance in public, he would still be embarrassed. Sure enough. Unii-chan is Unii-chan. I am still far from that. The two shook their heads and refused. What a pity. There are fewer and fewer young people in the association in recent years. As the vice president, I am also very distressed. Jiraiya scratched his head and sighed regretfully. At this time, the break time was over. The second game is coming. Just when he was about to turn around and start. Suddenly. Is this the so-called Konoha Square Dance? A loud and puzzled voice came. Then. Yo, check now, Konoha Square Dance, Konoha's characteristics, it's really interesting. I'm so envious. Father. Another rap followed. Everyone looked up in surprise and immediately saw a blonde uncle with shining arms and a light yellow hair and black sunglasses appear in front of them. The third Raikage and Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee from Kyumegakur. Hi, boy. I'm in a good mood today. I feel full of inspiration and can write great rhymes, thank you. Killer Bee gestured, want to dance together? After saying that, everyone was immediately in awe. Was this another dancer? But before everyone could react, Killer Bee jumped off the field, took out his mobile phone, and pondered over the speaker. Just when everyone was wondering what he was doing, he just lifted the speaker. Suddenly, a rhythmic and catchy music came out from the speaker. Yo yo yo! Holding the speaker in his left hand, he extended his index finger and thumb with his right hand, stepped on the rhythm with his feet, and gestured to Jiraiya, I. Killer Bee. From the hidden cloud village. Yabi Sander B. Killer Bee is me. Yet. I. Charming. He sang and danced. Today I suddenly feel full of inspiration, and I just want to do a piece here. Boys of Konoha. See. The dance has just begun. After the words fell, everyone was stunned. Then Jiraiya frowned solemnly, looking at the killer bee who kept dancing in front of him. This guy? Is he here to challenge? I remembered. He seemed to have heard that when the Third Ninja World War was about to end, Killer Bee from the Hidden Cloud Village went to Konoha as an envoy, and danced in the disco that year, attracting countless people's cheers. I didn't expect it. This time he actually danced again in Konoha. But don't say it. As expected of the big star of the Hidden Cloud Village, Kirabi, his dancing skills are really amazing. The dance is full of the exotic style of the Land of Thunder. The rough beauty that is different from the Konoha dance, stepping on the rhythm, immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yo yo yo! Time passed bit by bit. Everyone looked at the dancing posture of Kirabi carrying the speaker, singing and dancing, as if they were immersed in this dance. At this time, it seems that more and more people on the side noticed the situation here, and they all gathered here. Jiraiya's forehead was sweating more and more. In front of him, it seemed that a dancing genius was standing there. Soon, the song ended. Bang! Kirabi smashed the speaker directly to the ground, posed a handsome pose, grinned at Jiraiya, "I'm in a good mood today. Thank you, let's play." After the words fell, a round of applause. All the audience who stopped by gave their blessings generously. Great! It's so exciting. I can hear my whole body warmed up. That's the big star of Kumagakure. Mr. Killer Bee. I didn't expect him to dance here. As if they had discovered Killer Bee's identity, everyone cheered again. Even Madara, who couldn't see, nodded seriously and said lightly, "This guy is good." Just one sentence. It shocked Hashirama, who was familiar with Madara. I didn't expect Madara would give such a heavy praise. It seems that this Killer Bee is really not simple. However, many people in Konoha also saw it. This Killer Bee from Kumagakure declared war on Konoha. Jiraiya's face condensed. As a member of the Konoha Square Dance Association, how could he avoid the battle in the public eye? But it is absolutely impossible to win this genius by just relying on the dance that everyone practices. Of course, there is a way. If he wants to win, maybe he can use the dance of the three princesses of Konoha, but Jiraiya feels that if he uses this here, Orochimaru will probably kill him. Then he can only use other things. However, it happened too suddenly, and there was no preparation at all. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, looked at the audience behind him who shouted "Go!", took a deep breath, and was about to turn around to fight. Suddenly he was stunned, and then his face showed ecstasy, raised his hand to the red-haired figure, and waved his fist. "Nagato, you are here? Come and help us, we use the toad. Hey, wait. Don't run. If they don't run, it's strange. A bunch of sick guys." Nagato turned around and ran without hesitation. Helpless. Jiraiya sighed, looking at Killer Bee in front of him. He could only bite the bullet. Before he finished speaking. First, never act on impulse. A deep and serious voice came from behind, attracting everyone's attention again. Second, never miss any bad thing. Third, definitely judge fairly and beautifully. They turned their heads and were stunned. That was the rich boss. Just saw. Uchiha Fuya waved his hand, turned over and stood directly on the lawn, staring at both sides, like the embodiment of justice, and shouted, "Konoha referee Captain Fuyu is here to see you." 087 Challenge. When Captain Fuyu returned to Konoha, the scene cheered immediately. Countless people looked at the fair, just and righteous figure, and they all thought of that night. It was a rainy night. It was a night full of cheers and sadness. I didn't expect that after so many years, I could see Captain Fuyu appear again. This night. It is destined to be a sleepless night. Although it was a little late, under the cheers of relatives and friends and the broadcast on the internet, Countless people noticed it and rushed here. People who came to participate in or watch the Chunin joint examination also saw it on the internet. After being surprised that Konoha still had such a happy nightlife, they came here with curiosity. Although it was dark at night, this was also a small river, and the street lights could not illuminate such a large area, but after the audience who came voluntarily turned on their car lights, it was suddenly lit here. The lawn beside the small river below seemed to have turned into a stage in an instant, and countless people began to shout. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Dance! Dance! Dance!" The dance of the three princesses of Konoha, the dance of the three princesses of Konoha. Countless cheers heated up the entire venue. "Is it like this between you and Kakashi back then?" "Nonsense." Hearing what Yukito said, Obito said with a black face, "No. Don't mention it again. Women will only affect the speed of my hand seals. Young and ignorant. He has forgotten the things in his childhood." However, Yukito saw Obito hiding and denying, and laughed out loud, patting Obito on the shoulder. "Actually, I've seen it. There is a video of that time on the internet, and it's still high definition." "Then why are you asking?" Obito immediately looked at Yukito with a face full of resentment. "Don't look so bitter." Yukito smiled heartily, not caring, blinking his eyes slightly. "It's quite interesting." "Really? It's quite good looking." "Ha ha ha. Are you still laughing?" Obito looked at Yukito, who was laughing. "Who uploaded it? What's wrong? Why are you asking this?" "I suspect he may be a spy who sneaked into Konoha. For the safety of Konoha, he must be interrogated." Not far away, the Fuyuh family who came with Fuyuh were helplessly looking at Fuyuh, who was blocking the two people. Fuyuh is still the same. Even the three kids looked at the majestic father with their cute big eyes full of curiosity. "So handsome. Brother Fuyuh. Come on." Konan opened her throat cheerfully and shouted, "Teacher Jiraiya. Kill him. I didn't expect that I could see such an interesting thing when I came to Konoha this time. The Hidden Cloud Ninja Village and Konoha are fighting in a dance. It's so interesting." However, at this time, the phone rang suddenly. After taking a look, Konan answered it directly. "Hello? Nagato, what's the matter?" "Yes. We are not at Brother Fuyuh's house. Where are we now?" He frowned slightly and glanced around. "This side of the river in Konoha. I tell you, there are dancers here now. Do you want to come over?" The words were not finished yet. Beep. Looking at the phone that ended the call in surprise, he muttered to himself, "Why did you hang up before I finished talking? Could it be that he is rushing over to watch the dance? I never thought of that. Nagato actually likes to watch dance so much." After a while, he stopped caring. He continued to cheer like other audience members, shaking his right fist. At this time, more and more people came over. This is Fuyuh's expression was condensed, and he waved his left hand, pointing at Killer Bee on the left, the challenger from the Hidden Cloud Village. The famous star of the Hidden Cloud Village. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Mr. Killer Bee. After the words fell, "Killer Bee! Killer Bee! Killer Bee!" The audience immediately cheered for Killer Bee, and after Fuyuh retracted his hand, they instantly became quiet. Then, Fuyuh pointed his right hand directly at Jiraiya on the right, and his tone was condensed again. "This is the contestant from Konoha. One of the three famous Konoha members in the ninja world. He is also the vice president and lead dancer of the Konoha Square Dance Association. He created the famous dances in the ninja world, the Toad Dance and the Dance of the Three Princesses of Konoha, and is known as," he raised his voice directly, "the Toad Sage Jiraiya-sama." After saying that, "Hwalala!" the scene cheered again, calling for Jiraiya's name, and Jiraiya also had a smile on his face, like a big star, waving to the audience. "Now, Fuyu took a step back and shouted again, in the Ninja World Chunin joint examination held by Konoha, the informal dance competition has officially begun. Please invite the contestant, Jiraiya, to present his dance. Everyone applaud and welcome him. Pa pa pa. Under the warm applause. Jiraiya also came back to his senses at this time and realized that he had accepted the challenge now. Especially under so much applause, so many people watching, this is Konoha's home court, he absolutely cannot lose. But, looking at Killer Bee in front of him, it's not that easy to defeat this guy. Of course. At this moment, Jiraiya was also a little confused. He just came to daily exercise, how could it become a competition? But no matter what, he can't be afraid of fighting. Therefore, it can only be like this. His face condensed, he stepped forward, and showed an apologetic expression on his face, sorry. Orochimaru. For Konoha. Today, the three princesses of Konoha must return to the ninja world. He took a deep breath, and just when he showed a firm expression, the phone rang suddenly. Jiraiya took out his phone, looked at the caller, was slightly stunned, quickly answered the call, laughed and said, ha ha ha, good evening. Orochimaru. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. I am busy now. Just as he finished speaking, a threatening voice came from the other side, if you dare to mess around, I will pluck your toad skin and dry it. How did you know? Jiraiya's expression froze, and before Orochimaru could continue to say anything, he laughed, mess around? How could I mess around? Impossible. I can't mess around. Did you misunderstand Orochimaru? Oh, no, no, no. The signal here is not good. That's it, that's it. Talk next time. He turned off the phone without hesitation. Then, looking at Killer Bee in front of him, his face was tangled for a while, and finally, he sighed slightly. Orochimaru didn't use it. Lest Orochimaru get angry again this time. It would be fine if he used it secretly just now, but if he uses it again now Orochimaru will really kill him. But, as a Konoha ninja, I will never flee without a fight. Jiraiya stood forward, with a terrifying aura, staring at Killer Bee, and roared, everyone! Here! After a neat and loud response. Line up! Jiraiya continued to shout loudly, the music starts. Suddenly, the vast horizon. The familiar music sounded again under the gaze of everyone. Accompanied by the music, the rows of old people wearing red sportswear, holding dance fans, and began to dance with a serious face. The Konoha Square dance team accepts the challenge. 088 I just appeared. Familiar music. Familiar dance. Familiar square formation. Familiar swing. Isn't this the square dance that the Konoha Square dance team dances every day? However, perhaps under this tense atmosphere and high pressure, this dance, in front of everyone, it suddenly became so graceful, so rhythmic, so powerful, and so pleasing to the eye. Konoha Square dance team. A breakthrough at the last minute. Hiss. Everyone gasped. It is indeed a powerful unofficial organization in Konoha. It is so terrifying. Even Killer Bee and the third Raikage beside him suddenly looked at the square dance team led by Jiraiya with a serious look in their eyes. It is indeed the first ninja village in the ninja world. It can't be underestimated. Yo-Yo Killer Bee next to him also came back to his senses from the solemnity just now, and his body swayed again. Looking down, his eyes also showed appreciation, little cuties. Dance, dance like colorful butterflies, yo! What a wonderful performance, my heart cheered again. But for me, you can't win. Yo! As soon as the words fell. On the other side, Uchiha Madara, who was also frowning and watching the game, said lightly, Konoha lost. Ah? Why? Hashirama, who was cheering, was stunned and looked at Uchiha Madara in confusion. Why did Konoha lose? Isn't it good? Boring. Idiot. Uchiha Madara pursed his lips and said expressionlessly, not interested. Don't ask me. But Madara, you were watching very seriously just now, even your shoulders were moving. Get out. At this time, many people also noticed it. It is impossible for this square dance team to win just by dancing now. I sighed with regret in my heart and shook my head. I didn't expect that after so many years of my death there would be so many wonderful things in the ninja world. Yes. If we hadn't experienced it, we probably wouldn't have thought that the ninja world would become what it is now. Hearing the calm words of the third Kazekage, Yaking nodded with emotion and said, in fact, the wind dance and puppet dance of our sand village are also very famous. Is that so? Of course. If you don't believe it, you can check it out on your mobile phone. After the words fell, the Kazekage was silent for a moment, then took out his mobile phone. However, when he opened the browser and was about to search, he saw a prompt that suddenly popped up 70-year-old grandmother, and was stunned for a moment, then clicked it. After a while, he frowned and said coldly, Counselor Cho is still looking for her grandson. There's nothing I can do, after all, he is her only grandson. Yaking shrugged. Even if she did such an unforgivable thing, as a grandmother, Consultant Cho must want to see her grandson, even if she has to deal with him personally. After hearing Yaking's words, the third Kazekage fell silent again. In fact, he knew there were many villagers who blamed him at that time. After all, he advocated the war against Konoha in the Second Great Ninja World War. At that time, he used all the strength of the Sand Village to start the war, fighting to the death. Even if he suffered heavy losses, he did not end the war, so that in the end the Sand Village suffered heavy losses and countless families were broken. Scorpion is just a microcosm of it. He committed an unforgivable crime. Assassinating the village shadow is a serious crime. The third Kazekage glanced at Yaking calmly, then sighed again, and said, I won't cause trouble to Luo Shat. In this case, let's just assume that Scorpion is dead. Let him never appear in front of me. Whatever you want. This time I am just following the orders of the fourth Kazekage to take you out to relax and get familiar with the ninja world of this era. After hearing the words of the fourth Kazekage, Yaking also smiled, then waved his fist and shouted loudly, Come on! But it seems Konoha is indeed about to lose. After all, compared to Killer Bee's impromptu performance, although Konoha's side seems to have a breakthrough, it is still too old-fashioned. The music stops. The dance steps stop. Under the leadership of Jiraiya, the square dance team also stopped their movements in unison. Many people smiled immediately. Dancing! Isn't it good? Even Jiraiya couldn't help but smile, and then sighed slightly. At this time, thank you for the praise from the Konoha square dance team. Let's give them our applause for their wonderful praise. Captain Fuyu appeared again, and then after the applause fell, he turned around, now let the judges give the score. Said. To everyone's surprise, a young man with golden hair and a sunny smile appeared in front of them. When did the fourth Hokage come? Thank you for the performance of the Cloud Village and the Konoha Square dance team. Minato waved his hand happily, what a wonderful performance. At this point, Kirabe's impromptu performance is full of the rugged beauty unique to the Cloud Village, and also integrates impromptu rap, and dance perfectly, and Konoha has made a breakthrough again, with momentum and neat movements, as if integrated into a whole, which is shocking. It's a pity, he sighed regretfully, the winner is Kirabe from the Cloud Village. After the words fell, the surroundings were stagnant. Then everyone cheered and sent blessings to the winner, Mr. Killer Bee. Sure enough, Jiraiya was not sad, he sighed with regret and shook his head, I still lost. Yo-yo, wonderful dance, gorgeous rhythm, really admirable dance. The winner, Mr. Killer Bee, sang again, but... Thank you. It's still me. Uncle Killer Bee 1. Ha ha ha. The third Rakage on the side laughed after seeing this scene, and nodded to Killer Bee, you have grown up. Killer Bee. You actually defeated Konoha. As soon as the words fell, everyone on the Konoha side glared at the old man. Damn. Who else? Go. Defeat the hidden cloud ninja village. Come on. Come on. Let them know Konoha is the strongest. Where's Itaki? Where's Obito? Let these guys see how powerful we are. Soon. Obito on the side slapped his face and deliberately shrank his body. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not here. Ha ha ha. Ring Yumu couldn't help laughing. However, under Konoha's roar still no one came up to join the battle. Many people began to feel disappointed after defeating the arrogant Cloud Ninja. Although this was just a dance competition, even if it was a dance competition, Konoha didn't want to lose. Forget it. Forget it. Disperse. Just when everyone was about to retreat. Suddenly. Let me do it. A deep voice sounded, and everyone was stunned and headed towards the direction where the voice came from. Suddenly. A figure. Humping over, with his hands behind his back, wearing bell-bottom pants and a trendy shirt, he walked towards the lawn in the night wind under the gaze of everyone. It seemed as if even the air had frozen. He is. Looking at that figure, everyone's pupil shrank. The old dance king of Konoha, Uchiha Shion. I didn't expect it. The old dance king suddenly went to fight, and he was wearing his old uniform. The atmosphere froze. It was oppressive. A bloody storm is about to happen. Even Uchiha Madara looked at Uchiha Shion, and was slightly stunned. Shion, this kid. The momentum is indeed not weak. Dance King! Dance King! Dance King, kill that arrogant guy! Did you hear the alarm? No. Cheer for the Dance King! Just when everyone was cheering for the old Dance King. Suddenly. The alarm of the Konoha guard sounded, and everyone was stunned, turning their heads. They immediately saw the Konoha guard police cars surrounding them densely behind them. What's going on? Even Uchiha Fuyo was stunned. Before he could ask, Minato stopped him directly, with cold sweat on his forehead. Someone reported that there was a disturbance here, and there was a fight in a crowd, so the Konoha guard is here. I'm going to run away first, and I'll leave it to you next. Before Fuyo could react, Minato disappeared directly on the spot. Please me? Damn it, even if that was my own brother, he would definitely arrest me for disturbing the people later. So, without any hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Run away! Run away!" After the words fell, everyone reacted and knew that the dance was over. They turned around and ran away quickly. However, Uchiha Shion, who had just made a handsome appearance, looked at the guys who were leaving in silence. What about me? What about me? I just came on stage. Let's go. Stop pretending. Elder Beiwa, who came over, rolled his eyes at him. You are old. You still like to join in the fun, aren't you ashamed? Why is it embarrassing? Where did I embarrass myself? Damn it! I even took out my battle suit on purpose. While cursing, the two of them also left. On the other side, hearing the appearance of the Konoha guard, Uchiha Sasuke also shrank his neck and looked at Naruto on the side. Run away! Run away! Hurry up! If my father saw this now, I would probably be scolded. However, at this time, a serious and low voice called him, Sasuke. After the words fell, Sasuke shuddered, and then ran without any hesitation. Let's talk about it when we get home, father. The speed that he had trained for many years made Uchiha Fugaku not react, and he disappeared in the crowd. Haha! It's really interesting. Hashirama was happy. I didn't expect Konoha would have such interesting things now. Let's go. Seeing that Uchiha Madara had finished, he sighed, stretched out his hand, and let Hashirama support him. Boring. What's interesting? Madara. I saw you swaying just now. Shut up. Madara snorted coldly, but stopped again, and his eyelids seemed to look deeply at the big speaker behind him that no one carried away. This made Hashirama on the side also confused. What's wrong? Madara. Nothing. Madara, why don't you install glasses? In this way you can play games with me. After the words fell, there was a silence. Just when Hashirama sighed with regret, thinking that Madara was going to refuse again. A bland response sounded. Then, after a moment of hesitation, Hashirama smiled, great. Madara. 089 Greedy Guy. Chunin Joint Exam. If you calculate the time, Chunin Joint Exam should be coming soon. I don't know how my dad is doing. With his help of the pre-exam questions, I believe that the dad of another ninja world will be able to break the Genin curse and successfully pass the exam. Well, in fact, it shouldn't be considered a pre-exam question leak. After all, Orochimaru-sama is still arrested, and it is estimated that he can't launch the collapse of Konoha. Boruto rested his hands on his head, thinking about the things in another ninja world. It has been a while since he came back. Although he also brought a lot of games, but without a bunch of stupid netizens, playing games by himself, I still feel uncomfortable. Don't look at him scolding the new netizen on the moon as a blind man all day long, but as long as he is online, he will still pull him to play together. Talking about it, we have been playing together for so long, except for my father and Sasuke, I don't think I have met the others. Especially Mr. Shu, he is a silly person, just like my father. Every time he and Sasuke set up a plan, it is useless. Once the game starts, the two of them are like Akamaru's son, who is having fun, shouting and rushing forward. Of course. As a teammate, he is still quite reliable. If I had known, I would have made an appointment to meet offline before leaving. Boruto said with some regret, touching his chin, but I remember that after the Black-Hearted Processing Factory incident was exposed, Mr. Shu didn't come online anymore. I don't know what happened, maybe he died in the explosion by accident. Thinking of this, he scratched his head impatiently, damn it. I should have stayed a few more days. After saying that, you're fine. Sarada rolled her eyes at Boruto, at least you've been to another ninja world. At this point, she raised her fist angrily, and then said a little disappointedly, I also want to see the uncles, grandfathers, grandmothers, and great-uncles in another ninja world. What a magical experience! If Boruto hadn't told me, I probably wouldn't have believed it. Mitsuki on the side also nodded with a smile, then looked at Boruto with some doubts, and said softly, speaking of which, Boruto-kun has been very busy these days. I need to help Uncle Fuyu these days. I always feel like you're taking advantage of me and my dad. Mr. Fuyu opened a store. Boruto saw Sarada seeing the kind look in his eyes, he quickly smiled and changed his words to explain, Mr. Fuyu asked me to open a milk tea shop here, called Fuyu Milk Tea Shop. Isn't he not here? What's the point of opening a shop here? I don't know. I'm now entrusted by him to be the president of the different Ninja World division. Anyway, the money for opening the shop has been given to me in advance, so let me try it. Boruto said happily, and looked at Sarada, speaking of which, Sarada, have you paid off your family's loan? It's paid off. Hearing Boruto say this, Sarada also raised her fist happily, Mom is very happy. There is still a lot of money left. Great. Grandpa, and the rich grandpa. I really want to meet them. Another ninja world. A ninja world full of peace. It's really exciting to talk about it. It seems that the Uchiha clan annihilation night in the other ninja world did not happen. Sarada will definitely be able to see many people of the same clan there. Mitsuki said with a smile, looking at Boruto, who was lazy after coming back, and pondered for a moment. Speaking of the other ninja world, I don't know what Lord Orochimaru is like there. What's wrong? Is it also a very bad one? Seeing Boruto's face suddenly become weird for no reason, Mitsuki was even more curious and frowned slightly. Speaking of which, after the Third Ninja World War, Lord Orochimaru betrayed the village and later launched the Konoha collapse plan. According to the time, could it be that the Orochimaru of the other ninja world also launched it? Oh, no. It should have been stopped. No. Wasn't it stopped? The Orochimaru of the other ninja world did not launch the Konoha collapse. When I came back, Orochimaru had been arrested. Arrested? It seems that the Orochimaru of the other ninja world did betray the village. Hearing Boruto's words, Mitsuki frowned slightly. It seems although the ninja world is different, some things are still similar. You are worthy of being Lord Orochimaru. Speaking of this, he smiled slightly, that Orochimaru must have also wanted to explore the secrets of the ninja world and study the taboos of life. After being discovered by Konoha, he betrayed the village. Not really. Isn't it? Mitsuki looked at Boruto in surprise, frowning more tightly. Could it be that he was discovered by Konoha while studying other terrible forbidden techniques, so he betrayed Konoha? This is not it. Hearing Boruto's denial again, Mitsuki and Sarada became more curious and looked at Boruto in confusion. That's not it, that's not it. Sarada frowned and pondered, then why did that Orochimaru betray Konoha? According to my understanding of Orochimaru. Mitsuki pondered again, with a firm tone, the Orochimaru of the other ninja world must have also studied something very terrible and taboo, so he betrayed Konoha after being discovered by Konoha. Otherwise, if he hadn't been discovered, he would never leave Konoha easily. However, no. Then why did he betray the village? The Orochimaru of the other ninja world did it for money. After a slight pause, he betrayed the village. After the words fell. X2. What the hell? The two looked at Boruto in confusion. It's also a wonderful ninja world. Sure enough, this world is still full of many mysteries. Orochimaru smiled gently and looked at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him. This time he came to ask Sasuke about something about the other ninja world. Although the other self in the ninja world seems to have a rich private life, as a scientist, how can he ignore such an interesting discovery? Looking at the things that the other self asked Sasuke to give him, he nodded with a smile. What an interesting idea. The things are handed over to you. Looking at Orochimaru, who was studying the scroll with relish, Uchiha Sasuke in front of him was already a little impatient, and said lightly, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. You are still so anxious. Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru smiled helplessly, shook his head, and pondered for a moment, thinking of the dancing self that day, and suddenly shuddered all over. After a while, he returned to normal, looked at Sasuke with a smile, and said with a curious tone, speaking of which, what kind of person is the other me? Being able to research these things, it seems that I am also a science-loving me. After the words fell, Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly, thinking of Orochimaru, who betrayed the village for 1 billion and opened a black-hearted processing factory for money, and suddenly fell silent. However, this expression, it made Orochimaru more curious. It seems that the other me is also very unpleasant. Orochimaru smiled, and then continued to ask curiously, then Sasuke-kun, can you tell me what the other Orochimaru is like? Probably. Sasuke paused slightly, looked at Orochimaru deeply, and said in a strange tone, he is a greedy guy. What the hell? 090 babysitting time. The next day. The Chunin exam still has to continue. Although many people saw the video of the big star of the Cloud Hidden Ninja Village last night, Mr. Killer B, challenging the Konoha Square dance team, and left messages saying this is not as exciting as the Chunin exam, but anyway, as an important ninja in the ninja world, one of the exams, the Chunin exam, will still go on. As for the dance battle, the fourth Hokage made his own ignorant remarks and said that Konoha had never held any dance battle competition during the Chunin exam. He himself did not go to watch it last night. He called on all villagers and guests who came to Konoha to enjoy the Chunin exam held by Konoha. I believe there will be many wonderful places to attract everyone. After all, this Chunin exam, Konoha held it very seriously and grandly. Of course. For Fuyu, this Chunin exam was announced to be over when his two nephews left the stage. Next, he originally planned to accompany the child well these days. After all, it was rare for Kana to bring her child here. As a father, how could he not accompany the child? Today, it's father-daughter time. So, he ignored Suzune and the others early in the morning and took the child out directly. Not to mention, this Chunin exam was really prepared grandly. There were all kinds of strange stalls on the street, including snack stalls and toy stalls. There were a lot of people coming and going, including ninjas from all the villages. It was quite lively. But according to the time, the second Chunin competition should be going on now, but it seems that most people did not go to watch the competition, but chose to go shopping. Sure enough. However, the Chunin joint examination is not as interesting as the Ninja World Battle Dance. Good morning. Fuyu. Good morning. Nono. Fuyu looked at Nono in surprise. Didn't you go to the game today? Nono Mom X2. Although the two little girls always call Nono Mom, but this is really not their mother. As for Karin, because she rarely comes to Konoha, she seems a little shy, but she still looks at this woman with doubts and calls out softly, "Nono Mom." Oh, little Belle, little Ding Dang, and little Karin. Nono looked at the three cute little Lolita, her heart melted, squatted down, hugged them, rubbed them, and said with a smile, "So cute. How about letting Nono Mom raise them?" After the words fell. No. The slightly bolder Belle pushed Nono Mom away, put her hands on her waist, and looked at Nono with an angry face. "I want my dad to raise me. But like this. Ha ha ha, so cute. It will only make Nono rub it a few more times." Then he picked up the little Doraemon, who looked very tangled and worried about being taken away, but seemed very quiet, and looked at Fuyu with a smile. "Why don't you give Doraemon to me? Hanabi will be angry." Fuyu looked at Nono speechlessly, and then, a little less, "It seems that you are very busy. There is no way. In order to ensure the safety of this Chunin joint examination, I, the director of the orphanage, have also been requisitioned by the medical department." Nono sighed helplessly, and then winked playfully. "What about you? Are you playing with the children? It's rare to take the children out for a stroll during the Chunin joint examination." Fuyu had just finished speaking. Nono's mobile phone suddenly rang, and after answering it, after a while, he looked at Fuyu helplessly again. "Sorry. I need to rush over." "It's okay. Let's talk next time," said. She pulled the children over with a smile. "Go and get busy. I'll take the children around too." "What a pity." Nono bent down and waved to the three little ones with a smile. "Next time, Nono's mom will take you out to play. Have fun, little cuties. Goodbye, Nono X3. Goodbye." Nono smiled and waved, watching the three little ones leaving. The three cute figures made her smile. "So cute. It's really cute." A plain but smiling voice came from the side. Nono was slightly stunned when he heard it, and turned his head to look at the handsome boy with glasses beside him. "Hey? Why are you here, Kabuto? I saw that you haven't gone over yet, so I came to see you." Kabuto looked at the four backs, and then looked at the embarrassed Nono, and said with a smile, "How about giving you a holiday?" "Hee, no need." Nono shook his head with a smile, and then looked at Kabuto with a smile. it's not okay to use power for personal gain, Captain Kabuto. This is just a reasonable arrangement for work. Captain Kabuto pushed his glasses and said with a smile, in fact, there is no need for so many medical ninjas. Forget it. Let's not disturb their father and daughter's play. Well, in this case, we should go to work too. Kabuto shook his head helplessly, and then looked at Nono, who was a little tempted but refused, and said with a smile, Mom, Nono. The words fell. Nono was stunned, then patted Do's shoulder, complaining, you little brat has become bad. But the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Let's go, let's go. It's time to get busy. On the other side, Fuyu continued to take the three little ones around, enjoying this grand celebration of the Chunin joint examination. During the period, he also met the Hayashi couple. Of course, in front of the three little ones, the Hayashi clan leader was quite considerate and smiled at him, and did not directly lock on him as usual. He also saw the great elder who accompanied the Beiwa elder to go shopping. It is estimated that he appeared in a battle robe last night, but he did not succeed in pretending to be a therefore, he seemed to be cursing when he went shopping with Elder Beiwa today. Of course. It may also be that he has always been like this. This dead Sundara. Grandpa Shion. Grandpa Shion. Grandpa Shion. Ha ha ha, good. 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 Uchiha Shion, who seemed to be lost under the sound of Grandpa, laughed loudly and nodded with satisfaction, not bad. Not bad. Not bad. They are all good children. What else do you want to eat? What do you want? Tell Grandpa. Fuyu was speechless, shook his head, continued to eat cotton candy, and looked at the two old people who were teasing the little loli, and did not disturb them. After a while, the elder Shion who was teasing the little loli came over, hesitated for a moment, and said seriously, Lord Madara is going to transplant his eyes. After the words fell, Fuyu pondered for a moment, then looked at him in confusion, so. That's right. Seeing Fuyu's expression, Shi Yan knew that his worries were unnecessary, and laughed, ha ha ha, there's really nothing to worry about. Although he admired Madara-sama very much, as the current Uchiha elder, he had a lot to consider. At first, he was quite pleased to see the first generation leading Madara-sama around Konoha, but last night he heard that Madara-sama was going to transplant his eyes. While he was sighing in his heart, he was actually a little worried. After all, Madara-sama was quite scary. He never doubted that even an ordinary single Megatama eye could open the Mangeki with Madara-sama's ability, so once Madara-sama was going to do something again. It is estimated that Konoha would be in danger by then, and it might even affect the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shion stood there, smiling at Fuyu's back as he left with the child, nodded slightly, and then looked at the three little ones holding cotton, and said happily, what cute children. The words fell. Beiwa beside him also nodded, and said with a smile on his face, it's really cute. Especially those pure eyes like jade. What a joke. It's obviously more cute after opening the Sharingan. Hee hee. What are you laughing at? Come on. Explain it clearly. After Fuyu left, the two old people quarreled again. Soon. Fuyu also took the child home. I'm back X4. 091. The operation was not standardized, and the eldest brother shed tears. Soon. After making the promise to see the light again, to settle accounts with Black Zetsu, and to accompany the boring idiot Hashirama to play games and other boring decisions. Without any hesitation, he, Uchiha Madara, he prepared to install new eyes. As for where the eyes came from, he asked Uchiha Shion directly. After all, his eyes, it's better not to talk about it now. Madara knew in his heart that if he wanted to come back, he would definitely be stopped, even Hashirama would stop him. And a mere pair of eyes, if it weren't for the infinite Tsukuyomi plan, he would not care at all. No matter what kind of eyes it was, it would not hinder his own strength. Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara nodded expressionlessly, took the eyes secretly sent by the Uchiha clan ninja, waved his hand, let him leave, and simply touched the eyes, nodded slightly, not bad. A pair of 3 Megatama eyes, it seems to be well preserved. But for him it doesn't matter how many Megatama, even the Mangekyohi, Uchiha Madara, doesn't care. His face condensed, holding the pair of eyes in his hand. Next. It was the time for him to regain his sight again. However, just when he was about to press his eyes directly into his empty eye sockets. Wait a minute! A shout stopped him. Uchiha Madara's movements paused slightly, then he raised his head with disdain, his eyelids seemed to be looking at Senju Tobirama in front of him, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Are you going to stop me? Senju Tobirama said. The terrible momentum burst out again, directly crushing the surroundings. Even the old ancestral house of the Senju clan made a creaking sound, and countless dust fell. He was still wondering why this annoying Senju Tobirama appeared here when he changed his eyes, but he didn't care. After all, this is the clan land of the Senju clan, and Senju Tobirama can be wherever he wants. Even if he is in front of him, can he stop Uchiha Madara? Therefore, he didn't care about staying at this moment, slowly lowered his hand, sneered, and looked at Senju Tobirama. So you are waiting for this moment? Can you finally bear it? After the words fell, Senju Hashirama on the side also noticed it, and quickly inserted himself between the two of them, looking at Tobirama helplessly, even with a pleading tone. Tobirama, let Madara regain the light. He has let go of everything. You should let go too. Senju Tobirama was stunned, looking at Senju Hashirama in front of him, shook his head, and said seriously, I'm not. The words were not finished. Who let go of everything? Ridiculous. Madara snorted coldly and stood up directly. Get out of the way. Hashirama. I want to see how he is going to stop me. No. Madara. Don't worry, I will definitely persuade Tobirama. Get out of the way. No. Get out of the way. Hashirama. I just don't get out of the way. Madara. Unless I die, I will never get out of the way. Hashirama. Madara. Wait. 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 Can you listen to what I'm saying? Senju Tobirama looked at the two people who had forgotten him for no reason, and said unhappily, I didn't mean to stop this evil guy. Who is evil? The calculating Senju Tobirama. Okay, okay, stop arguing. Hearing that his brother didn't want to stop Madara, Hashirama also showed a happy smile on his face, and quickly stopped the two people, then looked at Senju Tobirama in confusion. Then why did you suddenly stop Madara? Senju Tobirama sighed with emotion, with melancholy in his eyes, and looked at Madara deeply. It's all for his own good. X2. The two looked at Senju Tobirama in confusion. Why don't I believe it? However, Senju Tobirama didn't give them any time to think. He looked at Madara with disdain. Before he could say anything sarcastic, he asked seriously, were you going to just press your eyes down just like that? After the words fell, Madara was stunned. Although he didn't know what he wanted to do, he still snorted coldly and said lightly, so what? What do you want to do? Just say it. Senju Tobirama. Hey, you are wrong. Senju Tobirama sighed and shook his head. As a professional biological researcher and a professional forbidden technique expert ninja, I have to remind you here that organs and even blood from different human bodies will be rejected once transplanted into another body, and in the end, they will die. Really? Hashirama Senju heard what Tobirama Senju said, especially the affirmative look of his own brother, and was stunned. Then he quickly turned his head and looked at Madara. The eyes on his hand, patted his chest. Great. Fortunately, Madara, you haven't He didn't finish his words. That's it. Ridiculous. I have always done this, when have I ever died? Madara still sneered disdainfully, looking down at Tobirama Senju arrogantly. You guys still want to teach me how to do things? I can even absorb Hashirama's cells, do you think a pair of Sharingan will reject me? Ignorance. That's right. Hearing what Madara said, Hashirama suddenly realized it again, turned his head and looked at his brother, and said happily, Tobirama. Don't worry, Madara is absolutely fine. This idiot brother. Looking at his brother who was persuaded by Madara in a few words, Senju Tobirama cursed his brother in his heart, but with a worried look on his face, he sighed and took out his mobile phone directly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't care about this evil guy. As he said, he opened his mobile phone directly without waiting for Madara with a cold face to speak. The past was the past. Now is now. Times have changed. Look, brother, how many tragedies are caused by unsafe medical equipment and technology on the internet. And this, he glanced around and made another stroke with his hand. The operating environment here is also very unsafe. Eye replacement is not a simple operation. It must be performed in a sterile environment. Look, brother, how many medical accidents are caused by carelessness. Speaking of this, he seemed to sigh because he was questioned. If it weren't for you, brother, I wouldn't care about this evil guy. The operation was not standardized, and my brother shed tears. You are so kind. Ridiculous. I, Uchiha Madara, don't need it at all. However, the words haven't been finished yet. Sorry. I misunderstood you, Tobirama. Hashirama interrupted directly, and then patted Tobirama's shoulder with emotion. The scenes on the phone just now were really scary. Then he turned his head seriously and looked at Madara. Madara, we can't just do it like this. This is disrespectful to your life. Irresponsible. Once an accident happens, it will be bad. Why should I be good? Listen to me this time. Otherwise, I will never let you install this eye. You ridiculous. Forget it. Madara snorted coldly, idiot. Seeing that Madara agreed, Senju Hashirama suddenly became happy again, turned his head and looked at Tobirama. So what do we need to do now? Go to the medical department for a transplant operation. The words fell. That won't work. X2. What I mean is the medical department is quite busy these days. Senju Tobirama hurriedly coughed twice and said seriously, I guess there is no time for surgery these days. Then Hashirama frowned, how about Madara, let's wait a few days. Humph. It doesn't matter. How can this be? X2. For big brother, how can I wait a few more days? Ahem, what I mean is seeing the two people looking at him with strange eyes, Senju Tobirama hurriedly coughed twice and sighed, big brother has waited for a long time for this day, wanting to bring his best friends to see the current development of Konoha and the current development of the ninja world. This is big brother's dream. How can I wait any longer because of this now? Tobirama. Hearing his brother's words, Hashirama was so moved that his lips trembled, his eyes slightly red, and he looked at Tobirama in front of him. I always thought you didn't understand, but I didn't expect that you understand me so well. Then he smiled and shook his head, it doesn't matter. No need to trouble the village. Madara and I don't mind waiting a few more days. Words fell. Actually Senju Tobirama paused slightly and said with a smile, I can also do this operation, and I happen to be free. I believe that compared with other medical ninjas, my medical ninjutsu is still quite good, otherwise let me do it. The words fell. X2. The two looked at the smiling Senju Hashirama in silence. Don't dream. Madara raised his eyelids and refused without hesitation, even if I am blind. Blind for life. Let Hashirama support me for life, I will not let you help. If it weren't for Big Brother's face, do you think I would help? Big brother, don't you believe me too? I do. The words fell. Before Tobirama could be happy, Hashirama looked at Tobirama with a tangled face, but forget it, I'm worried that Madara won't be able to get off the operating table. 092 The operation was very successful. Finally, Senju Tobirama walked out of the house cursing, feeling very sad. He didn't expect that his elder brother still didn't believe him in the end. Damn it! It's all the fault of that evil Uchiha Madara. At this time, Tsunade also came, looking at the second grandfather who usually looked cold but was cursing today. She asked curiously, "Second grandfather, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing. It's just a simple medical dispute, you don't have to worry about it." Senju Tobirama took a deep breath, then looked at Tsunade in front of him, seemed to remember something, and suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, touched his chin, with a kind smile on his face. "Tsunade, how does the second grandfather treat you?" "Good, good." Tsunade nodded, but looked at her second grandfather vigilantly, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. "Second grandfather, if you have anything to say, just say it directly." After the words fell, Senju Tobirama nodded with satisfaction, his eyes flickered, with a faint smile on his lips. He leaned over, lowered his voice, and leaned close to Tsunade's ear, seeming to say something. After a while, Tsunade looked at her second grandfather with a dark face, and hesitated for a moment. "This is not good. After all, I am also a medical ninja. Don't worry. I didn't ask you to do anything, although that guy is an evil guy." Senju Tobirama patted Tsunade's shoulder, "But I didn't ask you to kill him." Looking at Tsunade with relief, "As a medical ninja. As long as he is a patient in my eyes, I will do my best to rescue him. It seems that you have always remembered it." Then his eyes condensed, "Just scare that guy." "But Tsunade hasn't finished speaking yet." "That's right." Senju Tobirama nodded directly, sighed, "Forget it. I'd better not care. This is indeed against your ninja way," said. He lowered his head in disappointment, as if betrayed by all his relatives, and was about to turn around and leave this sad place. "Okay." Helpless, Tsunade could only agree. At this time, "Is Tsunade here?" Senju Hashirama's anxious voice came from inside. "Hurry up. Tsunade, come to the operation." "Coming." Tsunade could only walk in with a strange look on her face. When he saw Tsunade coming in, Senju Hashirama, who seemed not to want to wait for a quarter of an hour, came over immediately and looked at Tsunade seriously. "Please. Tsunade. Don't worry." Tsunade remembered the words of her second grandfather, and took a deep breath. "I will try my best." Then, she took out her medical tools. "Let me check this guy's body first." "I don't." "Yes. Yes." Hashirama didn't give Madara a word at all, and directly held Madara's hand, looking at him deeply. "Madara. This is safe. It's a little troublesome, don't let me worry." After the words fell, this really worked. Madara sometimes listened to Hashirama's pleas, snorted coldly, and did not stop Tsunade's inspection. And Tsunade also followed her second grandfather's instructions, and examined Madara with a very serious expression, sometimes sighing, sometimes shaking her head. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. Hashirama Senju looked at Tsunade with a worried look, and even Madara became quiet, glancing at Tsunade from time to time with his closed eyelids. "This is... what happened?" After a while, Tsunade finally finished the inspection, put away the inspection tools, and under the gaze of the two, she sighed, "Hey! X2. What does it mean? What does it mean?" Hashirama started to panic, and quickly looked at Tsunade, and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is Madara in a serious condition?" "No." Tsunade smiled and shook her head, "Very healthy." Then why are you sighing? I'm just a little tired, and suddenly I want to yawn. X2. However, Tsunade ignored it. Then she took out a stack of A4 paper and looked around. Where are the family members of the patient? Come and sign this. Family members of the patient. Hashirama looked at Tsunade in confusion. Madara's relatives have almost died a long time ago, and only the clan members are left. What do you want to sign? Can I sign it? Also okay. As he said, he handed the thing directly to his great-grandfather. After Hashirama Senju took it, he also looked at it curiously, and suddenly the whole person fell silent again. Madara, who was blind, was also curious, and asked quickly, Hashirama, what do you want to sign? Still not telling me? Disclaimer. Before Madara asked what the disclaimer was, what statement? This disclaimer Senju Hashirama looked at Tsunade with a cold sweat on his face. Tell me, Madara, is everything okay? Nothing. Really okay? Really okay? Tsunade said with a smile, this is just a procedure. The medical department is like this now. As a Konoha medical ninja, this step must not be skipped. Really hearing his granddaughter's words, Senju Hashirama was relieved. I was really scared. Let me sign it now. After saying that, he quickly signed it and handed it to Tsunade, looking at him expectantly. Can we proceed now? This Tsunade glanced around solemnly, then looked at Madara. Do you have any wishes that have not been fulfilled? You can say it now. X2. The two of them had another heartbeat. Hashirama's lips trembled slightly. Is Madara really all right? He closed his eyes and said, that's right. How could he not have any hidden illness after being resurrected suddenly? Just say it. Tsunade. Madara and I can handle it. How long can Madara live? It's really all right. Tsunade smiled and shook her head. It's just a procedure. It's really all right. It's all right. What kind of procedures are these? Hashirama Senju looked at Tsunade with a black face. It's so scary. Can this procedure be skipped? No. Tsunade smiled and pointed to the door. The next step is surgery. Grandpa should wait outside. I can't be here. Eye transplant is not a simple operation, and a sterile environment must be guaranteed. You are now a family member of Madara, please wait outside. Okay. Seeing Tsunade's serious expression, Senju Hashirama could only reluctantly agree. He turned around and said to Madara seriously, Madara. Don't worry. I'll be waiting for you outside. I believe the operation will be successful. Get lost. Madara looked at Hashirama with a dark face, not knowing why. Originally, I felt that I only needed to press it, but now I feel like I'm going to die. Then I'll go first. Hashirama walked out the door, and when he reached the door, he turned his head hesitantly and looked at Tsunade. Really okay? Don't worry. It's okay. Tsunade smiled and shook her head. Believe me. Said. After letting her great-grandfather go out, she closed the door, turned her head and looked at Uchiha Madara, and sighed slightly. Hey! What are you sighing for? This time, Madara was confused again. Tsunade hesitated. Do you really have no wishes? Or I can do it myself. You do it. Do you think this is a simple operation? Just dig your eyes and it will be successful. Isn't it? You are a doctor and I am a doctor. Tsunade snorted coldly. Since there is no wish, lie down now, it's time to give anesthesia. Anesthesia? I don't need this. You are a doctor and I am a doctor. Do you want to make my great-grandfather sad? Forget it. Come on. Ban sighed. Anyway, with Hashirama here, he didn't think he would die in a confused bed like this. It's just. It didn't matter at first, I don't know why suddenly, I was a little nervous because of this granddaughter of Hashirama. Don't worry. Tsunade smiled at the cooperative patient, I will do my best to cure you. After the words fell, Ban's mouth froze slightly, and he hesitated for a moment. Tell me. Is it really okay for me? No problem. No problem. It's just a minor operation. Really? Don't worry. Brother, don't worry. It's just a minor operation. Senju Tobirama looked at Hashirama walking back and forth at the door and said with a smile, I believe Tsunade can do it. Hashirama stopped his steps, but his face was still very anxious and entangled. I was not nervous at first, but I don't know why I started to panic after Tsunade did this. Looking at the copy of the disclaimer in his hand, he hesitated for a moment and looked at Senju Tobirama again. Is it really okay? It's really okay. Senju Tobirama nodded seriously, it's just a minor operation. However, is it really okay? Hashirama still walked around worriedly, talking to himself, but the more he walked, the more worried he became, especially when he thought of Tsunade sighing and asking Madara if he had any other wishes. He became even more panicked. He wanted to rush in, but he was afraid of disturbing Tsunade. Time passed little by little, but Hashirama became more and more panicked. Fearing that he would go in, Tsunade sighed and said to him directly, I'm sorry. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The sun gradually set, and Hashirama's expression changed from worry to a hint of despair. Isn't it a minor operation? Why did it take so long? And Tobirama Senju on the side laughed secretly, I'm scared of you. I let your big brother ignore me. But he looked at the closed door. It's been so long, why hasn't it been completed yet? Could it be if this happens, my big brother will go crazy? Now is not the time for that guy to die. Wait. However, when the worries in my heart just emerged. At this time, the door was opened. The operation was very successful. Tsunade walked out with a smile, and said with a tired face, family members can go in. After the words fell, without any hesitation, Hashirama rushed in directly, Banara, you. Before he finished speaking, looking at Banara lying on the bed with a white cloth tied around his eyes, motionless, he was stunned for a moment, and his lips trembled again. Why Banara stopped moving? Oh, the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. Tsunade glanced at it and said calmly, calculate the time. It should be about time. Just after he finished speaking, Banara also moved and sat up directly. Banara. You're okay. Hashirama rushed over and held Banara's hand. Great. Tsunade said the operation was very successful. Now you can see. Humph. I told you I can do it alone. You're the only one who's worried. Banara sneered disdainfully, and seemed a little dizzy. He pulled out his hand and was about to take off the white strip on his eye. Wait a minute. Tsunade stopped him directly, can't we take off this white strip? Why? I already feel it's okay. Madara frowned, the chakra has been connected. Don't worry about what you think. What you think? You are a doctor and I am a doctor. Tsunade said earnestly, you have to wait a week before you can take it off. And you can't use chakra during this period. You must keep it warm. Madara. Listen to Tsunade. He is a doctor. Hashirama directly held Madara's hand and said seriously, just wait another week. This week I am still your eyes. Humph. Whatever. Madara looked at Hashirama deeply, and didn't bother about taking off the white strip. He looked through the cloth strip and stared at the front, as if he could see the light outside through the white strip. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, since it has been transplanted. Black Zetsu. Have you waited? 093 Bedtime Story. We can't wait any longer. There's no milk tea here. And we can't order takeout. It's so boring. This barren life on the moon made the white Zetsu, who had long been accustomed to the life in the ninja world city, begin to feel irritated. They are a group of white Zetsu who yearn for freedom. Even if they lie down, they have to choose to lie down in a place with takeout and milk tea. Even if they are going to hang on the sacred tree today, they have to drink a cup of milk tea now. Why don't we go down and buy a few cups of milk tea? That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm so bored. I volunteer to serve the new boss with 9527. This time, the new base under the entire moon suddenly became a buzz again, and the black Zetsu's face was full of black lines. This group of idiots. It's hopeless. The new boss? Just that 3-year-old girl? What's the use of that little girl? Don't joke, now even the Uchiha legend, Uchiha Madara, is useless. These idiots are still making trouble even if they are connected to the internet. Otherwise let these guys continue to sleep. Black Zetsu sighed in his heart when he saw the noisy and protesting white Zetsu. According to his current plan, the plan originally designed based on Uchiha Madara is no longer useful. Now the ninja world is full of dangers and there are countless strong people. Even the people in the sky that my mother is most worried about are finished. Therefore, now is not the time to implement the plan he has planned for 1,000 years. Although he really wants to rescue my mother now, but I can't hurt my mother. So, wait. Keep waiting. Anyway, I have been hiding for so long, it doesn't matter if I wait another 1,000 years. The lifespan of humans is so short, I can completely outlive them. After all the terrible guys are dead, I will appear again, become the mastermind behind the ninja world again, and continue to implement the great plan to rescue my mother. Don't these idiots think about why they hid on the moon? It's because Uchiha Madara might have known something and was worried about settling accounts with them. You still want to go down? With a big wave of his hand, he looked stern and shouted, now our Zetsu is facing the crisis of genocide. We can't be so willful anymore. In order to complete. He didn't finish his words. Balala. For milk tea. Ze will die one day. Either die from takeout or from milk tea. I haven't ordered takeout for a long time. Black Zetsu looked helplessly at white Zetsu who was making trouble again, and sighed again. Looking at the whirlpool-faced white Zetsu who was still drawing poop even on the moon, he felt relieved in his heart. He didn't expect that the most weird guy back then is now the most reassuring. He turned his head and stared at the bottom, and was about to let white Zetsu's body control them to sleep. Can't go down. Can't go down. A certain white Zetsu in front of the computer suddenly shouted in panic, you absolutely can't go down now. Balala. All the white Zetsu glared at him. However, before he could say the words of protest, the white Zetsu in front of the computer said seriously, I just received a message from 9527. Now Madara has successfully transplanted his eyes. The ninja world is very dangerous. You absolutely can't go down. After the words fell, the whole base was suddenly quiet. All the white Zetsu fell silent. Then, he nodded expressionlessly. That's right. We don't have a great mission yet. Lord Kaguya is still waiting for us. How can we give up so easily for a cup of milk tea? 9527 sacrificed so much for us. In such a dangerous time, he still lurked under the eyes of the enemy. We must not let him down. 9527. Great 9527. His achievements deserve the title of the third-generation leader of our white Zetsu. The third-generation leader. Leader. All the little white men raised their fists, as if cheering for the newly born third-generation leader. You know, it's not so easy to become the leader of the white Zetsu. I don't know how long 9527 can live. Thinking of the first 2 generations of white Zetsu leaders, there was a sudden sadness on his face. Now let's send our blessings to the third-generation leader. After the words fell, under the black Zetsu's gloomy face, all the white Zetsu lowered their heads with serious faces, looking forward, as if they had passed through layers of stone walls, space, and the atmosphere, looking outside, and kept looking, and finally saw the ninja world, saw Konoha, saw the two familiar trees, and saw 9527 who was sacrificing himself for their mission. The third-generation leader who inherited the title of leader. He must be working hard for his mission now. Salute. As the words fell. Pa pa pa. All the white Zetsu paid their respects to the leader in the distance in unison. Finally, in order to protect the peace of the ancestral country, the goddess of Mao stood up, pacified the troubled times, brought peace to the ninja world, and received the blessings and prayers of all the people. Little White Man 9527, who didn't know that he was the leader of the third generation of White Zetsu, closed the bedtime storybook he compiled, looked at the little boss who was covered with a quilt but still had his eyes open, and said, "It's getting late. Little boss should go to bed early. Only by going to bed early can you grow up, and then you can have a strong body and become a strong man in the ninja world." After the words fell. Yet. Little Ding Dang blinked her crystal eyes, nodded, and said softly, "Good morning." "Good morning. Little Ding Dang boss." Looking at the little Ding Dang boss who closed his eyes, 9527 was relieved. The task of taking care of the new boss today was also completed, but it would take a long time for the new boss to become the next real leader. After all, he was the one who washed the sheets that Doraemon boss wet last night. He is just a child. You can imagine how hard his job is now. And he has to be careful not to be discovered by the previous boss. You know, according to the information he secretly found out, Madara-sama has now had a new eye transplanted. Once he knows what they did, he will definitely settle accounts with them. However, for the great mission, for Kaguya-sama, he 9527 will never give up like this. Now the hope is. He glanced at Doraemon boss who seemed to be asleep. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a confident smile, then he quickly turned off the lights, sighed, quietly came to the window, looked at the two elders who had grown into trees outside the window, his face was sad, and he murmured to himself, "I will continue to move forward with your ideals. Think about it, 2 consecutive White Zetsu leaders have planted trees, and I don't know who the next White Zetsu leader will be. Fortunately, he 9527 just wants to be a popular person around the new boss, and doesn't want to be the next White Zetsu leader." As soon as he sighed in his heart, he quickly retracted his head and patted his chest. "Ah! It's a close call. I was almost discovered. Sure enough. We still have to be careful, it's too dangerous here now. Why do I feel like someone was looking at me just now?" At this time, Fuyu, who was watering 2 trees in front of the door, scratched his head, but looked up and found nothing. "Forget it. Let's go and see if Xiao Ding Dang and the others kicked the quilt when they were sleeping." As he said, he poured out all the water in the kettle and took another look at the 2 trees in front of the door. Speaking of which, these 2 trees that suddenly appeared, could they really be Baizetsu? No. Why did 2 towering trees suddenly appear in my house for no reason? Even Ling Ian and the others were shocked at the time. Forget it. Anyway, there is no danger. Just keep it. Not to mention it looks pretty. Fuyu poured the kettle, and when he saw that there was no drop left, he nodded with satisfaction, and walked into the room with the kettle. After checking the children's sleeping conditions, "It's getting late, and I should go to bed too. Tonight. It's another beautiful night. Cave-in. 404 not found. 404 not found. Open Resti. 091 Zio Baron's Diary of Cultivating a Strong Person, Parenting. Today. The weather is fine. It may be that it is almost the end of the year, so even in Konoha, I can feel a little chill. I don't know how many days I have been in Konoha to take care of the new boss, but no matter what, I will take good care of the new boss and cultivate him into a strong man in the ninja world. By then, as a popular person around Xiaoding Dang, which white Zetsu dares to speak loudly to me? I guess even black Zetsu wouldn't dare to do that. Xiaoding Dang Boss Dang is our hope for the future. Even though Boss Doraemon is still young, he wet the bed yesterday, and this morning he was too embarrassed to wash the sheets secretly. How can this work? Won't this leave him no chance to show off? But there is no doubt Boss Doraemon has been a strong man since he was a child. During the Fourth Ninja World War, he forced back the mysterious one-armed strong man with his name alone. Who in the ninja world now dares not give our Boss Doraemon a face? I believe that Boss Doraemon will definitely surpass Uchiha Madara and her father Uchiha Fuyu in the future. Of course, Boss Doraemon still has some shortcomings. As the future boss, Boss Doraemon is still too simple. Compared to the previous boss Uchiha Madara, Boss Doraemon cannot fully show the temperament of a mastermind. It's easy to be soft-hearted. He believed it as soon as others said it, and thanks to this, with a generous salary, he can support the whole village with just one Zetsu. I believe that under his guidance, the future boss Xiaoding Dang will definitely become a qualified behind-the-scenes mastermind and play with the entire ninja world. However, Boss Xiaoding Dang is also picky about food, which is not good. If you want to become a powerful ninja, you must get enough nutrition in your childhood. In this regard, you should also pay attention to physical skills. From the strength of Xiaoding Dang's kicking the quilt last night, you can know that Xiaoding Dang has been a qualified physical skills ninja since childhood, and at a young age, she has already opened her Sharingan. With the pure Byakugan, I believe that no one in the entire ninja world will be her opponent in the future. Boss Xiaoding Dang will definitely become a terrifying dark ninja with powerful strength in the future, and all the white Zetsu are looking forward to it. I believe that under her leadership, we will definitely be able to complete our mission. However, Boss Xiaoding Dang still needs time to grow up. But now Konoha is too dangerous. There are too many powerful people in Konoha, especially Uchiha Madara is also here. If he is not careful, he can easily sacrifice like this and will not be able to take care of the Boss Xiaoding Dang in the future. However, even if he sacrifices like this, he, Zio Baron, will now help the Boss Xiaoding Dang grow up. According to the information secretly investigated during this period, Uchiha Madara has recovered his eyes. I secretly observed through the window last night and got the information secretly going out. Uchiha Madara seems to have left the village yesterday. As a tool of Uchiha Madara, I know that Uchiha Madara must have gone to the previous base. It's just that Black Zetsu has led all White Zetsu to evacuate now, and I believe he will not find it. If so, Uchiha Madara will definitely be very angry, and my situation will become more and more dangerous. I dare not run around in Konoha at will these days, and I can only hide under the protection of the Boss Xiaoding Dang. The Boss Xiaoding Dang has been protecting his subordinates since he was a child. It reflects the temperament of an excellent boss. However, even here there is a very scary strong man. From the remains of the two elders at the door, we know how dangerous this place is for White Zetsu, and that guy is the father of the little Doraemon boss, so we have to be careful. Of course, because of the Chunin joint examination these days, there are strong people from various villages outside, and it is really not suitable to run around. I hope that the little Doraemon boss can grow up quickly, and then overwhelm the entire ninja world, so that we can complete our mission. The Chunin examination is over today, and Uchiha Madara is also outside. I believe he will not return to the village in a short time. Therefore, as long as I am careful, I will have a relatively free time. The 60th year of Konoha, the end of October. Little White Man 9527 stays. Little White Man sighed and closed the notebook he bought with the salary of the little Doraemon boss a few days ago. I don't know since when he has been used to writing a diary, maybe just like the idiot Uzumaki face at that time, he draws poop in the base when he has nothing to do. Of course, it may also be that I am too bored during this period. At this time, the door creaked and opened. The little white man 9527, who was about to hide in the ground, looked at the little ding-dang boss who was quietly holding his bed sheet, looking left and right, and ran in carefully. He didn't shrink back into the ground anymore, but stood up with a smile and made a happy gesture. "I'll do it. Let me do it. Little ding-dang boss. Little ding-dang, degree. Her face was full of panic, and it turned red immediately. She whispered, "I didn't wet the bed." "I know. How could little ding-dang boss wet the bed?" "That's right. Little ding-dang can do it herself." "How can it be? How can little ding-dang boss do such a thing?" The little white man 9527 said exaggeratedly, "I'll do it. I'll do it." But little ding-dang didn't listen, and stubbornly spread the bed sheet by herself. Little white man 9527 also stopped his actions helplessly, looking at the thin figure, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. Little ding-dang boss has had the heart of a strong man since he was a child, knowing that he can do things by himself. It's just touching. It's nothing like that Uchiha Madara. He asked them to do this and that every day, and didn't pay them wages, and now he even wants to kill them? It's really like Orochimaru, a black-hearted boss like that guy. Oppressing subordinates. Damn it. Bada, do you have a cold? Hashirama, who followed Madara out, scratched his head and looked at Madara with some concern. Did the transplant fail? The virus has infected your body, Madara, and made you sick. Idiot. I told you it was just a small operation. Madara snorted coldly, pushed away Hashirama who was worried, then frowned and said unhappily, "I just felt like someone was scolding me." Speaking of this, his face turned pale. As a famous strong man in the ninja world, he is also very sensitive to some sensations. Needless to say, it must be that guy Tobirama Senju. Damn it! He dared to scold me? Do you really think I don't dare to kill him? As for the others? Who dares to scold him? Uchiha Madara? Black Zetsu? White Zetsu? Don't be kidding. That bunch of trash? Who gave them the courage? Hehe, maybe it's a misunderstanding. Since Tobirama didn't do anything with your surgery, it means he has let go of everything. How could he scold you? Hashirama smiled embarrassedly. It must be someone else. After all, Madara, you have offended so many people, it's normal to be scolded. If you can't speak, don't speak. Madara raised his eyelids and looked at Senju Hashirama speechlessly. Shouldn't let this guy come with him. Ignoring the idiot next to him, he turned his head and looked at the forest in front of him, and said lightly, "We're here." After the words fell, Hashirama also came back to his senses and looked around curiously. Is this the place where you hid before and prepared to become a god? Madara, you're not having a good time as a god. Shut up. Otherwise, I'll kill you. 092 Rich Psychologist. I didn't expect that after coming back again, I was resurrected, and I came back with anger. When he stepped into the former base, Madara's face was full of complexity. After all, this was the place where he had been betrayed by everyone and survived. How long had he lived here? A long, long time. Even he had forgotten. Touching the stone wall full of marks, there were nails on the wall. It was where the group of idiots hung the banner. Madara glanced at it, twitched his mouth, and stopped looking. Turned his head to look at other places. The giant stone bench, where the outer path demon statue used to be, and the wall where his equipment was originally hung, but now it's all empty. Madara. It looks like they have withdrawn. At this time, Hashirama Senju also became serious, observing everywhere, as if he was investigating some useful information. It seems that the group of guys may have guessed that you know something, and they will definitely come to settle accounts with them, so they evacuated in advance. This time he followed. In addition to the village not being too sure about Madara, he also had the purpose of investigating intelligence. After all, there is such a terrible conspiracy in the ninja world. You know, even Madara was deceived. You can imagine how terrible it was. However, they seemed to be a step late. And at this time, hey! Hashirama seemed to have discovered something, which immediately attracted Madara's attention. He turned his head in confusion and looked at the figure squatting in the corner, frowning slightly. What's wrong? What did you find? Do you know where those idiots are hiding? After the words fell, Hashirama nodded seriously. I did find something. Just when Madara was looking over in confusion and impatience. See? Hashirama still had a serious look on his face, and he raised his right hand directly. Between his hands there was a small thing that was almost black and rotten. That's it. This time, Madara was even more curious. He took a look, frowned, and pondered for a while. What is this? Bones. Bones. That's right. It's bones. As for bones, white Zetsu and black Zetsu don't have such things. Madara immediately analyzed the broken thing that was only the size of a little finger, and immediately analyzed it in his mind. That means someone else discovered this place, and came here earlier than us, but was solved by Black Zetsu and the others. To be able to break it so thoroughly, it seems that a detonating tag must have been used. However, just as the words fell, Hashirama stared at Madara in a daze and shook his head. No. Did I analyze it wrong? Madara was also stunned. However, he actually analyzed it wrong in front of Hashirama? No. Impossible. It must be Hashirama's blind guess. Just when he was about to refute. This is not a human bone. Hashirama shook his head seriously, then put the hand holding the bone under his nose and sniffed. This is a chicken bone fragment. From the smell, it is probably fried chicken from Fuyu milk tea shop. I can't mistake the taste of marinated chicken. I have eaten a lot these days. Chicken bones? What the hell are you talking about? Ban immediately looked at Hashirama, who seemed to want to lick it with a black face, and directly used a wind escape to grind the chicken bone into ashes. What do you do with this useless information? It made him misunderstand. But after hearing what Madara said, Hashirama still shook his head seriously. This is not useless information. What? You still want to taste this bone? No, Madara, listen to me. Hashirama looked at the impatient Madara helplessly, and then continued, according to my guess, this bone should be no more than a month old, between 10 and 15 days, which means that these guys may have evacuated 10 days ago. His eyes radiated wisdom, and he looked at Madara with a smile. According to my investigation around, there are traces of multiple tables on the ground, so, when they evacuated they should have had a feast here. Damn it! What time is it, and those idiots are still having a feast? After hearing Hashirama's analysis, Madara's face suddenly turned pale, but Hashirama, who suddenly occupied the high ground in IQ, did not notice it. He was still lost in thought, muttering to himself, but why are they having a feast now? And ordering fried chicken with milk tea. Madara, didn't you say that those guys don't need to eat or drink? It's really strange. Is there something worth celebrating, or are they just ordering fried chicken to have a meeting together? As he spoke, he seemed to notice Madara's murderous face, which was so distorted that even Hashirama couldn't stand it. He was startled and looked at Madara, and said anxiously, Madara, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Then your face now. Madara's eyes moved slightly, and a cold light flashed. I just want to kill those idiots. Didn't I say it a long time ago? The Chunin joint examination is over. The village gradually quieted down. Although there were some accidents at the beginning of this Chunin exam, and the 2 trump cards of Konoha were caught cheating in the first exam and had to leave, but in general everyone was quite satisfied. It is said that the third Raikage was so happy to see the performance of the new generation of his ninja village that he stood on the audience chair with his bare chest and shouted, And everyone also watched a wonderful dance competition, and they were very satisfied. So, this is also a wonderful Chunin exam. Fuyu supported his waist and walked towards the village after sending Channa and the others away. After all, the Chunin exam has ended. Although he asked them to stay for a while and leave after the new year, as the top leaders of the Rain Country, they can't leave the Rain Country for too long. What's more, there are so many people coming this time. In addition to leading the new generation of the Rain Country to participate in the competition, Xionan and the others actually have the task of looking forward to Nagato. For no reason. No matter how you look at it, Konan and the others all feel a little strange that Nagato, this otaku, would suddenly come to Konoha. Especially since Uchiha Madara was also in Konoha, they followed him because they were worried about accidents. However, unexpectedly nothing happened and Nagato left. But this shy guy didn't come to see him much during this period. Really? Why is he shy? I won't urge him to get married or ask about his work situation. This can't go on like this. He's so old. I must teach Nagato well when we go to the Rain Country. As their rich brother, I really worry too much. Fuyu sighed, shook his head, and walked towards the village with his hands on his head. Along the way there were still many travelers who had not left Konoha. Therefore, although it was not as lively as the beginning of the Chunin joint examination, in general there were still quite a lot of people. But he looked ahead in surprise, at the little figure with his head down, looking somewhat desolate. What's wrong? Have you enjoyed a complete childhood? But after thinking about it, Fuyu sighed again and walked towards the confused figure. As his uncle, how could he see his nephew confused on the road of life? Now, it's time for the Uchiha psychological guidance expert, Fuyu expert, to appear. Boy, what's wrong with you? 093. What do you think? Uchiha Sasuke has been very distressed recently. As the current Uchiha genius, the former head of Konoha Ninja School, he aspires to become a genius like his brother, a ninja that his father and mother are proud of. Who could have thought? He was kicked out of the first exam of a mere Chunin joint exam. You know, it was just an exam to collect intelligence. However, he, a genius, was kicked out on the spot because of cheating in the exam. That's it. How can he follow in the footsteps of Unai-chan? Could it be that he will become an internet-addicted teenager who stays up all night playing games like Naruto? Please. He, Uchiha Sasuke, still has a bright future. Of course. What's even more frustrating is he originally thought that he would be punished by his father if he was caught cheating in the exam, but he never expected that his father didn't care at all. In fact, Sasuke felt that it was normal for his father to think that he didn't become a Chunin. Damn it! Is it wrong? Or has he disappointed his father? And this is also what Uchiha Sasuke is very distressed about. Leaning on the guardrail, looking at the stream flowing below, he scratched his head in annoyance. What should I do now? As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from the side. Confused boy, you seem to have a lot of troubles, do you need my help? Sasuke turned his head immediately, and saw the familiar smile behind him, and his heart was relieved, and he lowered his head. Rich uncle, what's wrong? Seeing your uncle, so lost. He stood beside Sasuke, and said curiously, is your dad? All said that he had said that educating children should not just fight. Clasped his chest and looked at Sasuke in front of him. Don't worry. I will talk about him later. A complete childhood, can the child be able to become a talent? I thought of Uncle Fuyu, he was very good to him and Unai-chan, especially his mother said that when he was not yet born and Unai-chan was little, he gave snacks to Unai-chan all day long, and when he was little, he would buy gifts and snacks for him. He was an elder who loved him and Unai-chan. Therefore, Uchiha Sasuke didn't think much about it. After a sigh of loss, he rested his head on his arms, leaned against the guardrail, and said, Uncle Fuyu. Is Dad disappointed in me? Fuyu was stunned, just when he was wondering why Suzuki said that. See. Suzuki continued, this time I left the first round of the Chunin joint examination, but my father didn't beat me. Is he disappointed in me? Second nephew. I understand your idea a little bit. It's like a child who failed the exam but longed for his father to find his test paper and beat him with a cane. Am I really an idiot like Naruto? Suzuki lowered his head in disappointment. I am no longer recognized by my father and Ani-chan. Damn it! I was the top student of the last ninja school, but I am worse than those guys. It's so embarrassing. If you say that, your friends will be unhappy. Of course, Fuyu now understands what's going on. It turns out that Uchiha Suzuki, who has been praised as a genius for many years, has self-doubt because of his failure in the Chunin joint examination. Fuyu pondered for a moment, looked at Uchiha Suzuki in front of him, and said with emotion, forget it. Listen to Uncle telling you a story. Uncle Fuyu, I'm not a child anymore. Suzuki looked at Fuyu dissatisfiedly. I sold the glowing Thor's Sword Collector's Edition at home to Naruto as second-hand goods. Do you still want to coax me with stories? You are very honorable. Fuyu looked at Suzuki, who was completely different from the other self with a black face, and said unhappily, shut up. Listen to my story. After the words fell. Seeing that Suzuki didn't speak again, Fuyu nodded with satisfaction, then raised his head, looking forward with eyes full of memories, as if recalling something. A long time ago, there was a child like you. He had a happy family since childhood, loved his parents and Oni-chan, and he felt that he was the happiest child in the world. However, until one day, his brother killed all his clansmen. As Uncle Fuyu's story slowly unfolded, the bored Suzuki gradually became serious. When he heard about the night of genocide, he would roar and shout, how could there be such an Oni-chan, as if he had become the pig's feet in the story. He would vent his dissatisfaction from time to time, and was moved by Oni-chan's love from time to time. Until the end. Fuyu looked at Uchiha Suzuki with melancholy and ended the story. In the end, in order to make his brother stronger, the brother sacrificed himself. After that, Suzuki fell silent, wiped his red eyes, and then seemed to come back to his senses from the story, and nodded seriously, I understand what Uncle Fuyu means. With a firm tone, Uncle Fuyu is going to tell me to learn the spirit of the protagonist in the story. Even if you encounter terrible things, you must never give up. Train yourself in hardships, make yourself stronger, and face new challenges. Only in this way can you become stronger. At this point, he raised his fist angrily, damn it! I was disappointed because of a failure in the Chunin joint examination. I am not even as good as that idiot. However, Fuyu looked at Suzuki with strange eyes and shook his head with emotion, that's not what I meant. After hearing Uncle Fuyu's words, Suzuki looked at Uncle Fuyu in confusion and fell into deep thought, is he trying to tell me not to think that my family doesn't care about me? In fact, they just care about me in another way, just like Oni-chan in the story. No. Is it to cherish the people around you? Even in the most desperate time, there will be friends by your side to cheer you up. Nephew, it seems that you have learned reading comprehension well. Not bad. Before Suzuki was complacent and thought he got the answer right. But it's still wrong. Fuyu sighed again, looking at Suzuki with a puzzled face, and said faintly, this story tells you that you should not think that you have gained a little power and start to float, thinking that no one is your opponent, so it is easy to get beaten. Suzuki looked at Uncle Fuyu with a black line on his face. What does this story have to do with me now? Now he seemed to understand what Oni-chan meant, stay away from Uncle Fuyu, because sometimes Uncle Fuyu looks very unreliable. Just when Suzuki, with a frown on his face, was about to turn around and leave. Young Uchiha, do you want to become stronger? Fuyu stopped him again, saying with a bewitching tone, if you want, I have the secret to become stronger. However, after the words fell, no. The caution he had developed over the years emerged again. Looking at Uncle Fuyu, who was a little different from usual, Uchiha Suzuki refused without hesitation. I suddenly remembered that my mother asked me to go back early for dinner. But Fuyu didn't let him go. He stopped him directly, and looked at Suzuki seriously. No. You want to? 094 compensation. Do you know the legend in Uchiha history? Uncle Fuyu, if you have anything to say, just say it. Suzuki looked at Uncle Fuyu with some resentment. I really want to go home for dinner. Don't worry. It's also my job as an uncle to teach my nephew. I'll tell Sister Mikoto. Fuyu waved his hand, and then continued to say seriously, Ninja Shura. Do you know the strong man who ranks with Senju Hashirama? Uchiha Madara? There is no Uchiha who doesn't know this. Very good. It seems that you know it. Fuyu nodded with satisfaction, and then said seriously, now I will pass on the Uchiha legend, the secret technique of Ninja Shura's fame to you. However, after the words fell, the second nephew in front of him was not as excited as he thought. Instead, cold sweat kept pouring out of his forehead. He looked at his rich uncle vigilantly. Uncle Fuyu. Don't trick me. Teacher Obito secretly told me the so-called Shura secret technique of the ninja world. What is this Uchiha Obito acting a child? Fuyu's mouth twitched slightly, and then he sighed again, raised his head at a 45-degree angle, and looked up at the sky in disappointment. Your brother Obito still refuses to forgive me as a father. Suzuki was stunned, his eyes suddenly filled with shock, and looked at Uncle Fuyu in disbelief, hesitating for a moment. Is Teacher Obito Uncle Fuyu's? Yes. My son. Fuyu nodded without hesitation, and patted Sasuke's shoulder solemnly. Do you suspect that I, a father, will harm my son and my nephew? But Unai-chan also told me to be careful of what Uncle Fuyu said. This Itaki, he must be worried that you are too hard in my hands. But when I was young, my father told me to stay away from you. And the great elder said that you are not a good thing either, and it is easy to lead children astray. And the mysterious one-armed man that Uncle Fuyu brought to visit last time also secretly told me. This Uchiha, can he still stay? How to teach children? Fuyu's mouth twitched as he looked at Suzuki, who was full of suspicion and had a face that said, Uncle. I'm your nephew, please don't mess with me. Why is this Suzuki not like the other Suzuki? Others just used the excuse of being able to become stronger and directly hooked their hands, and the big Suzuki would shamelessly approach him. Why is his second nephew so vigilant and timid? Who taught him? No arrogance of a strong man at all. Fuyu coughed twice and looked at Suzuki seriously. This is the famous secret skill of Shura in the ninja world. I know. I know. But this thing is easy to lose friends. This kid also knows it. Fuyu's mouth twitched, but looking at Suzuki, who was alert and wanted to go home for dinner, he sighed in disappointment. I didn't expect it. No one has learned the famous secret skills of Shura in the ninja world. I guess the ancestors will be sad. Forget it. Forget it. You go. Then I go home first. Looking at Uncle Fuyu, who finally let him go, Suzuki was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly. Wait a minute. Uncle Fuyu said again. Suzuki could only turn his head in confusion and look at Uncle Fuyu. Uncle Fuyu, is there anything else? Just after the words fell. Take this. Fuyu took out a virtual device from his arms and handed it to Suzuki, smiling. Take it as a gift from Uncle. You will be able to play it after a while. Suzuki was slightly stunned, looking at the virtual device in his arms. He immediately understood what it was. After all, because of Boruto's live broadcast some time ago, many people knew about virtual reality games, but it had not been launched yet, and there was a lot of noise on the internet. Didn't expect that it would finally be released this time? He was suddenly excited. Great. Thank you, Uncle Fuyu. In fact, Uncle Fuyu was really good to him. If it weren't for his father, Unai-chan, the elder, and teacher Obito, he would definitely listen to Uncle Fuyu. Then I'll go back first. Really don't want to learn the famous secrets of Shura in the ninja world? Don't worry, I believe that as your uncle, there is no way he would harm you. Forget it. Hearing Uncle Fuyu's words again, Sasuke smiled awkwardly. However, before he finished speaking, suddenly, bang! A loud noise came from not far away. Enemy attack? At this time, someone still dared to come to Konoha to cause trouble. Do they want to taste the pain? The two were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the past not far away. Go. Suddenly, in front of me, giant plants everywhere, and on the huge plants two figures are fighting quickly. That terrible momentum! Uchiha Sasuke was stunned, so those two are so strong. Last time, one looked blind and the other looked like an idiot. As soon as the words fell, Fuyu seemed to notice it, and his mouth curled up again. That is the Shura of the ninja world, the legendary secret technique of Uchiha. Want to learn? I'll teach you. But why did these two guys fight again in the village? Didn't Uchiha Madara go out to find Black Zetsu a few days ago to make a conclusion? Could it be? Is Madara going back to execute his infinite moon reading plan again? At the same time, Senju Tobirama also stared blankly at the two fast figures in the sky. Thinking back to just now. At the beginning, the two were fine. He also accepted his fate. The current ninja world is different from the original one. As long as the evil Uchiha Madara doesn't make trouble, he won't care. Result. Unexpectedly. Because he lost a game. Uchiha Madara blamed his elder brother for not listening to orders, and Hashirama blamed Madara for not being a teammate. He said it was his fault, and he said it was his fault. They blamed each other. Finally, after 5 consecutive defeats, the two of them fought in real life. Senju Tobirama looked at the two figures still fighting in the sky with a black face. You uncle! It would be better not to transplant the eyes and let his elder brother support him. When Uchiha Madara was blind, his elder brother would give in. Unexpectedly, now that his eyes are healed, the two of them started fighting again. What are these two idiots doing? At this time, Second grandfather! Second grandfather! Tsunade ran over in a panic, looking at Senju Tobirama who was full of emotion, and said anxiously, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Tell them to stop fighting! If they continue to fight like this, our family will be gone. And we have to pay compensation. At least tens of billions. Pay compensation? What compensation?" Senju Tobirama looked at Tsunade in confusion. There are not many people around here, and they only destroyed the clan land of the Senju clan. But Tsunade said with cold sweat on her forehead, "Senju Park was planned here a few years ago for the construction of the village, and I rarely stay in the village, so I sold most of the clan land a long time ago. Most of the land here is no longer ours, but belongs to the village." Senju Tobirama raised his eyes, feeling a bad feeling in his heart, and hesitated for a while and asked, "Where's the money?" "Lost it all." Senju Tobirama covered his chest and looked at the foundation of the Senju clan in front of him. "Damn it! My brother and I just came back and our foundation has been ruined." However, Tsunade still shouted anxiously, "Stop them quickly! Otherwise, if it is destroyed, we will have to pay for it." After saying that, "Pay for money?" Senju Tobirama was stunned, then looked at the two figures still fighting in the sky, and then looked at the tens of billions below, as if he understood something, and his aura suddenly shook, and he used the Flying Thunder God technique, disappeared on the spot, and roared, "Stop fighting! Hey! Tobirama, you! Just Senju Tobirama! Shut up. All of you Tien, get down obediently. X2. The terrible aura made the two people stop their actions involuntarily. Isn't it just a sparring match? Why is Tobirama, this guy, so angry? 095 Tobirama left. As a man who is currently taking care of the family, Senju Tobirama certainly understands what tens of billions represent. You know, in the ninja world back then, a few 100 million would have made a ninja take risks and caused a ninja village to start a war. Even if the economy is developing well now, and the income and consumption levels are high, a few 100 million would not make a ninja village take risks, but tens of billions are still a large amount of money. Think about it after resurrection. There are not many people left in the Senju clan, and there is an idiot and a fool in the family who need to be taken care of. He has been dead for several years, and the village's pension has long been stopped. You can't just lick your face and let the village continue to pay him a pension, right? Even if the village is willing to pay, as the second generation of Konoha, he doesn't have the face to ask for it. So, you can imagine. His granddaughter is addicted to gambling, his eldest brother is an idiot, and he has to help his eldest brother raise a fool. It's not easy for him, Tobirama Senju. As for Uchiha Madara, he didn't want to care at first. After all, that guy is the evil Uchiha. But if he doesn't keep an eye on it, and something unexpected happens, won't he and his elder brother have to bear the brunt of it? Besides, when Uchiha Madara left the Uchiha family, according to his pride, even if he returned to Konoha, the evil Uchiha Madara would never return to the Uchiha family. Therefore, what else can he do? Under the pleading of his idiot elder brother, he could only agree to let the idiot stay, and in this way he could monitor the evil guy. But he never expected that most of the clan land of the Senju clan was sold by Tsunade, leaving only a place to live. What a prodigal granddaughter! No wonder he couldn't find the wealth accumulated by the Senju clan for several generations after he came back for so long, it turned out to be gone long ago? What a ghost! In fact, the village can provide this money. If it is really not possible, I can also discuss with Fuyu and let Fuyu take over first. I believe that as long as the second generation asks, Danzo and the third generation will also be happy to pay this money. There is no need to do this. Forget it. Let's not trouble the village. Hearing the words of the fourth generation, Senju Tobirama sighed, shook his head, and looked at a contract in his hand. That's it. Then with anger on his face, he gritted his teeth and said, I just got tired of seeing those two guys. Let them fend for themselves here. I don't care about them. And Uchiha Fuyu is also from Uchiha. Although I heard that he was eliminated by Uchiha years ago, he couldn't afford to borrow money from a junior Uchiha. I accept this commission. I will try my best to assist in the research of the method to the other ninja world. I am also curious about another ninja world. He signed his name directly. Then he handed another contract to the fourth generation and kept one for himself. I will leave for the laboratory after I pack my luggage. No need to be so anxious. After hearing that the second generation finally agreed to work to pay off the debt, Minato nodded helplessly and said with a smile, You can go after this year. Forget it. I'm worried that if I stay any longer with those two idiots here, even if I use the Flying Thunder God technique and the Shadow Clone technique to deliver takeout and express delivery to the entire ninja world, I still can't pay off the debt. Senju Tobirama waved his hand and left without hesitation. He was very satisfied to get this task. After the damage assessment, 3.675 billion, he almost thought he had to use the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver food to pay it back. Although the fourth generation also said that the village could pay it back, after all, he was the second generation of Konoha and had made indelible contributions to Konoha. Even if it was more than 3 billion, it would not matter, but it was precisely because he was the second generation that he refused. Embezzlement of public funds and corruption are serious crimes. Mitomano was old and ignorant, and his heart was it's because of greed, corruption, and bribery that he has fallen to this point. You know, you can still find it on the internet. And Sarutobi Hiruzen is suspected of embezzling public funds. If I agree to this, I guess the reputation that the Senju clan has accumulated over the years will be ruined. Anyway, he also does research in Orochimaru's black-hearted processing factory to make money for that idiot brother to go online, and it's not a big deal to do research to pay off the debt now. Aminato sighed, looking at the bleak back of the second generation leaving, and finally shook his head, put away the contract in his hand, and muttered to himself, it's not easy for the second generation. Tobirama. Tobirama. Please have tea. Humph. Stupid Senju Tobirama, just a few billion. Okay. Stop bragging. With your status, no one will want you to deliver food. Too arrogant, I guess you can't make enough money to fill in the bad reviews and get deducted. Even if it's an S-level mission, you have to carry out hundreds of them at 1 million each. Senju Tobirama sneered disdainfully, looking at one with a livid face and the other with a licking face, and said, it's done. I'm leaving in a few days. You guys continue to do your own things. I don't care. If he could go to the alien ninja world, he would have gone there long ago. It's better not to have this idiot brother. After the words fell. Except for Uchiha Madara's cold snort, Senju Hashirama was stunned. Tobirama, where are you going? Are you leaving because of my business? Otherwise I'll deliver takeout with Madara to pay off the debt. The debt has been settled. Senju Tobirama sighed, looking at the idiot brother with a worried face, and he still felt a little reluctant in his heart. Most of the clan lands have been sold by Tsunade. At this point, he looked around in confusion. Where is Tsunade? Oh, Tsunade. She said that the ninja world is so big and she wanted to go and see it. She suddenly packed her luggage and went out last night, saying that she would not return to the village in a short time. Thinking that she is still young, I agreed. This guy. She must have been spoiled by her idiot elder brother and elder sister-in-law. Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched, but he didn't care much and continued, I will go to help the 5 major ninja villages to do an experiment to repay my debts. As for how long I will be back, I don't know yet. The only place you can live is this small house. He didn't finish his words. Is that all? I was scared to death. Senju Hashirama was relieved immediately, patted his chest, interrupted Tobirama's words directly, and said with a smile, I thought you didn't want your elder brother anymore, and you were leaving. Then with a serious expression on his face, Tobirama, go with peace of mind. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. This idiot. Looking at his elder brother who couldn't wait to let him leave, Tobirama raised his eyelids, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Anyway, he was going to leave. He said unhappily, you can use wood release to repair this broken house later. It can also shelter you from the wind and rain. Live a good life. Don't starve to death. Don't worry. I'm the god of the ninja world. I'm an adult. How could I starve to death? If you were alone, I wouldn't worry, but Tobirama snorted coldly, looking at the evil Uchiha Madara on the side, and said disdainfully, I don't know if you add this guy. Stupid Senju Tobirama, what did you say? It's up to you. I'll pack up and leave. Very quickly. Under the glare of Uchiha Madara and the smile of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama also packed his luggage. Finally, after giving another instruction, he turned and left. Next, he needs to devote himself to studying the experiment of going to the alien ninja world. On the other side, seeing Senju Tobirama who had left, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara also came back to their senses, scratched their heads and looked at the ruins around them. Madara, let's rebuild. It's all your fault, idiot. I blame you for being stupid, but you still refuse to admit it. Hey, Madara. That was caused by you not joining the group. Bah. It's all your fault. Hashirama. Damn it. I almost won. However, just when the two were about to rebuild the ruins, they started fighting again for no reason. As for rebuilding the ruins, the two seemed to have forgotten it. 096 Two people in the duel. This is the Valley of the End. The fight that lasted for nearly 50 years has resumed today. Who will be the final winner of this battle? The god of Ninja World, Hashirama Senju, or the Shura of Ninja World, Uchiha Madara? Let us look forward to it. As the host, Jiraiya, finished his speech, the surroundings of Konoha's famous scenic spot, the Valley of the End, suddenly started to cheer. At this time, Fuyu was watching speechlessly. He was also aware of the complicated things between Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, and Tobirama Senju. Now Tobirama Senju has gone out to work to pay off his debts, but I didn't expect these two people to still be fighting. Therefore, it is probably to prevent Tobirama Senju from owing more and more, and he may not be able to come back at that time, and at the same time worry that Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha will tear down Konoha. Finally, after discussion, the village stepped in to limit the fight between the two to a controllable range. So, it became like this now. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were fighting below, and everyone was watching from above. The village was collecting tickets on the side, and he was curious and came to see. Could this idea have come from Danzo? After seeing that there was an exclusive sponsorship from the Root Group, Fuyu became even more suspicious. However, looking around, he frowned slightly and said in confusion, "There are a few people who support Madara Uchiha. Most of them. Still, they are from the Uchiha clan. After all, the first generation Hokage is quite popular in Konoha. Even if the incident of the god of Ninja World colluding with others happened, the personality charm of the first generation is like this, which will make everyone support him unconsciously." Hanabi next to him said with a smile, "And since the establishment of Konoha, everyone has been afraid of Uchiha Madara. I heard that the first generation went shopping with Madara and Madara scared a little girl to tears. I don't know if this is true." "That's right. Back then, the name of Uchiha Madara could stop children from crying at night. But such a small number of fans is far inferior to the first generation of Hokage. Didn't you see that Uchiha Madara's face was livid? Thinking that Uchiha Madara was not liked by girls if it weren't for Hashirama's comfort, he would almost despair and doubt whether it was right for him to lead the Uchiha clan to establish Konoha. Now even fewer fans than Hashirama, will he feel that the ninja world is not worth it and continue execute infinite Tsukuyomi and create a ninja world with more fans than Hashirama?" Fuyu frowned slightly, seeing that there were not many fans of Uchiha. It was too miserable. After all, they were Uchiha clan. How about buy some fans for Madara? Today, the whole family came here to watch the fun. After all, this is a continuation of the Battle of the Valley of the End. The theme is quite intimidating, so I thought about it and came. Looked around again, then looked down. Are you preparing for a one-on-one fight? The battle between the god of Ninja World and the Shura of Ninja World, I believe it will be very exciting. This ticket is worth it." After the words fell, No Ling Ian next to him shook her head, looked at Fuyu with a strange face, and said, "Didn't you see the flyer? Today's competition is mahjong." Fuyu raised his eyelids, picked his ears, and looked at Ling Ian with a little suspicion. "What did you say just now? Mahjong? I have a bad feeling in my heart, could it be?" "That's right. Fight to the end. Only the one who is still sitting at the mahjong table at the end is the only winner. Damn it. It's better to just fight. Can I refund the ticket now?" Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he looked down speechlessly. But suddenly he was stunned. Blinked his eyes, and looked at a figure below with a confused face. "Why is Suzuki also down there? Boy! Are there only so few people who support me? Could they be stopped and can't come in?" No way. After all, that's the first generation of Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the Uchiha legend helplessly, handed the towel to Uchiha Madara, asked him to wipe his face, and prepared for the game. There must be more people supporting the first generation. For various reasons. He was temporarily entrusted by the village to be the manager of Uchiha Madara, taking care of Uchiha Madara's life during the game until the end of the game. You know. This is an A-level mission. Damn it. Uchiha Madara looked at the dozen or so Uchiha fans. He clenched his fists. Konoha is really rotten. Can't you see that I have a better chance of winning? You actually support that idiot. Ha ha ha. After all, everyone believes in me. You know, I won that year. Hashirama laughed out loud, as if he was particularly happy because more people supported him than Madara. He smiled at Uchiha Madara. I believe I will win this time too. Madara. Don't joke. It was obviously I who won that year. You know, I have lived longer than you. Hearing Hashirama's words, Madara's face turned pale again, and he roared, and the game has just begun. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. I didn't know that after so many years, you would become so arrogant. Said. Pulling Uchiha Sasuke over, looking at Senju Hashirama who was waving to his fans, he was so angry that his nose was breathing heavily. He leaned over and lowered his voice and said, Boy! Is there any way to get more fans? As long as you can do it, I will do it for Izuna's sake. He took a deep look at Sasuke's face. I will give you my secret skills. There really is a secret skill of Uchiha Madara. Sasuke's mouth twitched, but when he saw Uchiha Madara's eyes, and then looked at Senju Hashirama's manager, Uzumaki Naruto, he pondered for a moment, and also lowered his voice, whispering, in this case I can only buy powder. Buy powder. This way, this way, this way. Wouldn't it cost a lot of money? Yes. Humph. Do you want me to cheat? Has the Uchiha clan fallen so much? Uchiha Madara raised his eyelids and said disdainfully, I don't even bother to do such a cheating thing. He stood up directly and looked at Senju Hashirama opposite him. In this case, let me defeat this idiot with my strength. After the words fell, Uchiha Madara stood up directly, and the violent momentum of his whole body appeared again, and he crushed towards Senju Hashirama directly. At this time, Senju Hashirama also noticed it, restrained the smile on his face, and looked at the other side Uchiha Madara seriously. All the audience held their breath and looked at the two scary guys below. The God of Ninja World vs Shura of Ninja World. It was as if they saw the legendary final battle described in the book that year, the Battle of the Valley of the End. Is it about to start? Now please. Jiraiya held the microphone and shouted with a smile, both players sit at the mahjong table. After the words fell, under the gaze of the audience, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara took their seats with stern faces. Then, the game. Jiraiya's eyes condensed, he stretched out his right hand and shouted loudly, officially start. As soon as the voice fell, Susanoo. Senju would release True Thousand Hands. Two cold voices fell. Under the wide-eyed gaze of the crowd, two huge figures appeared directly. The earth shook. Everyone held their breath and looked at the two people at the mahjong table. Is it entering the climax at the beginning? It's really exciting. Only the rich. He sighed with a melancholy look, shook his head, and muttered to himself, this ninja mahjong just no longer worth watching. 097 Let's go to the movies together. No surprise. Just like the Battle of the Valley of the End, the two fought again for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, in this version of the Valley of the End 2.0, Hashirama lost with slightly more cards. So, since it's like this, why don't they just fight? What's the use of mahjong? Except for giving Hashirama Senju a must-defeat buff, what else is there to do? Of course. Because of the wonderful game between the two, coupled with Uchiha Madara's crazy and awesome performance, he won the victory in one fell swoop at the last moment, so this can be regarded as a wonderful game. At the same time, unexpectedly, after the game, Uchiha Madara was recognized by many people. I heard. The fans seem to have increased. Times have really changed. Young people are more receptive to this kind of arrogant and beating face. Nowadays, most of those who support Senju Hashirama are the older generation of Konoha ninjas, or the slightly more stable youths who grew up listening to the Will of Fire, and the fans of Uchiha Madara are basically middle school boys. With a spiky haircut, wearing a large Uchiha fan cape, and an arrogant expression, they carry the name of the Uchiha clan's love, but are bound by love. At the same time, according to the habits of their leader, Uchiha Madara, they are proficient in dancing. When many fans meet enemies on the street, they will shout arrogantly, "Are you going to dance?" It's a bit familiar. Fuyu saw the message on his phone and sprayed out the water he had just drunk, muttering to himself, "Is this the funeral love clan? Spiky haircut, arrogant, carrying love, liking things that they think are cool, the rise of non-mainstream Konoha?" The corner of his mouth twitched, and he suddenly didn't know what to say. Especially after knowing that the chairman of the fan club was his second nephew, what else could Fuyu do except sigh, feel melancholy, and look ahead? Back. Back. All back. Is this the reincarnation of history? From the bell-bottom pants and street strolls of the great elder to the current Uchiha non-mainstream. Too familiar. And on the side Suzune also said helplessly, since the end of the Mahjong War in the Valley of the End, the battle between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara has escalated. I heard that every game is followed by a group of fans cheering and shouting. At this point, he looked at Fuyu with a strange expression in confusion. What's wrong? No, nothing. There are just too many complaints and I don't know what to say. Fuyu was silent. The Mahjong War in the Valley of the End's name makes people's eyelids twitch. And the God of Ninja family vs the Shura family of Ninja World. Is this the Konoha version of Zanga family fighting in the royal city? It's quite awesome. I heard that they have held various competitions during this period. They played Mahjong in the Valley of the End, raced cars on the Hokage Rock, and danced in the Senju ruins. After hearing what Ling Ian said, Hanabi beside him yawned, and then with a weird smile on her face, all kinds of competitions, quite exciting. I guess even the 7th Hokage and Sasuke would have to say it was awesome. But at this point, her face became even weirder. It's already winter, and the Senju clan's house hasn't been built yet. I heard that even the little living expenses left by the 2nd Hokage have been spent. I don't know if they can survive this winter. Awesome. Awesome. I admire you. I admire you. Will they start working in the factory to earn living expenses and funds for the funeral family's activities? What's wrong with this ninja world? The 3rd Hokage was a bit of a supporting actor delivering takeout to pay off his debts, and now the 2nd Hokage is working outside to pay off his debts, and the god of the ninja world is dancing on the street with the Shura of the ninja world? According to that arrogant guy Uchiha Madara, I guess he would never go back to Uchiha even if he starved to death on the street. Otherwise, if he goes back, according to the Uchiha custom he will definitely be accepted again, and with Uchiha Madara's identity, he will definitely get good treatment from the clan. Fuyu sighed with emotion, and then didn't think much about the founder of Konoha Zanga. He pondered for a while and said, the new movie of the Root Group is about to be launched. The Fuyu Group at the end of this year, the main focus is on virtual equipment. A lot of things happened this year. The arrival of the alien ninja world, the exposure of the black-hearted processing factory, the bankruptcy of the Root Group, the 4th Ninja World War, the reconstruction of the Root Group, the end of Gumaug, version 2.0, the battle between the god of the ninja world and the Shura of the ninja world, and the next virtual reality game. We have to do a good job of publicity in advance. It's already been arranged. Ling Ian shook her head helplessly, thinking of the Fuya group. Although she rarely took care of Lingling after she was born, there were still some things that needed to be dealt with from time to time. After all, the Fuya group was a huge enterprise, and Fuya basically ignored it, so once she got busy, she would be very busy. She frowned slightly and muttered to herself, "It seems that I need to hire an assistant. Banara, let's not fight for the time being." Hashirama looked at the Senju clan's land in front of him, which had been gone for a while, but the 2-bedroom and 1 living room had not been dug out yet, and it was still a ruin. If this goes on, not to mention that Tobirama will tell him off again, just the weather these days. I'm worried that we'll all freeze to death. The 2 tatami mats on the ground are useless. Humph. Are you ready to admit defeat? Hashirama. Hearing that Hashirama actually wanted to truce, Madara was slightly stunned, and then snorted disdainfully, "If you tell me now that you lost, I'll let you go." Lose? Ha ha ha. Madara, are you kidding me? Hashirama's originally melancholy mood suddenly, he put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. "How did I lose? It was obviously you who lost. Ridiculous. After so many years, you are getting more and more shameless, Hashirama. I'm telling the truth. The first Hokage never lies. You lost. Hashirama. You lost. Madara. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Under the cold night wind, the 2 figures faced each other, with their hands on their hips, looking at each other, and laughed proudly. But hoo. The cold wind was howling. The 2 really couldn't help it and shivered uncontrollably. Madara. Still, let's stop for a while. Let's get the house out first. You make sense. Hashirama. Finally. The 2 seemed to have made some compromise, looking at the ruins of the 1,000 hands in front of them with emotion. Hoo. The cold wind was howling. The 2 couldn't help it and shivered uncontrollably. Madara. Still, let's stop for a while. Let's get the house out first. You're right. Hashirama. Finally. The 2 seemed to have made some compromise, looking at the ruins of the 1,000 hands in front of them with emotion. Especially Senju Hashirama. I suddenly missed my brother who ran the whole family, and sighed in my heart. Sure enough. It's not a good life for him and Madara to live together. He shook his head sadly, stretched out his hand tremblingly, and was about to dig out a 2-bedroom and 1 living room. Suddenly, with the sound of "pa," a flyer was directly stuck on Hashirama's face with the cold wind. Hashirama shivered slightly, endured the cold, took the flyer off his face, and was about to throw it away, but was stunned. Looking at the flyer, Madara, who was about to clean up the ruins next to him, also saw it, frowned slightly, and looked at Hashirama. "Are you going to be lazy?" No. Hashirama scratched his head, looked at the flyer in his hand, and said happily, "Little Monkey seems to have a new movie coming out, and I suddenly want to go and see it. Remember what I said to you in the Black Heart Factory, let's watch a good movie in the cinema together." Boring. I forgot it long ago. Uchiha Madara heard what Hashirama said, raised his eyebrows slightly, then curled his lips in disdain, but still looked at the flyer and muttered to himself, "My Love from the Moon? It's not a good movie at first glance. Ha ha ha, I think it's quite interesting. Aliens. It's just aliens, haven't you seen them? That's different. Madara, let's go see a new movie together." Seeing Hashirama, who seemed to have forgotten to pick up the 2-bedroom and 1 living room apartment, Madara sneered, then continued to lower his head, clean up the ruins, and said lightly, "We have no money." Damn it. Stop talking. 098 can be upgraded again. Root Group's new movie, My Love from the Moon, is officially released in the entire ninja world. At this time, the entire ninja world is full of news about My Love from the Moon. After all, this is a new movie launched by the Root Group after its reconstruction, just like the Konoha fortress that was filmed that year, the funding chain was broken for no reason, and finally, it was directly declared bankrupt, and returned again after 3 years. At that time, Konoha Partner was quite popular, allowing the root group to stand firm again. Not to mention this time, a lot of things did happen to the root group. Originally, during the Black-Hearted Processing Factory incident, it was almost irreparable, but under Danzo's efforts to turn the tide, he directly led the other 2 partners to the battlefield, facing powerful enemies, and in order to protect the peace of the ninja world, he did not give in at all, which moved the entire ninja world. The graying hair, the black suit, and the dragon swaying in the wind crutch, until now, everyone still hasn't forgotten it. In addition, after the war, the root group did advertise a lot. Anyway, after the new movie was released, many people went to support it with expectations. Of course, the final success or failure depends on the quality of the movie. At this time, On the Moon, the movie of the root group was also released on the moon. With curiosity, many white people also came to the cinema to watch the movie. After all, you who come from the moon, this can't be about the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. How can the white people with a mission not be curious? But during this period, life is not settled, life is not easy, all relying on 9,527 a Jew to work in the ninja world to supplement the family income. How can you afford so many movie tickets? So the white people are ready to get it for free. Directly sneak into the cinema to watch the movie. Hey? Where did you get the popcorn? Did you hide money secretly? We clearly agreed to be each other's poor ghosts. How could you hide money secretly? That's right. That's right. Damn it. Liar. You cheated on our feelings. No. No. I didn't hide any money. Liar, where did you get the popcorn in your hand? The popcorn boy smiled and whispered, I'm telling you, I saw a blind boy enter the cinema just now, so I secretly took it from him. After the words fell, all the little white people narrowed their eyes slightly. After a while, somewhere in the cinema, Sharon, who had his eyelids tightly closed, took out the popcorn cup in surprise, was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and poured it into his mouth, but still nothing fell. Hey? It felt full just now, how come it's gone all of a sudden? Forget it, I don't really like it anyway, he said, and took the Coke beside him. However, goo 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 goo. The Coke cup also made a sound of no more drops. Otsutsuki Tonari frowned in surprise and muttered to himself, are movie theaters so shoddy now? I felt like I just drank 2 sips. How come it's gone? And why do I still feel that this movie theater is a bit crowded? Sure enough, the movie theater on the moon is still not good. Compared to the ninja world, the comfort level is far worse. On the other side, it seems that he hasn't been discovered. This kid buys so little to watch a movie, I have one, and you have one and it's gone. I still want to drink milk tea. In the dark, a group of little white people were eating popcorn and whispering. Suddenly, the movie has started. All the little white people fell silent. Please keep a quiet environment for watching movies. The screen lit up. 4 big words root group appeared. The little white people also looked at the screen curiously. However, as the plot passed, all the white Zetsu looked at each other in surprise. This movie, it's a bit strange. A story about a proud woman from the moon who suddenly descended on the ninja world. Why does it feel a bit familiar? All the little white people were horrified and whispered again. Does the screenwriter of the root group know something? Could it be that Konoha already knows everything? How did he know it? And if he knows it, you know it. Why did you make it into a movie? Aren't you going to let the whole ninja world know it? Hurry up. Tell the Black Zetsu about the information here, the root group seems to know our secret. What a great success! Danzo. It is indeed a great success. Seeing Yan's excited face, Danzo also smiled. However, as a man with a heart full of stars and seas, who wants the root group to replace the rich group, this is just the first step for his root group to dominate the world of hetero ninja. A small step. So. Danzo coughed twice and looked at Yan seriously, don't be too happy. This success is just a trivial point. We have more important tasks next. After saying that, his eyes were shining, staring ahead. That was the distance that was within reach. Now the second generation has gone to jointly study the method of crossing the alien ninja world. You should know that the second generation is not an ordinary Hokage. I believe that with his wisdom, the pace of research will be accelerated. In addition, Orochimaru, although he is a little greedy, there is no doubt that Orochimaru's research ability is also quite recognized. Gathering researchers from the 5 major ninja villages, Danzo already had a premonition in his heart. The time to conquer the alien ninja world market is getting closer and closer. Even if the FUIA group is preparing to launch a virtual game next? Even if the FUIA group has now become a behemoth in the ninja world, what about it? Even if their root group has failed 3 times in a row, what about it? Danzo's mouth curled up slightly, this time let our root group take the lead. The 5 major ninja villages are jointly researching, and with the sponsorship of his root group, I believe that once it succeeds, their root group will definitely be 1 step ahead of the rich group this time. Holding the scepter, he knocked on the floor lightly, his eyes condensed, and with the momentum of the boss Danzo, he said expressionlessly, now notify Hiruzen to come over, we should also make preparations. Early. Be prepared to seize the market of the other ninja world. When the time comes, just catch the rich group off guard. In this ninja world, only the root and the rich group. Hey! It's getting colder and colder. Fuyu looked at the movie on the screen, not to mention it's pretty good. It's just that this story is really a bit familiar. But when I thought about the fact that Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen had already known about the other ninja world, I understood it in my heart. Maybe Midaman N already knew about it. However, if they filmed it openly like this, aren't they worried that Black Zetsu and his gang will come after them? This is the secret about his mother that Black Zetsu has hidden for thousands of years. Although it is still a little different, with a little love story, it is inevitable that the filial son will suspect that Danzo is humiliating his mother. Fuyu shook his head, and when he saw that the movie was about to end, he looked at Suzune and Hanabi beside him and muttered to himself, it looks like another successful movie. Speaking of this, suddenly, the whole person was slightly stunned, staring at the front with an unbelievable face. What's wrong? Fuyu. Suzune beside him also noticed Fuyu's silly expression and said curiously, did something happen to the promotion of the virtual game? After the words fell, Fuyu came back to his senses, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a hint of smile, he shook his head, nothing. It's just that. He looked at a red dot that appeared on the new business map on the system. Rich milk tea. It's just maybe it can be upgraded again. 099 should be dismantled. Is this the rich milk tea you saw in another ninja world? Yes. Kakashi-sensei. Boruto looked at Kakashi-sensei happily, I am the acting president of the different ninja world division appointed by Mr. Rich. Is that so? After hearing Boruto's words, Kakashi pondered for a moment, then frowned slightly and looked at the rich milk tea in front of him. He just came out for a walk today because he was bored. Although Momoshiki, Urashiki, and Kinshiki have been dealt with, and the wedge in Boruto's body has also ended, the ninja world is still not peaceful. They know too little information about the so-called Kara organization in the dark. So, he felt that he had to tell Naruto about Boruto opening a store. And compared to this milk tea, he was more curious about the masterpiece created by Jiraiya in another ninja world. I heard that it was a new work of crossing into another world, which was different from what he had read. It really makes people care. Ah. What a pity. I can't see it here. Boruto and Sasuke didn't bring back a few books for the 6th generation when they came back. Don't they know that his teacher Kakashi loves learning? So, he is not interested in any rich milk tea. However, I didn't expect it. Just passing by he became curious about this rich milk tea for no reason, as if he wanted to go in and buy a cup. He even almost doubted whether he was in a genjutsu. It's really strange. The 6th generation Kakashi frowned slightly, touched his chin and fell into deep thought, muttering to himself, is it because it's opened by Uchiha, so I'm very curious. After all, there are only Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sarada left in this Uchiha clan in this ninja world. Suddenly seeing a milk tea shop opened by Uchiha in the alien ninja world, he was curious. Would you like a cup, Teacher Kakashi? Boruto looked at curiously. Teacher Kakashi, according to Mr. Fuyu, today's store opening benefit is buy 1 cup get 1 free, which is quite cost effective. And I just tasted a cup, it tastes good. It's exactly the same as what I drank over there. At this point, he quietly lowered his voice, let me tell you, Kawaki also likes it very much. He walked in as soon as the store opened today. You know, this guy has never been interested in this. You can imagine how delicious this milk tea is. The words fell. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, glanced at Kawaki who was in the corner, drinking milk tea with an expressionless face, and suddenly became more curious about this milk tea. He hesitated for a moment and said, then I'll try it. As he said that, he walked in. Sure enough, everyone is very curious. Boruto pondered for a moment, touched his chin, and looked at this lively milk tea shop. However, according to Uncle Fuyu's intention, he just asked him to open it for a while. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. But Uncle Fuyu is in another ninja world, what should we do with this shop? Should we just keep it open? Or should we let Mom run it? And I don't know why I always feel that this shop is a little different when I came here today, but I don't know how to say it, just like a milk tea shop in another ninja world. Just when Boruto was confused. At this time, Fuyu milk tea. A deep voice came over. Boruto was slightly stunned, then turned his head and looked at the expressionless Sasuke teacher behind him, and quickly smiled, Sasuke teacher. He knew. The relationship between Sasuke teacher and Uncle Fuyu was a little complicated. Looking at Sasuke, who was staring at the milk tea shop in front of him seriously, he quickly greeted, this is Mr. Fuyu asked me to open it. That guy is so boring. Sasuke nodded, then looked at Boruto and said lightly, don't fall behind in training. You are a ninja. Yes. Hearing Sasuke's teachings, Boruto immediately responded seriously. How could he give up being a ninja? You know, he vowed to help Sarada become Hokage. But why doesn't Sasuke leave yet? Boruto looked at Sasuke, who was standing at the door with a frown, suspiciously, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Sasuke, is there anything else? Just finished speaking. Sasuke looked at Boruto again with a strange look in his eyes, queuing up to buy milk tea, what's wrong? Nothing. You should have said it earlier. Otherwise, I thought you were going to tear down this milk tea shop. Of course. At this time, Sasuke ignored Boruto and quietly lined up. Investigating Otsutsuki Ura's Hiki in another ninja world, he passed by Fuyu milk tea shop once, and for no reason he went in and bought a cup. Later he gradually got used to buying a cup of Fuyu milk tea when he passed by when he was on a mission. Otherwise, I always feel that something is missing in my heart, and I want to drink it as soon as I think of it. Don't say it. Although that Uchiha Fuyu is a bit annoying, this Fuyu milk tea is still quite good. After returning, I didn't drink it, and my heart was itching. Now that I see it, how can I not buy a cup? Soon. It was Sasuke's turn. After hearing that the second cup was half price, he hesitated for a moment and bought 2 cups. Then, when he turned around and was about to leave, "Suzuki, sit here." When he heard someone calling him, he was slightly stunned, and followed the voice in surprise, looking at Kakashi who was drinking milk tea on the side. Hesitated for a moment and walked over. "I didn't expect this to be rich milk tea." Kakashi took a sip and then said happily, "It tastes pretty good." He glanced at Suzuki, just returned to the village from Lord Orochimaru. Yet, Suzuki nodded, and poked himself a cup and drank it after a long time. After hearing Sasuke's words, Kakashi's eyes lit up, and he leaned over and asked curiously, "Is there any way from Lord Orochimaru? Can we reach another ninja world again?" But, after the words fell, hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Sasuke's originally calm face suddenly raised his eyelids, and said with disgust, "No way. I don't want to see that guy again." "Is that so?" Hearing Sasuke's words, Kakashi sighed a little disappointedly, and then continued, "I don't know when Obito's wedding will start. I really want to attend. Even if the bride is not Rin. He will bless Obito. Of course. You can also buy some books by the way." On the other side, seeing her father chatting with Kakashi, Sarada lowered her voice curiously, "Dad actually likes milk tea too. No ninja doesn't like it." Boruto shrugged and said, "As a matter of course, the ninjas in the other ninja world all like to drink this. I heard that even the 3rd generation said it was good after drinking it." "Really? I'm getting more and more curious." Sarada frowned at her father while drinking milk tea, "But why does Dad look like he dislikes the other ninja world? Maybe it's that agreement." Boruto's face suddenly became strange after hearing Sarada's words, "I'm telling you, your father promised Mr. Fuyuhi." The words were not finished. Ding-ling-ling. A phone rang. Boruto was slightly stunned, then turned around and looked at a familiar phone on the stage. Now he finally knew what was strange. You know, there was no such phone a few days ago. Where did it come from? But now the ringing keeps ringing, attracting everyone's attention. Helpless, Boruto could only walk over quickly and answer the call directly, "Hello." After the words fell, it seemed that he heard something, and his eyes suddenly became more and more weird, full of shock and disbelief. Then, he turned his head with a confused look at the somewhat impatient Suzuki teacher, and shouted directly, "Suzuki teacher, someone is looking for you." After hearing Boruto's words, Suzuki was slightly stunned, looking at the phone. You know there is no wireless communication in this ninja world, so how could someone call Fuyuhi milk tea for no reason to find him? Could it be need to deliver food? In another ninja world, in order to save living expenses, he still delivered food for a while. No. We haven't opened the food delivery service here yet. Boruto looked at Suzuki with strange eyes, and directly stuffed the phone in, "Anyway you will know after listening." This time, hearing Boruto's strange eyes, Suzuki became more confused, but still took the phone, put it to his ear, hesitated for a while, "Hello." After the words fell, suddenly looked at the phone with a ghost face and blinked. After a while, under Boruto's excited eyes, Suzuki hung up the phone expressionlessly, and then stared at him and fell silent. Just when Boruto was wondering what happened to Suzuki teacher, Suzuki suddenly said seriously, "As a ninja, you must not be half-hearted." Before Boruto could react from his excitement, I only heard Suzuki teacher continue to say, "The ninja world is still quite dangerous now. You must not give up training and disappoint your parents." As he said that, he raised his head and glanced at the newly opened Fuyuhi milk tea shop. "So, this milk tea shop, let's tear it down. 100 really? Depending on the particularity of the system. Fuyuhi actually successfully called another branch in the ninja world. Although each industry in the system will have a special phone once it is completed. At the beginning it was just used to receive takeout. After all, there was no wireless communication method and mobile phone at that time, so we could only rely on this phone. And in the early days, Fuyou also relied on the system and phone to manage the branch. Unexpectedly. It's still useful now. However. Liar. Fuyou, who didn't know that his phone call almost closed the first branch of the alien ninja world, looked at the phone angrily. Didn't you say that you would call me uncle when we meet again? He didn't remember that the Uchiha clan was such a family that didn't keep its word. Fuyu's failed education must be criticized. He called a few more times, but found that the other party hung up after the call. Fuyu thought about it and didn't call for the time being. Maybe the other party suddenly heard his uncle calling, so he was so excited that he didn't know how to talk. He understood. Another shy child. Nodded, and prepared to call later. Next. Since another ninja world can also open a branch, then they can start to occupy the market. It doesn't matter if it loses money or doesn't make money, as long as it can be upgraded. And the systems industry, even if it doesn't make money, it won't lose money. There is a guaranteed mechanism. The next task is to plan the market for the milk tea in the ninja world and launch the virtual game. A few days later. Today. The virtual game is officially launched. Early in the morning. The players who have been waiting for a long time in the ninja world went to the store designated by the Fuyu group to buy it. You can also make an online reservation, but if you make an appointment today, it will probably take a few days to be delivered. Of course, if it is the first batch of reservations made a few days ago, you can get it today. Ninja Express is still quite fast. You guy, didn't I tell you I already have it? Sasuke yawned, looking at Naruto who had dragged him here early in the morning, and said unhappily, "It's so cold." "You dragged me here." "Ha ha ha, I don't know." Naruto said embarrassedly, "Since you're awake, come along. I'll treat you to ramen later. You're only so energetic at times like this." Sasuke pouted, but didn't continue to complain, since he had already followed him. "Don't bother me next time. I have to train. Just treat it as a relaxation, and aren't you curious about the new game?" Naruto said cheerfully, then scratched his head, thought for a while, and said, "By the way, have you seen Mr. Shu and the others online during this period? I don't know what happened. They haven't been online for so long. Do you think everyone is as boring as you?" Sasuke glanced at Naruto, pondered for a moment, and said, "Maybe you need to work. Even if you're not a ninja, as an adult you have to make money too. Is that so? What a pity." Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto sighed and nodded, "I still want to play games with them. If I had known I would have agreed to meet offline at that time. What a pity. Boring." Sasuke said indifferently, "It's just a game. But we are all partners." Boring. Sasuke must be looking forward to it too. No. At this time. Just when the two of them were arguing habitually. "Good morning, Naruto, Sasuke." Hearing someone calling them from behind, Naruto and Sasuke turned their heads and immediately saw Shikamaru and the others behind them. "Hey? You are here too? Because I am curious about this game." Akimichi Koji said while eating snacks, "So, everyone agreed to come together." "I don't care." Shikamaru yawned, shrugged, and said lazily, "I was just pulled up." "You can't say it. It's really cold today." He looked up at the shop that seemed to be moving, opened. After saying that, everyone came to their senses when they heard it, and quickly lined up. Very quickly. After a while, everyone bought it. After agreeing to play together, Naruto took Sasuke back with anticipation. "Great! I heard that this thing is the same as the real world." Yes, Sasuke yawned and said perfunctorily, "Hurry back. The game can't start until afternoon." "Really? Sasuke, you are so looking forward to it, why do you look so lazy?" "Who is looking forward to it? You asked me if I wanted it a few days ago. That I just asked casually. Sasuke had a stubborn face, but as soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head away in surprise, looked aside, and said to Naruto, who was noisy beside him, "Shut up." After the words fell, Naruto said in confusion, "What's wrong?" and turned his head to look in the direction of Sasuke's sight. Suddenly, he saw a figure with his arms folded and cold and arrogant not far away. "Is that Madara-senpai? What is he doing?" said. Before Sasuke could stop him, Naruto walked over happily and shouted loudly, "Madara-senpai! This idiot!" When someone called him, Uchiha Madara turned his head, and when he saw two little kids walking over, he no longer cared. During this period, although the weather was getting colder, the house had been dug out, and with Hashirama's wood style and his fire style, they would not be frozen. However, Madara and Hashirama found that they really had no money. Therefore, after discussion, they decided to make money as the next battle. The situation at that time was probably like this. Hashirama, "We have no money." Madara, "Yes." Hashirama, "I want to watch a movie, order takeout and top up 648. Damn, when does Tobirama start work?" Madara, "Even if I get it, I still need to pay back the debt. I won't give it to you." Hashirama, "It's all your fault. You lost but you didn't admit it, and Tobirama ran away." Madara, "You lost." Hashirama, "I won." Madara, "I won." The two of them started arguing again as usual, but this time it didn't last for a while. Hashirama suddenly clapped his hands and said firmly, "I've decided. Next time we compete, we will see who makes more money." Then, it became like this. After hearing Madara's explanation of cutting corners, Naruto and Sasuke probably guessed what was going on. So, the first generation and Madara Sr. came out to find a job. Naruto nodded in understanding, and then sighed, "I didn't expect that the first generation Hokage and the Shura of the ninja world would live so miserably after retirement." The words fell. Madara. "This brat is a bit annoying. As annoying as Hashirama." Naruto. Sasuke also looked at Naruto with a frown on his face and pushed him, "How can you talk like that?" Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it." Naruto also realized that he had suddenly told the truth, and quickly apologized, saying, "So what is Madara going to do?" "I don't know. How about entering the factory? This is more stable," Naruto just proposed. But Madara refused without hesitation, raised his eyelids, and said coldly, "Even if I die here, frozen to death by the cold wind, I will never enter the factory. If you don't want to enter, then don't enter. Why are you so fierce? Is there a task that has a high salary? Work freely. Can earn hundreds of millions at once. It doesn't matter if it's a little dangerous. But the work must not take too long." Madara looked at the two little ghosts and said lightly, "I must beat that guy Hashirama. X2. Are you dreaming?" Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other. Then Naruto scratched his head and suggested, "How about going on an S-level mission?" Then, before Madara could say anything, Sasuke frowned and shook his head, "There are not so many S-level missions now. Hey! I won't help Konoha complete the mission." Madara snorted coldly, "Nothing else?" "No. And delivering takeout and express delivery." "Hey? It seems so." Naruto ordered, nodding, "I almost forgot this. I heard that the third generation grandfather made a lot of money to pay off his debts." But Ban frowned, escort mission. He also knew about delivering food. Such a boring mission, he didn't want to do it, especially a short-distance escort mission. And with such a small amount of money for one order, how can I win over Hashirama? Are you kidding me? No. It's possible. Suzuki shook his head, frowned, and said, just use multiple clones to deliver. And deliver fast enough. In theory you can make millions a day. Of course. This probably requires several countries to deliver together, and it may even be exhausted to death first. And it's easy and free. Just do it if you want to. If you rank first in the delivery rankings every quarter, you can get a generous bonus. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes and looked at the two of them. He seemed to be a little tempted. He pondered for a moment and said lightly, really? Really?